would like all the students to open their microphone and say hi to you. This is
Good.
the official welcome from us.
Hello.
เด็กๆ say hi หน่อยครับเปิด
Hello.
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 I'm very happy that tonight come together in this Zoom meetings and through the internet we can learn together about the AI. And together with me, as I mentioned, Advantech is a global company. So I have a Thai staff, Thai engineers. Okay, they also come to join this training as well. So you can see there is two persons. One is Pumin. Pumin, where are you?
Hi.
Okay, raise your hand. Okay, so Pumin, okay, is an engineer in Advantech. Okay, and he can support you about some technical if you have a question. So I asked him to support in. You can ask him in Thai. You can ask him about the question regarding about our AI technologies. And also we have another engineer that is Chawaras. Hi, Chawaras.
สวัสดีค่ะ
So if you have, if you want to ask them about Thai in Thai, please don't ask me. I cannot talk with you in Thai, but you can ask our engineers in Thailand that they can support you even you type in Thai, no problems. Okay, so I'm going to start with today's introduction about this AI training course. Okay, that we partner with the CPO for Creative AI Camp. And welcome you all. So first of all, let me introduce about myself. I'm working in Advantech and been in the industrial automation, industrial technology for 20 years. Okay, so I'm actually 40 years old now, not so young. So can be your father already. Anyhow, in my past experience, I work a lot of projects in industry and IoT. Start from the manufacturing, like we're making a machine for the semiconductor factories. We're making projects for the tollways. We're making the projects for the airport. We're making the projects for factories, automation, and we also make a lot of automated and advanced products for the technologies. Okay, so my last very happy project is we make the DNA analyzer together with a global brand in America to make a DNA analyzer and help for the COVID analytics about the changes of the species, okay, of the DNA of COVID. Okay, so about myself, when I young, maybe not so, almost same young like you, I start to learn about the Microsoft and I learn about Windows embedded system. So it's a fully customized and we can do a real-time operating in the computer using a Microsoft embedded system. And I've been spent almost 10 years there and I've been certified to be the Microsoft trainer. And the last experience that I want to share is the last year because of the COVID. So we're working with the Taiwan entity and also the Thailand entity. We make online trainings about AI. We call TTAIC. Okay, Thailand Taiwan AI College. Okay, so today this following few days training, we also take many material, course and example from the TTAIC to show to you, and I hope you can enjoy with it. So before I start the class, I hope you can enjoy the class, but I hope you can follow some of the rules. So the first rule is I would like to open up for you that this class is recorded, and this recorded is for the future student or the other person that cannot join us right now, so they can learn by themselves in the future also. And you can chat like the normal classroom, like when you are in school, you can chat. But during my training class, I will mute all of you, so you cannot talk by microphone. but you can type and you can chat in the chat room, no problem. Okay, to exchange the idea, to exchange the understanding, and make friends between you and the other student. This is very welcome. Okay, and if you have a question, we have Chawalat and also Pumin. You can ask in the chat room, and they will collect and summarize this question. After a while training, I training like 10, maybe 20 minutes, I will give a Q&A session. Okay, maybe then you can unmute and ask your question. And Chawalas and Pumin will help to queuing, okay, who will be asked first, okay? So show your face during the class so everyone can know that you have a friend, a lot of friends to learn together. This is a very happy thing, okay? And I will mute you during the trainings and will be unmute during the Q&A session. Okay, somehow you still can play some reaction through Zoom, like having a hand clap, having a smiley, no problems. Okay, so actually you can see I put in some QR code scanning. The biggest one is is a share folder that I will keep the course material in this folder. You can download the training PowerPoint and maybe other books in this folder later on. Okay, and of course, I'm very happy that you're very interested in AI. So if after you learn the CAI camp, you are interested to learn further, I have prepared some book for you. So the first one is Introduction to AI, okay, which is written in 2017, about 3 years ago, and it's a textbook. So actually, I learned a lot from there also. So you can download this book from the Dropbox link here or the QR code here. Second book, I also recommend you can have a read if you want to further study in the AI. Is the Neural Network and Deep Learning. Okay, so this book is written in 2018, and because of a neural network is a very big change. It brings a very big impact to the AI technology. So this is somehow helpful if you understand why now we talk about AI, because of we have a neural network. I will train you in the following class, then you understand why. Then the last is more on the application, where we can use the AI for many projects, many cases. But one of the very interesting case everyone loves is the computer vision. So we can use the camera, and we can use the camera to do many analytics. Okay, and we can do many checking. Like we can counting people, we can counting object, we can learn about how the shape of a product. We can learn about how different times, how the machine change, okay, and we can do a prediction. So most of them, we use a computer vision, okay, many times, and people very love to use computer vision. But AI is not only computer vision only. We have many others used, okay, in the data science. Okay, so all this is ready to download. Okay, then come to this 6-day class. Actually, is very tight. I can tell you, only 6 days. You cannot learn much. Okay, so I prepare the material for you to learn afterward. Okay, so today we will talk about the basic AI and also the basic of machine learning and deep learning. And tomorrow we start to learn about the neural network. I will tell you why neural network is so important and how computer learning, okay, through the camera, okay, and how we can recognize this is a dog or this is a cat, okay, or how it can know this is what product or this is a what object. So last, of course, I don't set a very critical, but we have the online labs or online Jupyter notebook that you can do some exercise, and I will going through with you that how we can do some exercise in the Jupyter lab. Okay, but this is just a starting for how we play with AI. Day number 4. Okay, I will try to go through with you or walking through with you about how we develop AI projects, okay, in the real world. Because you know, at Advantech, we are the technology company, so we do work with a lot of AI projects with our customer and our partners. So in the real world, we do a lot of the project that need to deploy the AI in the IoT and also in the factories, in the tollways, okay, many places we need to deploy. So it's not easy that we do one by one. So we need to use some systematic process, how we can manage, okay. Then I will tell you in the day number 4 and number 5, we will show you how we can build the AI in our computer or on the cloud. Then we send it all to the whole country or send it all to the whole world. Okay, we use some technology to deploy our program and also our AI model to the whole project site. Okay. And last, of course, if we have the data that we run on the site, we run in the project, we can collect a lot of information coming back to our data warehouse or data store. Then we can use this data to show to management, to show to customer, to show to partner. We call that a visualization. So we do a dashboard to show to everyone. So this is the last day we will do this exercise, and I hope you enjoy it. Next. So we will start to talk about AI. So if you have questions, you can start to asking through the chat room now. So this first section, we will talk about what is AI, make some differentiation. Actually, everyone understand wrongly, okay? When we talk about AI, we think it's something we see, but actually no, something we see is not AI. It's one subset of the AI. So it is important that we know what is the artificial intelligence, what is a machine learning, and what is a deep learning, okay? So this chart is delivered very simple and very easy to understand. You can see from the big scope, like we have the artificial intelligence, and inside the artificial intelligence, we have a machine learning. And inside machine learning, we have a deep learning, okay? And then by the timeline, you can see artificial intelligence, we start to design, human or scientists, they start to design and think about how to make the machine react, action like a people, like a human since 1940s. And they do some program, they do some theory that we can allow to things that let the machine, let the computer do like what a human do, okay? But then the theory and the concept is get a bigger jump, bigger improvement by 1980s. It come to the machine learning age, okay? Machine learning is, we also design a program and it can be based on the different condition and different situation to give us the response, to give us the reaction. For example, if we input the data that the temperature is cold, then we can have the machine to react. Maybe we can turn on the aircon, we can turn on the fan, okay? So this is having a much more comprehensive understanding. And in this time, we can do much more improvement because we do a big involvement in the static. We use the mathematical statistic to use in the machine learning. So it can categorize the different situation and do the different action. It works more like a human, right? And you see the arrow here, we have a very big progress after 2010 because we have a new idea, new concept, and new scientist is selling, hey, we can use the neural network. We can use a neural network to do the machine to learn by themselves, to make learning by themselves, and we just need to set some parameter or weight, okay, in the computer program. Then it becomes to deep learning, and you can see actually the deep learning is start after 2010. And everything you can imagine about how the AI is look so smart, how the AI can recognize your face, how the AI can detect the accident, is all we talk about is a deep learning. Okay, so you can see the very big differentiation. When there is a neural network, then there is a AI we talk about nowadays. Okay, we are no more talking about the AI in like 50 years ago. No. Okay, so actually what we talk now is in practically this is a deep learning skill. This is a technique. Okay, deep learning. So here is a sum of the milestone. Okay, we want to say, of course, the AI is not developed by one person. It's not by one company. It's not by one country. The AI is actually the whole human job. Okay, and we have a lot of very, very smart people. Okay, start from 1940s. Okay, before the World War, during the World War II. Okay, and then we start to have the people and scientists. They come out some idea. Can we do this computer to things like choose or decision? Okay, we call that decision tree. Okay, so if one condition A, we should go to this. Condition B, we should go to this. And condition C, we can go to that. Okay. Then in around this time, in 1960 to 1970, we have a very good time because the AI have a lot of funding. Every government, every university, they have many money to study and research about AI. Okay, so we have a more theory, we have a more concept about how the computer can do a very good judgment like human. Okay, and you know this time, 1960 to 1970 is actually a Cold War competition between the US and Russia. That's why we have a lot of money in computer, okay, in computing industry, and we want to make a lot of money. We want to make a lot of technology and new concept to win, okay, Russia, okay. Okay, however, after that, after the US send the people, human to the moon, then no more budget. So with no more money to study and research, so it become to cool down about AI. And you can see actually we have a good big jump step is we call CNN, convolution neural network, that the idea start from 1990. Okay, however, the problem is at that time our computing power is still not too powerful. Okay, at 1990 maybe you're still not born, but we using the computer like 32 megahertz. The RAM is like 8 megabyte, and maybe like a hard disk is like a 256 megabyte. So now you use hard disk 1 terabyte, you use a computer 3.4 gigahertz. Okay, so it's powerful. Even your mobile phone is powerful than our computer in 1990s. So that's why we start to use, we have a new concept, and AI still cannot be grow very fast during this time. Okay, we still come out many ideas, still come up many new models like SVM and also LSTM. And finally, we have the idea of neural network, deep neural network. And it's a good time because the mobile phone and the computer have a very fast development during that time. Okay, in 2010 is a very big time that changing us from the computer technology to the AI technology. Okay, because the concept theory is ready and the computer hardware is all ready, it can perform what we think it should perform. Okay, so here is the evolution how the AI from the old time, they have idea only, but they cannot do. Until now, we have the AI, and even you, just 16 years old, 17 years old, you can play with AI now. Okay, so thanks to this new technology and new world. Okay, so next we will come to the Q&A session. Do you have any question about the AI different with the deep learning, different with the neural network, or you have a question about the history? Why now AI? Why we don't AI like 10 years ago? Why not talk about AI? Why not do about more AI in like 1990s, 20 years ago or 30 years ago? Now you understand, right? Okay. So things, I think there is no question. So I'll move on. Okay. So AI is a big scope. So we straight to jump into the middle scope. Okay. We talk about machine learning. Okay. Because this is a start where we start to train to make our computer can be smart, can be things like a human. Okay. So here is how we teach the computer, how we program the computer into a few ways. So we talk about machine learning. We can do a supervised learning. Okay. Let me show you by highlighter. You cannot see. Okay, laser pointer. Supervised learning. So we talk about computer, we always talk about the input data. The input data, then how we process, how we make a program to process, and then how will be the output to be. Okay. We start in the many industry or like a laboratory or like a research university. We start from input data that we can control. Okay, and we can label. We can set this data, or we can put in some tag. The tag is like a label for the information. Like I have a dog, so I can label this is a dog. I have a cat, so I label this is a cat. So with this label, we can teach our algorithm or our program that to differentiate when you see there is a face, there is a dog face with the ear, okay, with the eye, with the dog nose, with the some line, then the computer, the algorithm can process and going to categorize it correctly. Okay, so the more data we tag it correctly, then the output here will be more correct. So in this case, we talk about accuracy. Okay, we always don't think about the accuracy. If we show one picture to the computer, they say this is a dog, or this is a cat, or this is a human, or this is a bicycle. How many times it will tell you correctly? That is accuracy. So accuracy is very important. Okay, we don't want to show this is a handphone, but the computer tell you this is a television. So that is not correct. We don't want the AI like this, right? So the first type of the machine learning, we can do better accuracy by supervised. But we need to do a lot of job. We need to use maybe hire 10%, 20% to do the label. Okay, so this is a big job. Okay, but we can have high accuracy. So the second type of machine learning, we call it unsupervised learning. Okay, so unsupervised learning, we have a data, but we didn't put a label. We didn't tag it. This is a dog or this is a. We don't tag it. We don't label it. Okay, but we can categorize it by algorithms by the similarity. We call relevancy. Okay, the relevance of the data, like the green color a little bit similar to a light green, the red color similar like a pink color. So it's a category, so the computer can be categorized it. Okay, but the accuracy may be lower. Okay, using the unsupervised, we can process a lot of data, a lot big data, and the data can be come in all the times. Every day come in the new data. Okay, and the computer or the algorithm can categorize it. Okay, categorize A, categorize B, categorize C. Okay, etc., etc. So the good things of unsupervised learning is it look like smart. It can categorize things, but the problem is it may be not so accurate. Okay, so in this unsupervised learning, if we can have like a 60 to 70% accuracy, we are very happy. We are very happy. Okay, so this is an unsupervised learning. Do we have other learning in machine learning? Yes, we have a new method. We have also a new idea about how we can do reinforcement learning. Okay, because we don't want to label every tag and we don't want to not so accurate. We want something balanced, something in between. So we can have the idea that using the data and they can depend on the situation. Like today, I take the video for the car, okay, then it can help me to categorize. But tomorrow, so I will have a algorithm here and it can do categorize. But tomorrow, maybe I want to check about the table or check about the product in the factory. So it can be based on the other formula or algorithms to categorize the data again. So yesterday is a car, today is maybe a chips or microprocessor. Okay, so in this system, then we can have a simpler, we can have a more easier job. Okay, so reinforcement learning is based on the situation, we can choose the best algorithm that to do the categorize. Okay, that to have the best output to tell us what is this part when we have the input in. Okay, so now we start to come into the foundation of AI, the foundation of the deep learning. We talk about neural network or artificial neural network, ANN. Okay, so how we come up, why we have the idea for call it neural network, which is really like a same like our body, same like our neural system. Okay, you know, human have a neural system. When we have our eye to see the lighting, and then it turn into the signal, and then it come to our brain, and we can see the image. Okay, so this is how it works. That we have a input. Okay, we have a several input, and then we will have the weight. This input maybe is important. We have a higher weightage. This input maybe is a lower, okay, important. Then it also have input, but maybe it's not so high weightage. Okay, so after it processed, then we will come to the output, okay, with the correct. So I show you by the formula in the actual computer programming. When we talk about the AI, it is basically just a formula. It's just a formula. So you need to have a very good mathematics, okay? Then you can know how to deal with the data. So the data, the first thing we do is we do the statistical, okay, analysis. The second thing is we use the data, okay, to decide what is the weightage, what is the importance of the relevance of this data. Then if we set this formula well, it will show us a very good output. It will give us a very good result. Okay, so I repeat again. In here we have you can see the neural network. Why we call this is a real neural network? Because the design is similar to our neural system. Okay, the design is look almost the same. Okay, so we have a different input and we set a different weightage. Okay, then it comes to the process of the formula and function. Then it gives us the output. Okay, so this is important because this is you can relate it to okay how we program this with the formula. Okay, so when we come into the bigger connects, like in the human body, okay, we connect many of this formula. Okay, then it can do more, okay, connectivity connection, and they can have a more better performance and more better result. Okay, so like if we have only one cell for see about the lighting, then we can only see black and white. But if we have many cells, we can see about color, we can see about shape, right? Okay, so this is a design for the neural network. So every of these nodes, you can imagine this is a formula. We have a design the formula in it, and we use the automatic to copy and paste, but we do some different setting in every of these nodes. Okay, so now here, this is our input. So our input, we can have many data come in, but the data, we also need to do some good pre-definition. Okay, so this will be tell you in the following class how we do for the input. Okay, then it fit into the formula cell. Okay, then this formula cell, they will give the result and they will give to the relevant the next level, the next layer of the formula. Okay, and here we can design for 1 layer, 2 layer, 3 layer. Okay, we call a neural network. Okay, so the more layer, maybe we can have a more calculation, more computing performance, but it also require a very high computing power to calculate the formula, correct? Okay, so it also take a longer time. Okay, so we need to think, as a human, we need to think, how can we design a suitable layer? How many layer here? And then we can have a correct or more accurate result with a better performance, with a higher performance. Okay, so I want you to remember 2 words about AI. The first word is about accuracy. Okay, we don't want the AI that is not accurate, right? We want them to recognize, okay, our input correctly. Accuracy, okay, number 1. Number 2 is performance. Okay, performance means fast, how fast it can process. So it depends on how we design. How we design, how many nodes, okay, in between, and how many layers of this neural network. Okay, so again, I repeat again, accuracy and performance. Accuracy, you understand why we need accurate. Of course, we want the computer or the AI recognize correctly. Performance, why we need performance? Because sometimes time is important. Like we want to use the AI to put in our car, and we drive the car and we want the AI to recognize traffic light. We want the AI to recognize the signboard. We want the AI to recognize the human or dog on the street, right? So it needs to be fast. If the AI can recognize 100% accurate, but it needs to take 3 days, then this AI cannot use, right? You cannot use it in your car. You can use it, it's too slow. Okay, you already crashed the people or you already hit the traffic light, it's too late. So we need accuracy and we need performance. So developing the AI is always talk about the idea of how to make better accuracy and better performance. Okay, so we try our best. We try our creative idea how to make it fast and make it accurate. And all our job, all the AI engineer job is just to make it better and better every day. Okay, until we have a good new idea. Okay, then we will have a new models of AI. Okay, so let's start to talk about AI. How the computer is actually a very stupid machine. It's just they can only recognize 0 and 1. They cannot understand many things. Okay, and you need to tell the computer what to do with what information. So if we send them the picture like this to computer, they definitely cannot know. So AI is a formula that we can make the computer understand. Okay. So can you tell me what is this animal? You can type in the chat room. Is this the first time you see this animal? I don't want to put a dog. I don't want to put a cat because that is too easy.
Bear.
All right. This is a bear. Okay. But what kind of bear? It's many type, right? So we want them to recognize. We want the computer to know this exactly is what bear. right? It's called Formosa black bear. It's only bear is maybe not enough, right? So how we teach the computer to know this is a bear? We start to label, okay? We do a label and we putting into the, we call this is a features. If you are a bear, you need to have an ear, right? And the ear is look alike, maybe 8 to 12 cm, okay? And you need to have a head, okay? Bear, you need to have a head, okay? If you are snake, maybe you don't need to have a head, right? So the head is about 26 to 30 cm. And to accurate know this is a Formosa black bear, it need to have a V collar, a V shape, white color here. So this is Formosa. We know, we are human, we know easily, but computer cannot know. So we need to assign, we need to tell the computer, okay, you need to find, okay, this part of the bear have a white color, V shape. Then this will be the Formosa black bear. And the bear need to have the jaw, okay, and they have the paws, okay, with these fins, okay. It's very important that, okay, the computer, they will collect this information and they will compare one by one, compare. Then if they found match, then it will come to the next level. It will come to the next layer and tell, okay, this is maybe look like bear and this is maybe look like a Formosa black bear. So usually in AI, we cannot have a 100% accuracy. No, okay, because the computer, even they very, very confident, there is no way that they will tell you this is 100% a Formosa black bear. But they will tell you, our job is to make it maybe 85%, 90%, 95%, or in some cases, critical cases that we can control the data, it just limit to only bear, or maybe limit to car, this kind of data input, then we can have a higher accuracy, like maybe 99% or 99.95%. Never have a 100%. All right. So now you know, understand features that we put a label to tell into our formula, to tell into our program that you need to compare. Okay, they have an ear, they have a head, they have a jaw, they have a collar. Okay, white color. Then this will be look alike bear. Okay, so this is a more explanation in deep. Okay, I hope I can tell you in a very detail. So do understand. I know because many of you standard maybe not too familiar with computer programming. Okay, but some of you is very expert. So I try to balance. Okay, try to explain that everyone can have the same understanding. So now we take a picture. Then we will cut this picture to many pieces. Okay, you can see this is a many small block. Then each of the blocks we will put into input. Input number 1, input number 2, input number 3, input number 4 until end input. Okay, so this input we come to the formula. Okay, and then we can set the weight. Like number 1, ear is important. Okay, we need to have an ear. Then this will be a bear, or this can be a cat, right? So we set a weight. And then input number 2, look for something like nose. Okay, or look for something like color, and then how much the weight. This is actually start from our job. Okay, we start from design, and when we design this, we call this is a design for the AI model. Okay, we design for the AI model that this is we start to making the computer to understand what to compare and how the result it will fit into the neural network. So all of this result is a connected, is a relevant, and all the relevant it come out, it will tell you how many percent it look like. Okay, so usually the output layer here we have the number score 0 to 1. Okay, because computer only knows 0 to 1, right? But in between, we still have many layers like 0.1, 0.2, 0.3 until 0.99999. Okay, that is the accuracy we talk about. Okay, so that is the result. When we input the picture, then it will break into every of the neuron cell. You remember the neural cell just now? It's just a formula, right? So it includes the color, include the size of the pixel. Okay, then we compare the relevancy. This and this relevant to how many percent? Okay, then we know the result in this layer. Then the next layer we will compare again. Okay, the other level, and then we will compare again until we output here. Then we more or less know what is the relevancy. Okay, between A and B, between the picture and picture, and all the relevancy will tell us this is an ear, and this is a mouth, this is a nose. Okay, because all the mouth of the nose, all the ear, they have some similarity. They look similar. Okay, so the computer just compare about how it's relevant. Okay, so of course, before we want to train this neural network, we need to prepare many pictures. We want to train, okay, the bear stand, bear sit, bear sleep, bear from this angle, bear from that angle. We try to put as many pictures as possible. Then we train in the neural network, it will get higher accuracy. Okay, so the more data we input, the more accuracy will come out in the output. Okay, and the first we just train it and we make this formula to be the best formula we have. Okay, there is no perfect 100% formula, but we always look for the best. Okay, maybe 99%, 99.999% accurate formula. Okay, that is what we want, what we work for. Okay, so next. Okay, so after we have the formula, we can do what we can do. Okay, we can do many things. First, we can use this formula to run in the project. Okay, we also can use this formula to do retraining. Retrain again with the new data. Okay, to improve the accuracy. Okay, to improve the formula a little bit more and more every day. Okay, so another job is we can use this formula to recognize other projects. Okay, for example, like we are recognizing the bear in our first project, but now we can use a similar formula, but we fit in with a new data set, like cat data set. Okay, we have a cat, lion, panda, this kind of data. Then we fit into the formula, and then we can do certain tuning. Then the same formula we can do for recognize the bear, and we can recognize for cat. So the more we train, the more we add in the data, we train the formula, then it becomes more smart. Finally, it can recognize this is a bear, and this is a cat, and this is a dog, right? Okay, so this is the way what we do, okay, when we have a formula. Okay, then of course, before we go to the real world, when we do the real project, we always need to check and we always need to tune the accuracy again. Okay, and we want to do the accuracy to do in our job. Like our job, we just want to recognize human. Okay, we don't recognize dog, we don't recognize because the camera is just put in our factory or put in our office. Okay, so we want to recognize human face. So we do model optimization, optimize for human face. Why we optimize? Because the formula may be very complicated, so it will take longer time for computer to process. It takes a bigger computing power. So we can do optimization to adjust to see only human face, and it can have a better performance. and the accuracy is still maintained so good. Okay, so we can also use the formula but use a new neural network. Okay, maybe in the first project we use like a 5 or 7 layer, but we want to improve the accuracy. We can try to use like a neural network in maybe 20 layer or maybe 100 layer. Okay, so there are many neural network that is open source. We can go to use it. Okay, in some are maybe very good design, then we need to pay for it. Okay, and in this is an internet age, this is a cloud age, we just pay for what we use. Okay, that means we want to use this neural network for train our model maybe for 3 days, then we pay for 3 days fees. We don't need to build the supercomputer to do the trainings. Okay, so optimize the formula until its performance is good and also the accuracy is good. So the other thing we can do for the formula, okay, the model, the AI model is we can training a new set like I mentioned just now. Okay, we training from the scratch. Okay, so we can do it training for new cat or training for the new dog, training for the fish, training for the new car. Okay, using the same formula. And the other side is also we can drop out the formula like I mentioned just now. We also remove, okay, the formula to recognize duck or dog, or we just want to recognize the human face. Okay, so we can do a drop out. So there are few methods we can do. Okay, for the AI models. Okay, so another further to explain about this idea, we want to talk about the training from scratch. Okay, so when deep learning, we always can build a formula. We always can build the AI model from scratch. Okay, and especially this is for the new type of projects, new type of application. Okay, so for example, now I'm not using the computer vision to recognize cat or dog, but I use the computer AI to detect about the temperature, detect the temperature of a machine or detect the temperature of a motor, or I detect the temperature for the buildings. Okay, then I can do the prediction. So I can start from zero, scratch. But somehow I have some reference that I can use a standard neural network. Okay, I already have a neural network that I'm familiar, then I can use the same neural network. Okay, just a formula deal with the data set. Okay, so now we come to Q&A and some break session. We just finished about 1 hour. So far, do you think about the neural network, how the picture, how the data, okay, transfer and analyzed by the neural network? Now you understand, right? Okay, so the computer, you know, is just a data, just a 0 and 1. So everything we will convert until the computer is understand. So there are many jobs. Actually, we do a lot of jobs before we transfer everything. And later on, we will have a concept, okay, for making how we actually cutting all this information into the way that computer can understand. Okay, so now we come to the Q&A session and also some small short break. Okay, if you don't have a question, then we will take a break for 5 minutes. Okay, then we will come back in 8 p.m. Like I said, you can check with your friend, check with the other student. I'm just quite worried. Do I speak too fast? Okay, where's the What are the application for neural network other than image recognition? Okay. Neural network actually used in all kind of AI projects. So one of the good projects we do is the data categorized. Okay. When we have the data from different source, okay, for example, we have the data from machine, we have the data from the temperature, okay, we have the data for the vibration or humidity. So we use the data, then we do for the categorize. Okay, this data is going to use for the preventive maintenance. This data used for the dashboard for visualization. This data used to see for whether how many times, how many percent we optimize to use the machine or to use the equipment. Okay, so this is in industry application. Let's talk about in the tollway application. Okay, so we can use the neural network to analyze and predict. For example, the tollway, one tollway, we have many input. We have a many junction coming from the city, coming from the country, that all connected to the highway. And all this we can use the loop coil or the car sensor or infrared sensor to detect the car. Then in the time frame, like in this hour, 7 p.m. in Bangkok, okay, how many car in Ramanai Road? How many car in the Ramapur Road? Okay, so we can do the data counting like 1,000 car in Ramanai Road at this time. Okay, then we can control some traffic light that come into the Ramanai Road with a longer time. Okay, then the car in the Ramanai Road maybe become to 800, then it will no traffic jam. Okay, so this is an application we talk about. But how to make the neural network more efficiency is we can do prediction. We can do prediction. Okay, every Friday, 7 p.m. in the Ramanai Road, many people finish work, right? So the traffic will be get more heavy. The more car come in Ramanai. So can the computer predict for the next week, Friday, the same time, how many car the Ramanai Road will have? This is example. So of course, we not based on one information to do the prediction. Again, like this cell, we take many input. Okay, we can consider about the holiday. We consider about the company that is running, operate around the Ramanai Road. We consider about the weather. We consider about the car selling in Thailand. Okay, in last 1 year. Okay, so many input, and we decide this input is how many score, how many weight. Then it will give you the total calculation. It will do the formula calculation and it will go through the neural network. And all this neural network, it will calculate and simulate the result output and connect to the next layer until we have the output layer. Then we can do the prediction like a god. Okay, but we cannot predict lottery. Okay, sorry, we cannot predict the lottery until we can find out the patterns. Okay, because lottery you have only one input. That is from your paper. Okay, you have only one input, but actually we need many more input. Okay, many input and many weightage. It will give us more accurate output. Okay, so processing the data is the strength of neural network because you can process the data in parallel. Okay, we talk about like 1,000 or 100,000 process the same data but a little bit different in every data at the same time. and then we connect all of this data, okay, and setting the relevancy, the relevant of this data, then we get the output result. And human is very lazy, human is very easy. We just input all the data, then we wait for the result. Then we know, okay, maybe the traffic will be very easy in the next week. Then we can do a planning. Okay, we can do a more useful resource planning. For example, okay, we can increase the oil price next week because less car. Okay, so we know we don't get too much complaint, right? Okay, something like this. Interesting projects, interesting, many ideas. Okay, so the same things. Maybe I give you another example. CPO is talking about the 7-Eleven convenience store, right? So where am I?
มาทิกหายไปค่ะ
Okay, sorry, it's because our office is closed now, so the Wi-Fi is lost, so I connect back. So we talk about the story about the 7-Eleven, right? So we can, let me share the screen again. Can you set me as a host or you? Okay, sorry for some technical issue. So now we talking about 7-Eleven. So we have a many input. We can talk about the counting of the people. We can talking about the gender of the people. We can talking about the age of the people. We can talking about what is the product of the people. So the same thing, we input all this data, then we can use the formula to do, okay, what we want. Okay, what we want to predict output, okay, like we want to check maybe the next week or next month, okay, what are the interest product they will buy. So we might consider again with the weather, we might consider about the holiday, okay, we might consider about the population around, then we can do a prediction. Okay, at that time, we will need more fresh food. Maybe we need more banana, we need more apple because people go to exercise, okay, and they need more of this food to fill in the energy. Okay. So there is a new question, right? Which question first, Chavarat?
ค่ะ The question from น้องสิวรัตน์ค่ะ
Okay, how difference of neural network connection structure affect to the model? Okay, this is a good and this is a bad question. Okay, because the formula or the AI model, and the neural network is a two different topics. So the neural network design, okay, is based on the computing power, and depending on how many nodes we design for the efficiency and accuracy. The AI model is a formula set that we want to maximize, okay, the use of the neural network. Okay, so this is actually two different things. How in fact, if you design a AI model that it work into the complicated network, then the complicated network maybe will not fully utilize, okay, because your AI model is very simple. Okay, so the AI model is a set of formula. Usually we do a tuning between the AI model and the neural network to be matching. Okay, our AI model require to how many computing power. Okay, that is depends on how complex of your AI model. Okay, so usually we do a good tunings, and what is the result between the AI model and the neural network is the performance. The AI model decide for the accuracy, how accurate it is. Neural network decide how good the performance of the whole analytics. Okay, so the more powerful neural network, even you have a stupid AI, it still can run faster and the accuracy doesn't improve much. Okay, so we always come out the new idea about the neural network. It always can be cut by layer. It always can be add on certain layer for different purpose. It's not always like this one and this one is the same. No, not necessary. In the neural network, we can design the neural network like this layer is the pre-processing, and this layer we can do feature extraction, and we can do something else. It depends on the idea. So this is a two different things. Okay, so I'm not sure how you want to say the effect to the model. Eventually, I will say the effect is on the performance. Okay, so I'm not sure is that be clear for you? Siwarat, okay.
เคลียร์ไหมคะมีคำถามเพิ่มไหมคะน้องศิวะ
My explanation is not too clear for you. You can let me know. I hope, yeah, we can have a good sharing. So neural network and AI model is a two things. Okay. So maybe we go to the next question. What are the restrictions or downside of the neural network? What are the restrictions or downside of the neural network that we should know about when we using it for our projects? The downside. Okay, neural network, as we said, neural network is every node is a compute node. Okay, so the neural network, the design for the neural network is basically the idea how it designed for strict to certain purpose. Network, different neural network. Okay, for image processing, for human pose, for the face recognize, okay, for the human race recognition. Okay, so different neural networks. What are the restrictions? I would say is the first is the computing power. Okay, so the biggest trouble in our experience is if we have designed for the AI project, we fit into the neural network, and the projects require a lot of computing resource, but maybe due to the budget, maybe due to the current system we have, or maybe due to the the resource that we can access. Okay, the performance can be good, can be bad. Okay, so the biggest downside is if you have a very powerful neural network, you can test your AI model and train it faster. If you don't have, you can only build a small neural network in your school, in your factory, then it have a restriction that you need to plan for the times that how you want to finish the whole training cycle and to optimize for your AI model. Okay, so as maybe my answer is like this: until you have a new idea how we can change this layer to be something better idea, then it will improve for your performance. Okay, so when we talk about neural network, we talk about performance. Okay, so do you happy with this answer? Pichayapa. No question. Okay. So I would like to ask question. So if you can answer this question, then okay, maybe we can have some gift for you. I'm happy to do that. The question is very simple. I think maybe everyone forgot. Okay. Can you share with me what the project you can do for unsupervised machine learning? Just tell me what kind of project you can do for unsupervised machine learning. Any idea? I have a very good example that you do a lot in the unsupervised machine learning every day. Clustering, classification projects. Okay, good. Clustering. Yeah, that is definitely correct. Classification is correct. But we talk about the projects, we talk about the real application. In your in PDF scanner, not really. Yeah, grouping customer. Actually, not only customer, grouping every one of you. Okay, grouping everyone. Okay. I want to talk about this example. It's like Facebook. Okay. So Facebook can recognize you, your gender, your location, your age, what your interest. Okay. So they cannot do supervised learning. They cannot do every label. Cannot. So they use somehow supervised, unsupervised learning can help. Okay, in speed up this process, and they not need a very accurate at the beginning. Okay, they just need maybe what your interest for, what because of your gender is girls, and then maybe you go to school every day, so you might interesting about some book or some technology relevant articles because you want to learning more. Okay, so this is a very good example. Thank you. So we have 45 minutes before we go to end our class. I will move on a little bit more. Okay, the three factors of the AI. Just now we talk a lot about the AI and neural network, but we don't talk about the data. Okay, so eventually data is a specific and unique, also a unique knowledge that the data it come from so many ways. Okay, even like now we talking. Okay, it's a data. Now we are using Zoom. This software also generate a lot of data. So basically, we consider about the AI. We need to make sure, do we have an AI do we have a data? Okay, where can we get the data? Then the second is, do we design the model from scratch, or can we use the other model that coming from someone else and we improve from there? Okay, and the last is, what neural network, okay, that the other person use, and we can use it the same, or we need to design our own neural network. Okay, so many of the contribution, many people like you are the new engineers, okay, and new scientists in the future. So I hope you can come up to new idea, okay, for neural network that can solve certain problem in a better accuracy and better performance. So some basic idea of the AI we require is, okay, we need to have a data, right? This is no way we can escape. So if we have a data, then we will do it some segment, okay, we will do it some category, okay. One category is for trainings, one category is for test, okay. So where we get the data, maybe we can generate it by programming, or maybe we can collect it by sensor, or maybe we can collect it by analyze from the image like a camera, okay. So this is we collect it, and also we can collect it through internet, right? So like you want to collect for the picture for the cat, you can go to download a lot of picture of the cat from internet, right? So this is the first step. We get the sample, we get the data, and we build this data for training and for testing purpose. Okay, then we do for the speculate. We actually doing the observation. Okay, the data similarity. Okay, so here I want to emphasize, I want to remind you, AI is not a solution. AI is not a solution. AI is just a technique. It's just a formula. And we use this formula in our project. The important thing is the project that we create. And AI will help this project to be smart, to be accurate, to be high performance. Understand? So the project itself, the application itself, is the ultimate things you created. And AI is a tool to help you. Okay? We cannot use AI itself to solve a problem. No, we use a problem solving application, then we use the AI to help in this application. Okay? Don't confuse. Okay? So today, your teacher or your boss want you to do a facial recognition. You can write a program to do the facial recognition, but maybe this is not so smart if you don't use AI. Okay, because using an AI, using a neural network, it can learn by itself. It can learn it and improve it every day, every time. Okay, so with AI, you make your program, you make your project, you make your application smarter. Okay, but AI cannot solve the problem by itself. AI is a help for solve problems. Understand? So we use on the sample data, and then we do for trainings. Okay, we trainings to find out the trends. Okay, by the statistical theory. So AI actually, like we mentioned in the 50, 60 years ago, we already have the idea and theory about how to make the decision tree, and through the statistical study, we can categorize, classification the data. Okay, and that is a little bit same like human thinking already. Okay, so the model, we use the formula, we make the formula based on the statistic, then we can do the similarity. Okay, and then we can do predicts. We can predict for the data. Okay, so this is a two-phase. Okay, how the statistics to do. First, we acquire for the data. Second, we speculate the data and estimate for the new data. Okay. So this is a very basic idea on how AI starts. Okay, so let me talk about some simple example. This one may take a little bit tough. I want you to be relaxed first, maybe a few seconds or 1 minute. Prepare yourself. Okay, get relaxed. Anyone want to go to toilet? No? Very focused. Okay. Okay. So let's start to talk about. We want to talk about or to find out this circle. Okay. We want to find out what is the formula to get this this circle. Okay. So basically, like we mentioned in the previous slide, we design for the formula. Okay, and this is a basic for AI, right? Before we add it into a neural network. Of course, now we know that we can use the 3 pi pi squared, pi r squared to get to know what is the area, what is the surface for this circle, right? But in the AI way, we start from statistics. Okay, we start from what the data we have. Okay, so now example, if you want to find the area, how big of this area in square meter or in the cm meter, okay, square cm. If we use the formula, we know pi r square is a formula, so we can calculate the radius, then we know what is the area. But in the AI, we use a different way. And there is a very, very famous way we call Monte Carlo method. So we just assign data. We just assign a dot, okay, of the location. Okay, let's say we assign 100 sample in this area. Okay, in any area, bigger or lesser than this, but we, of course, we have the boundary. We have the border. Okay, so we just assign the data. We just assign any sample. Then we start to build the formula. Based on this 100 sample. Then we can calculate how many number is inside the red color box and how many dots is inside the circle block. Okay, so now we can know about the area, the surface area of the circle, okay, by the red color box, okay, the red color box, this area, times this area divided by this box. Okay, so we don't use the formula that we already know in the that teacher teaching, because now we are trying to solve a new problem by AI, okay, by AI way. So the AI way, the first, we put the data. We try to generate the data. We just do a data. We just get the data. Okay. Then we find the relationship. We do the relationship formula. You see, this is a relationship formula between this box and this circle. Then we can calculate the sample and get the number. Okay. Then we know the relationship between the area of this circle and the relationship of the area of this red box. Remember, now we use the AI way to make the formula. Okay, to make the formula. So this formula, because why we need to make the formula? Because in AI we solve the problems without the static formula. Okay, there is no formula from someone to tell you how you solve this problem. Okay, most of the time we solve the problem by AI. We want to find the formula, the good formula, and this formula, if you train, you can connect with the good relationship and weightage. It built a very simple AI model. Okay, so the first job we do is we find the relationship and building a basic formula. Okay, so now if you want to have more accurate the formula, the relationship, we can put in more sample. And like we mentioned just now, the more data you prepare, the more data you get and you train in the AI model, it will be more accurate. Okay, for this example, like now, we increase from 100 sample to 10,000 sample. Okay, so you can see in this time we have only 100 sample. We can calculate by this dot and this formula. We get the result is around 3.24. The circle area is around 3.24. Okay, you can calculate it in real exercise. You can actually get this similar result. But if you improve your sample to 10,000, so now you see all your dot, all your sample is full, okay, in the square box, and also it is almost full in the round circle box. Okay, then you get the result of the formula. It tells you the result. The area is like a 3.1436. Okay, so it's very close to the pi value. The pi value is 3.141 something, right? So it's very close. So it's make your formula more accurate already. So you have more samples, your formula getting more accurate. Okay, so I give you another further example. Now you have the data, you collect the data, you collect the sample, like we said just now, the people counting the people come into the store every day. Okay, if you get only 10 sample, then it's very hard for you to predict. But if you get like a 1,000, 10,000 count per day, then in a month, in a 1 year, you can do a very good trends prediction. And here, our job as an engineer, find out the formula. Our job as an engineer is to find out the formula. What is the formula for this trend? Okay, so here we can start with putting the 100 sample. Then we try to build the plan. We try to build for the formula. Okay, so when the y is equals to a, like this dot times x, okay, plus b. So when the dot is coming to this, when we know the a is what, then we can predict what will be the y position. Okay, so let me explain again. Our job is to build the formula. Okay, so how we build the formula? We put in the sample, and then we see about the trends. We see about the speculation of the data. How is speculate? Until we find a good trends or good looking, then we can define the formula. Okay, so this is a step, okay, like how we start to build the formula. Okay, so we can make a, based on this data, we can draw the middle, okay, maybe the middle band of this data, okay, a means or average, okay, of this data. Then we can start to build the formula. This is formula is talking about, explain about the relationship between the data and the other data. And anytime you pick one new data come in with your formula, it explain accurately and correctly. Okay, so our job is to build a formula. Then we can take any sample, then we test our formula. We test it. Okay, and we want to get it to be correctly. So we also, sometimes our formula maybe have some bias, or we can call it a loss. Okay, So, but this is acceptable or not. So if we can set a acceptable range, okay, if we get in a sample, okay, and it's correctly defined by our formula to tell us the result, then okay, we can accept it. So now this is a sample for building the formula based on 100 sample, and we get the formula y equals to 2x plus 1. Okay, this is the blue color line. This you draw. If you draw in Excel or you draw in the MATLAB, you'll get this line, this formula. Okay, at the same time, you can draw this line and you get back this formula also. So we know always the more sample, it gives us a more accurate formula, right? It gives us a more accurate formula. So you see, if this is red color line, it's the perfect formula. The red color is a perfect formula. So, but we have only 10 sample. We have only 10 sample. Then maybe we get the formula form up in the blue color line. So it have a bias. It have the bigger the value, the more sample, then the value might be biased more. Okay, but if we get more sample, our formula may be very close to the perfect formula. Okay, so I repeat again, our job is to build the formula based on the sample, based on the data that we have. Okay, so the more data, then we can have a more accurate formula. Okay, and that is actually, it can take you a lot of time to make it, tune it perfect. So sometimes the data is not come in by one dimension. Sometimes it come by many dimensions. Then we need to build more complex formula. Okay, like in this time, you see, the data not only consider the y and x, okay, the y dimension and also the x1 and x2 dimension. Okay, so like just now you see, right, we talk about the more input we get, the more accurate for our AI model. So of course, we always try to consider more input, and the more input, it draw a more dimension and it becomes a more complicated formula. Okay, so against 10 sample of data, it gives you the formula, or you can find out the formula maybe have not so accurate. But the more data, you can build up the formula very, very close to the perfect formula. Okay. So now, this is an important milestone, important breakthrough for you to understand how computer to recognize image. Okay, so now if we have a picture, we want the computer to recognize this is the number. Of course, everyone see this. What is this number? Can you type in the chat room? If someone cannot type, then okay, I think maybe you have some problem now. Okay, good. But computer cannot know. Computer will not know when you send this picture and save in your hard disk and you ask, can you tell me what is this number? Cannot. Especially everyone write differently. Today you write this way and tomorrow maybe you write a little bit sharper or maybe you write another. So it's very difficult. So what we do? We want to build a formula. Again, we want to build a formula. So how we build a formula, the idea is we can cut this picture into the many small blocks. Okay, in many cases, we use the pixel of the picture. Pixel, every dot of the picture. Okay, we cut it into like in our example, we cut it into 28 blocks times 28 blocks. Okay, we cut this into 28 blocks in X and 28 blocks in Y. So it comes up to 784 small blocks of this picture. Okay, so we can cut this picture into 784 blocks. Then we find the relationship. We find the relationship between this box and this box. We find the relationship between this box with this box. We find the relationship this box with every box. Okay, every box. Okay, we also find the relationship between this box with other box. The relationship, you know relationship, right? Okay. Then we build a formula based on the relationship. Then we know if you're drawing a 4, it can be this block like this and this block, and then it can be like this. As long as this and this have to be white color. You know the relationship about 4. This and this will be relevant and similar. Okay, like in our case, we use only black and white color. Okay, so black and white color means if we want to recognize this number and we train the formula for find out the relationship, then it will tell, okay, we use this formula, we can tell every time you draw something like this, every time, let me draw for you. Sorry. I draw a pen. Okay, every time you draw something like this, okay, this is too small. How can I put a bigger? Okay, I use Indonesian. Okay, so every time you see something like this, okay, there is a relationship between this block and this block, and this relationship is defined in our formula. Then it have the output. Okay, it have the output. Then we compare this one and this one, this one and this one, this block and this block, and you know in this block there will be somehow all is a white color. Okay, it's a bottom line of the 4, and maybe there is a straight line, okay, of the white color. Then this relationship, the AI model will tell you this is like a look-alike number 4. Okay, maybe I confident about 80%. This is a number 4. Okay. So I do example again. Another example, let's say now I draw. Let me draw. Can I draw this? Let's say I draw number 1. Okay, I draw number 1 here. Okay, so again, I try to build a formula. I try to build a formula, and this formula will find the relationship between all these blocks, all these blocks. Okay, and now I have the formula. I will test this formula. Now the formula want to recognize this is 1. They will find if this is a 1, it should have a straight line. Okay, so that means in this block, sorry, in this block and this block and this block and this block, it should be have a drawing. It should be have a white color, and the other side is black color. So when we come into the formula, then the formula will tell you this is look alike number 1. Do you understand? Our formula is define the relationship between all these blocks, and we cut this picture into many blocks. Understand? then this formula will recognize the relationship between the blocks. And they will tell you the result, no matter it's a classification or no matter it's the direct output. And of course, if you have a complicated formula, you need a good design of neural network so that you can utilize all the compute power. Okay, so I don't talk about the neural network now. I talk about the formula AI models. Okay, so again, I think this is a two example. We talk about number 4 and number 1. So I hope you can think now. You can think about if you draw a 0, okay, how it break into 784 blocks, and all the blocks relationship. A 0 block, what is the relationship between all the blocks? Then the computer, the formula can recognize this is a 0 number. Okay, I hope you think about this now. Okay, then you really know how the picture, how the image process is work in the computer, because the computer only can process formula. So any question for now? I want to slow down here. Any picture, now you can imagine any number, maybe 3 or number 4, or number 5, number 6, number 10. Okay, we cut this block, we cut this picture into 784 blocks. Of course, can we cut more blocks? Yes, we can. But the more blocks, we need more computing power to process. Logic, right? It's a logical. So we can cut smaller block or not? We can cut a lesser block or not? Yes, we can cut to 4 block by 4 block, or we can cut to 10 block by 10 block. Can, no problem. But it depends on the accuracy. It will affect in the accuracy. Okay, so nobody said must be 28 block. Okay, this is just some scientists, they like this number, so they can cut into 28 blocks. Okay, maybe you like 88, you can cut into 88 blocks, no problem. But the more blocks you have, you need more computing power, and maybe you take longer time to recognize this image. Okay, so for the image processing, we cut the picture into many blocks, and we define the formula, find the relationship, and get the confidence of how this relationship tell you what is the result there. And it will require to provide more sample data to make the accuracy better and better. Okay, I want to move on. So if you have a question, then please leave it to the question session later on. We have almost like 17 minutes to go, and I will leave this exercise for you to think, okay, until tomorrow. What is my mouse? Okay, so now you see there is a project. Okay, there is a project that scientists in a university, okay, they build for the recognize about the number, only the digit, okay, for recognize how people writing number 0 to number 9. Okay, so the professor, the researcher collect data of 10,000 sample. Okay, and for the actually total is they got is 70,000 example, 70,000 of this writing. Okay, then he built a formula. And this is only a grayscale. That means it is like a 16 color. Okay, 16 level of the color from black to white. So This project, after he finished, he trained the AI. He get quite a good accuracy, and this project is named okay, the project is named MSIST. So you can Google this name and you can find out, okay, this is the data set that they collect, and it is actually, you can download this data to train and to build your formula. Okay, you can download this, and this is a famous data set, and you can use in your project, like you want to recognize a PDF or you want to recognize the scan file in the bank, okay, or in the factory or in a store. Okay, you want to recognize the people writing, you can download this data set. Okay, you just Google search this. Okay, and only that this data set have a 70,000 sample, and you can cut 60,000 to train your AI, and then you can use another 10,000 for doing a test, see whether it's correct, accurate or not accurate. So you decide the AI formula and you decide for the neural network. And maybe you have a very good idea, you have a very innovative, you have a very brilliant idea. You can make the recognition AI on this number recognition in a very fast speed and also very accurate performance. And now we almost come to the end of our class. I will leave for the last session for discuss and also the Q&A. And next tomorrow when we come, sorry, not tomorrow, the next training class, I want you to come back to think about this picture again. How the computer to recognize this is number 4, and how it recognize if we change this to number 9. Okay. Okay, so next class we will be think about this again, because the next class we will talk about picture image processing. It will be like 10 times more complicated, but the basic idea is the same. The idea is the same. That's why we start to talk about the number, okay, recognized by the AI. Okay. Thank you very much, and I very hope you are very enjoy and relax and learning about this, the basic and the difference about the AI, machine learning, and deep learning. And you know now, everything we talk about AI now is actually a deep learning technique. Okay, because we will use neural network. Okay, so we use neural network because it can be have a very good performance, and it can help to us for easy to build the formula in more accurate. Okay, we can train it and train it and train it to get the very near to perfect formula. And we can do it always. As long as we have a new data, we have more data, okay, and we keep on collecting the data, we will get a very smarter and better, faster AI model. Okay, so I'm finished here. So it's free time, free and easy time. You can ask more questions, or you want to ask for, actually you can download the slide, okay, that we have today from this link, or you receive in your email already. If you already check, we have some staff send you the email to remind for the class. Okay, do you happy today? Do you happy to learn about AI, or this is too simple for you? Okay, we can unmute now, and we are going to end it soon. It's too quiet. I really feel like I very feel like strange. Okay. So, you know, I try to make this is a very complicated idea, but we try to make it a simple understand. Okay, so if you can going to read again today's slide, it's not much, it's just about 5 or 6 slides. Then the step to step let you to go into the image analysis and statistical about AI. So remember, our job, no matter you are engineer, no matter you will be a programmer, no matter you will be the scientist, your job is to solve a problem. Okay, so we need to identify the problem first. Okay, what the problem we want to solve. Then we start to collect the data. We want to keep the data related to the problem. Then when we have the data, we can start to speculate the data, and we think about the relationship of the data. Then finally, we will find the formula to define the relationship of all this data. When we have the formula, bingo, you start to build a foundation of the AI model. Then what you need is to test your formula. So you can start to put into a neural network. And with the neural network help, you can have to test your AI model. You build an AI model, is a set. It's like a 100 set or maybe 10,000 set of the formula you build up. Okay, and it can calculate in every computing node in the neural network. And then we get the result. And that is all the story about AI. It looks simple, right? It's very simple. And we are in the new age. We are in this technology age. We have a smartphone. We have many computers. And every is because of the computing power. It is so powerful now. Okay. And we can buy the computing power in a very cheap price. So we can do many projects. Then it comes to, you know, IoT. Every place we want to put a computer. We want to put a computer in a car. We want to put a computer into our TV. We want to put our computer into the tollway. We want to put the computer in our table to make it smarter. So you have a smart car. You have a smart table. You have a smart glass. Okay, everything is smart because you put the computer there. And computer is become cheaper and cheaper. Right? So enjoy and evolve, embrace this new AI age. Okay, so I'm very thankful and I'm very happy to join with you tonight, and I will see you again on the next 2 days. Next Monday, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So let me go back to see the schedule. Okay, we see again in Mondays, and we will start to the number 4. Remember, maybe you will remember this number 4 forever. Okay, so before you come to join the trainings, I want you to think about number 4, how the computer, how to build the formula, how the relationship, okay, between each block and each block, and define this is number 4. Okay, I'm finished my lecture here, and thank you very much. Hello everyone, how are you today? How is the weather in Thailand? Wow, I see some we have seen some very nice background. So are you tired today? Thanwarat. Okay. Kun have Bang Phu Panukon. It's good to see you again here over the internet. Today we will going through the slide. We are going through the concept, and I will start to have some hands-on. So you will have some exercise to do, but not so complicated. It's very easy, and you'll need to do some tests. Okay, just to use the online Jupyter Lab. Okay, but I'm not sure that everyone is ready or we still have to be wait for a while. So can you wait or you cannot wait anymore? We must start now. Can you let me know? Hi, Bolton. Wow, it's very happy. Okay, so I just coming back. I think no one will actually helping me to talk with you. Okay, but we still have two engineers from Thailand. Pumin, can you raise your hand? Okay, so if you have any question, can you raise your hand? Okay, so if you have a question, you can type in English or you can type in Thai, okay, to them, and they can support you. And we have Pumin and also Chawalat, Tan Chawalat, okay. So they are assistant for the class. So later on, we will have to use the online Jupyter Lab. So we might have some technical support you might ask. So yeah, please check with them, and also you can talk, okay, while we having a Q&A and break. AP is API, okay. Thank you, parallel by, okay. So let me start the class, okay, without further delay. So I just to remind again, our class, to avoid the drag and delay, we will mute the all of your mic during the lesson, and we will having the Q&A, and we will have some interactive time, so you can unmute and talk during that time. During the lesson, if you have the question, then please put into the chat room. Then later on, Pumin and also Tawaras will help to bring up your question, and you can ask during that time. Okay. So please show your face, so that we are same like in the class, like you are in the school. So you can look at your friend and see what they're doing. Okay, a little bit gossip. Okay, so I just recap back last week. We talked about the three types: artificial intelligence, and then the machine learning, and then the deep learning. Okay, so the biggest changes and the biggest development for the AI is we have the deep learning. Okay, around 2012, we have a very big breakthrough about the new convolution neural network and the recurring convolution neural network, and we have a very some very exciting project to build up during that time. So we also talk about the machine learning categorized about the supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and also the reinforcement learning. So hopefully you still can remember supervised. We will do the label. We have to do the tag manually, and we need to have a data scientist. We need to have some expert that is a good in maybe image or maybe good in data to help us to do the tagging. For the unsupervised is without the tagging, so we use the algorithms. Okay, try to classify the data by itself using the algorithm. So reinforcement will be based on the situation and also the data fitting. We will adjust the algorithm automatically based on the condition. Okay, so we also talk about what will be the why we call neural network. Okay, why we call neural network? Because the design of the formula, design of the concept, that how the computer going to compute is very similar to the neuron cell. Okay, so just a very remember that we have several input, and we will have a different weightage, and we will run by our algorithms. Then we will have an alternative output. So we combine with many of the neuron cell, then it be built up to the input layer and output layer, and also the hidden layer in between. So the hidden layer can be at least 1 or 2 or 3 layers. Then you will see about the performance on your deep learning performance. Okay, and of course you can always keep on to change about the weightage and also the formula. So remember, we talk about this black bear, and we talk about the first of the job is we try to extract the features of the data. Okay, so the features of the data is to represent what are the output belongs for this data. Okay, then we talk about how we can using the neural network going to be extract the features and also doing the relationship, okay, between the data number 1 to data number 30 or something like that. Okay, then through the relevancy of the data, we can ranking, okay, the output, the similarity of the features, okay, according to our neural network, okay, output. Okay, we also remind that about the 3 major factors for the AI that we're going to build. So of course, we need to have the data. We need to have a design for the model, and this is most of the time is our jobs. Okay, and of course, we need to build up for the neural network. However, there are many neural network that we're going to be seeing today. It's already built by many projects, so we can utilize to use their network. Okay, because that will be quite easy. We just want to prove the difficult part, which is the AI models. Okay. So we also coming back to recap about what is actually AI we trying to develop. It's actually trying to build the formula. We try to build a formula for recognizing, okay, based on the data we got, then we can know what is actually that. And based on the algorithm, we also can be let the AI model keep on learning and getting more and more accurate. Okay, so it starts from acquiring the data, and we try to speculate the data trends. Okay, so when we speculate the data, we will see we can form out the formula like this way. Okay, so we use the box, okay, or diagram to represent, okay, the formula. So like we want to find out the area of the circle, we are using the circle area equals to the red color blocks, okay, area times the circle area nodes, okay, divide by the box nodes. That means how many dots in the inside the square table, the square box, and also how many dots is inside the circular box. So this is a represent for the formula, and this is our main job, okay, to build the formula. And this will be a key important job for building the AI model, and that will be your own intelligence and your own intellectual property, IP. Okay. So as we also remind that we have the more data, then we can form the formula is more accurate. Okay. So like this is an exercise we did last week, and basically we have the data plotting, then we try to form the formula. So if we form the formula, then it probably will be like that. And with the more sample, then we can form a more accuracy. You can see the difference. If 10 sample, we might form the formula like this. And with the 100 sample, we will be form a formula that is very close to the perfect formula. Okay. So this is in a very simple explanation about why we do about the AI. It's actually forming the formula, or we call algorithm. So the more input we have to factor in about the data, then the more complicated about the formula we're going to be formed. And against the more data, we can form a more accurate formulas, and it can be explained and always get the right output. So this is in an accuracy manner. Okay. So today, the last of on the last week lesson is we talk about this picture and how we really let the computer to recognize this is number 4. So as we spend a lot of time to explain about the relationship, okay, about each block. So eventually we need to cut this picture. No matter big picture, small picture, we want to cut the picture to be the smaller pieces. And of course, the more smaller pieces, the more accurate we can have. However, if we have too many pieces, like we have 1 million or 10 million of the pieces, then we will need more processing time, and it also will have a very heavy loading to our neural network, and it requires more powerful, computing power also. So the final answer or final clue about how the computer can recognize this is number 4 is actually to define the relationship between each block to the others. Okay, so all of the color change, or the pixel change about the boxes, then we know this can be represented to what number, and that will become out to the output similarity. So we can justify based on this box, how this number will look like the most. Okay, AI will not tell you this is number 4, but the AI will tell you this is 95% I confident this is a number 4. Okay, so then it will say this maybe will be number 7, but I have only confidence 0.2%. Understand? So of course we always trust the highest confidence that the computer AI giving to us. Okay, so this is about the accuracy, and as we explain again, if we cut the box into a multiple smaller box and find the relationship, we need to go through every box, one by one. So we will have the formula start from 1 until to 784 blocks, and then to find the result output. Then we will combine all the output, in the output neural network layer. We will get to know what is the estimate result, of this picture. So now it's the same story, but we come to the much more complicated picture, like you see the Super Mario example. So when you see this with the red head, with the big nose, with this we so-called a workman suit, then we know this is a Super Mario, right? But the computer definitely won't able to recognize this. So how we do? Actually, you can see that we need to cut this picture a lot, and we want to having the feature extraction like the ear, the nose, the head, the eye, and also the face, and also the shirt. So this one we need to extract the features. However, there are also many other objects in the picture. So you can imagine if we want to recognize this picture, it is too difficult for computer to recognize. But AI now we can do. How? Of course, first we want to extract this picture into 3 color, red, green, and blue, instead of black and white. So because if this is not a red hat, this is a green hat, then it might be another, not Mario, maybe another character. So we can extract it into a color into 3 dimension, red, green, and blue, and we also can multiple blocks, and then we can compare the relationship between each pixel. So you can see we also, even we just do like a very small picture, like this is only 160 pixel in the height, and this is weight is 210 pixel. This is a very, very low resolution picture. But if we extract all the data put into the calculation, then you see we need to use the 210 multiplied by 160, the weight multiplied by h, and then also we need to multiply by 3 colors. So after we want to put into formula, we have to be having the calculation for 100,800 times. So that means we need at least 100,800 CPU, 100,800 CPU. So usually we don't have that many CPU, and that will cost us too much. But we can break to every computer node, or every computer using a GPU. And GPU easily we can have 1,000 GPU per GPU card. okay, or 2000. So at least we can run it for a while, okay, like 1 second we run for 2000 or 4000, then we can finish this in 25 seconds, okay, or etc. So we also need to find a relationship between each pixel. Then this will be quite a big job. So eventually, there are some people, we have some scientists or some researcher, we can think of some simpler way, okay, some simpler way to recognize a smaller part, okay, of the picture instead of to the whole picture. But originally, the AI, when we start to run the AI, our idea is just, oh, we have to be compare every part. And that's why we take a very huge computing power and also a lot of time just to find out a small picture to recognize, okay, the picture. So imagine if we want to recognize a video, that will be around 25 to 30 picture in 1 second. So the picture will accumulate more and more, and you will have a forever infinity times to find out what is that object inside the picture, okay, or inside that video. So we need to have a more idea, better idea. So what is the idea? We can think it. Of course, we can amplify, okay, just amplify what we want and what we don't want, okay, we can remove or amplify what we don't want, okay, so it will left what we want. So this is the idea that, hey, in the picture, like this picture, we will be, what we want is this Mario, to recognize this Mario, okay, then all the other pixel we just remove, we don't want to calculate it, so we will filter it out before we send into the neural network, okay. So this is a one great idea, okay. So the others is also we can drop unneeded one, okay. So in the previous picture, like here, we can immediately we can detect the box, okay. We can do some detection on the color change, and then we can think, right, maybe this picture or this block of the color or this picture is not related to what we want to find. For example, our project is just want to find out, detect the human body or human person. So everything in the picture that doesn't look like a human, we just remove it, okay. So we need to not only to use the computing power, we need to have some innovation idea to solve a problem, right? So here give you some direction, okay. Not only this is the innovation, so we will have no limitation, or we will have no restriction on the innovation. And I believe all of you will have much better innovation than old people like us. Okay, so here is some explanation that what we do when we combine both finding out the amplifying what we want and also we dropping what we don't want. Finally, here come out the neural network that we call a big idea changes, a big idea evolution, okay, called the convolution neural network. Okay, so in the picture, okay, we want to amplify what we want, and we will do it a convolutional checking on the features like ear, mouth, nose, okay, colors, okay, and we also want to reduce the scale of what we want to find in this picture, okay. So the output, like the output is always like we have the define output, like we want to solve this problem for detect human, then we only find a human. We won't detect the cat in the same picture. So you see, usually the AI is not really so smart, okay. As you see, we have one picture, we have to be choose, give and take. We have to be choose what we want the AI to do, okay. We cannot say AI can do everything, okay, because that will be involved so much dimension that we need to consider, and so much computing power, and so much complicated about the AI formula we want to build. So usually we try to just to solve a simpler situation, okay, like finding the human or finding the character or finding the animal inside the picture. All right. So finally, we have a 108,000 possible combination. But our question is simple. We want to find what is this game, okay, or what is this picture will more look like what game, okay? So we can extract the main features, okay? The main important blocks here is a Super Mario block. So we just need to define that everything look like Super Mario. And remember, we have the features. We need to define the features of the Super Mario, right? So in order to have a complete Super Mario, you know, we need to have a head, we need to have a nose, we need to have an ear. So like this green color blocks or the gold color blocks, it doesn't look like having an ear, it doesn't look like having a head, then we can drop it, okay? And the center one is look like we have all the element that we want, all the feature we want, then we amplify it. So we combine these two operations running in the neural network, then this is what we call convolution neural network. And convolution neural network is actually helping a lot, okay, in running our formula, okay, and getting the result output much faster than normal linear computing. Okay. So we will do convolution. Okay, means we want to amplify, okay, the objects that we want, okay, and we try to let the neural network learning and getting the weight of the AI formula, okay, to be more faster, then we can actually doing the decrease, okay, the scale of the picture, okay. So we can do this first, then coming back to this, okay. So basically, the first of our job, when we design for neural network or when we want to let the neural network, okay, to be more efficiency or to be more faster or save some timings, actually we can do a smaller scale of this picture, okay, like this one, we do 32 by 16. So finally we get only 1 to 512 calculation only. So by this one, then we can blocking this object out, and when we come back to this big picture, we just want to find out these blocks, okay, and try to detect this block is a more classified or more confidence to be what kind of character or cartoon character, okay. So before we really doing the relationship of the whole picture, we can do the scale down, okay. Then we can do a scale down, then we define the area of interest. We can define the area of interest. Then the area of interest, it will come back to the actual neural network, okay, then it will be compare each of the color, each of the pixel in a more accurate or more precision way. You understand? So instead of when we start from the whole picture, okay, maybe this can be bigger and bigger picture, like now we use a smartphone. It can be like a full HD or even 4K or even higher resolution. So before we go to process for the whole big picture, why not we just extract the area of interest, okay, or the blocks. So we can actually finding the interest area by using a smaller scale, and that one we call drop another one, okay. And of course, by defining the interest blocks, okay, we still have a lot of pixel one to process. We still have a lot of pixels. Okay, so you can see this is a much smarter idea. Okay, So instead of we want to run all the 100,800 variable, we just do 512 variable first, then we coming back to this area. Okay, then the calculation time will be much faster. Okay, before I go that, can I check whether you have any question or you want to write to about the Q&A? This is an important concept because actually the next slide also will be explained. One moment. I cannot. Okay, sorry, come back. So just now about the Super Mario. So we talk about the we want to define the interesting area of the picture, like the full picture. So again, the same things like here. If you remember, if we want to recognize the bear, sorry, then we need to recognize the features like they have a nose, they have a V color, white color, and they have the nose. Okay, they have the eye. So this is all called features. And actually, we can do the feature as extraction, and we can matching the interest area in this picture. Okay, so we mapping. Okay, so when we define, okay, all this area of the interest, we just want to extract the features, then we coming back to the next layer. Then we only pass this interesting area to the next layer. We don't need to pass the whole picture to the next layer, okay, of the neural network. Okay, so you see, if you're coming back to the neural network, you know, it always have the many dot like this, and then it connect to many layer, right? So the point is, we can design the formula, or we can design, okay, whether we want to pass what information to the next layer. Okay, so in here, so basically we want to recognize this is what animal. So we will define, we might need to do the trainings, okay, on our formula, and we need to do a lot of features extraction. Okay, so each features we will define like the triangle nose is belong to cat, and also belong to bear, and also belong to panda. Panther, not panda. Okay, and then if this is a black and white color animal, this is also maybe more related to panda. Or if this is also dog, also cat also have a black and white, right? So we also need to extract the other features. So we collect all these features. It become too important comparison for us. But each features, they have a different weightage. Okay, so different weightage will define how the neural network to define the result in the output like this. Okay, we can say 0.01, okay, 0.03, 0.91. Okay, this is you see, each node is just a formula. So it come out, the result is also mathematical result. Okay, so during this process, we call convolution and pooling, okay, of the neural network. Okay, and in this process, we actually connect it to the neural network, and it's actually designed on how many layers, depends on projects. Okay, so in some neural network projects, we have up to 197 layers. Some project we have 500 layers. Okay, but of course, you know, the bigger the layers, the bigger nodes, you actually need to spend more money to build the computer center or also the data center. Okay, so people always need to find a good idea that, hey, how can we make the computing neural network behind in a reasonable or in an affordable way, okay, that we can afford. Okay, like it can compute how many nodes in one time, and it can be processed how many image in one time. So the idea before is how can we have a better idea that just to extract what area of the picture, then we can get the result in the more faster way, okay, and more accurate way. Okay, so here is you look at the neural network. We look at this corner first. We look at this corner first. This is very typical. We always see when we talk about neural network. Okay, and the yellow color is the input layer and the red color is the output layer. So in between here, how many layer, it doesn't matter. Okay, it just depends on how many money you have. Okay, and how much, what is the critical is not only money also, but is what the problem you want to solve. You want to let this neural network to resolve. Okay, so each neural network, okay, they have their specific purpose. They design the neural network have their own purpose, that to have the best performance, okay, for that purpose. Okay, so of course, the input layer, we can start from here. This is in the amplified, how we look at this, the neural network. So we will have the picture. Let's say we use a picture as the example. So when we use the picture, then we can have many input. Okay, like we have the Mario example. We can break down the input one picture into 512 pixel. So 512 pixel we can put in as a 512 input node. Okay, 512 input node, then we will define the weightage of each node. Okay, then we define the relationship. Okay, like we said, we define for the formula, right? So we define the formula in between, and the neural network will be calculate. It will perform the jobs, okay, just to calculate and calculate and calculate. Like we press the calculator and calculate and calculate, then pass to the next layer. Okay, but during the design of the calculation, we also can be adjusting based on the result that we have in this layer. We can adjust the next we call a parameter. Okay, so first the relationship, then the second the relationship come out, maybe the features, like they compare several blocks. This is look like number 4. Then we will say number 4 is how important in the license plate recognition. Okay, so if this is a number and this is important, then we may put in a higher weightage. Then in here, then we'll pass to the next layer. Finally, we can recognize what is this number plate, all the character combined. And it will tell you look like, this is look like ABC 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So here might be recap a lot, but basically this is example, one of the example of the neural network. So VGG is quite many generation. So it's followed by the year that they design for this neural network. Okay. So you will see a lot of this kind of picture when they want to explain about the neural network. Okay, but this how this picture look like. Of course, the first is we want to see the 224 times 224 times 3. That means this network can only accept the picture that is a 224 in weight and 224 in height and 3 color picture. Okay, so this is as an input layer. Then they will break down. Okay, they will break down to the pre-processing. Okay, so before if we have a picture, we just take a picture in our phone. Can we direct feed into this neural network? Of course not. We need to do a pre-processing. Okay, pre-processing like scale down or remove the color to be 3 color only. Okay, then we can start to fit into this neural network, and in here you can see actually they will start to mapping, okay, 1 pixel by 1 pixel, and in the next mapping they can do by 112 and 112, okay, the blocks only. But as long as the blocks they have some they have some interesting features or interesting object we want, then it will pass to the next layer. Okay, which is 56 times 56. Okay, so it will pass to next and next until we get the result. Okay, the similar result. So you can see here we can combine a few network, and here we have some so-called decision tree. Okay, this is a complete neural network that we combine convolution. Okay, we do pooling. Okay, and we also doing some netted and ILU. Then finally we do the decision tree to do the classification of this picture. So you can see from this picture is actually detecting a car. Okay, so a car, you need to have a wheel, you need to have a door, you need to have a glass. Okay, and then you can recognize by color. So this is an example, okay, of how a neural network feeding from the input, okay, and then how finally it become to the AI tell you this is a car, okay, this is not a cat, okay, it's by the decision tree and classification. Okay, and how they do classification is based on the features, okay, that we define, okay, in the formula already. Okay, that's why we need to do a teaching, okay, and training before we need to AI really can perform our job. Okay, so here is the history about the convolution neural network, and you can see there is so many blocks. That means so many people is deciding for many projects. Okay, some projects in the same color, they are actually similar projects but enhanced further. Okay, so we start for the CNN. Okay, on I think 1989, 1988 something. Okay, then it developed to LENet and then come to AlexNet. So AlexNet is a very huge breakthrough because AlexNet they have a sufficient neural network and we have enough computing power. And the idea is we really need to separate between the features extraction, pooling, and also the amplifying. Okay, so when human is successful to build the AlexNet, why we say this is a big breakthrough, because we can have a quite acceptable accuracy and also the performance. Okay, we don't need to wait like 3 days to get the picture recognized. Okay, so at this breakthrough, eventually we have a good acceptable result. Okay, in the next 2 slides, we will talk about the accuracy and the performance, okay, of each AI model, but it's also related to the neural network that we're talking about. So AlexNet is a big breakthrough, and you see we can say this is the new start for AI, okay, since AlexNet. Okay, because of this big breakthrough, everyone is so excited and motivated. They invest more resource and they invest more time and more people, more money, going to develop more improvement, okay, of the neural network, okay, especially based on the AlexNet. So eventually everyone have their own different objective, or they have a different purpose, okay, different problem to resolve, right? So your problem is not my problem is not her problem. So everyone have their own focus, and of course this is very good because everyone can focus on certain things. So like the first one, VGG is focusing on deeper network structure. So they build more deeper and deeper layer, and now we can have 500 more layer of the neural network. But of course, you know, if you send a picture or you send data going to 500 layer, you know, it takes time to finish all the calculation in 500 layers. So the benefit of the deeper layer is you will get a very high accuracy. Okay, you will have a very high, more precise. Okay, even your AI model or your formula is not so accurate. Okay, so it always will give you the more close to the your design. okay, formula result. Okay, however, you know, if you send a picture, okay, to this neural network and it takes a longer time, sometimes it cannot be accepted. So someone is improve, okay, for the convolution. Okay, so like for example, NIN and then become to Google LENet, and then it become to injection V3 and injection V4. Okay, and finally, actually this is like almost 5 years ago. Okay, they have these projects, and recent year they combine these two network, okay, and become to ResNet. And ResNet is the very powerful that we have enough layer, and we also have performance for the convolution. Then we can do a lot of generic projects, okay, and you don't need to worry about how to design a better network. You can use it already. Okay, you can use it already. Okay, and many of this neural network design is open source. So if you have very rich money or you have a lot of budget, you can build your own data center and you to run this network in your own data center. But if you don't have, like we are students, how we can use? Yes, we still have some chance. We can use some of the neural network that is a resource provided for education purpose. Okay, like later on we will use one of it, like Advantech. We also do some education program. Okay, then you have some simple, or you have a very few computing power you can use. Okay, but after all, you can connect back to the neural network. Okay, that is already defined, already designed in overseas. Okay, so the other two network that we will actually use it a lot. Okay, especially RCNN and fast RCNN and faster RCNN. So you know this is a purpose is for the classification and also the object detection. And to be frank, this is a very widely used technology because people want to recognize the objects by the video camera, by the picture, okay, that we take. And there is a lot of application we will use using the image processing, okay, to recognize an object. So for example, like we want to use the X-ray machine, take the lungs checking, then whether we can detect this is a COVID or not. Okay, so we need a very good neural network, and it's focusing on detecting the white dot, okay, in the lung. Okay, so this is a one good example that how the classification or object detection, and this neural network you use it more and more, especially when we want to take the videos, okay, and we want to recognize the object in the video, like CCTV camera. We want to detect there is a car or there is a person, okay, and it can learn by itself day to day. Then this neural network, okay, is a very good for us to use, and we don't need to develop the neural network by ourselves. Okay, so the other example is depends on the function like injection V2, okay, FCN, STN, CNN plus, okay, LSTM. So this is for a different other purpose. It's not in categorized. Okay, but you can see this three is they have a categorized. It's for improvement. Okay, for that purpose. So we come to Q&A, and we also take a short break, like 10 minutes, and we will come back by 8 p.m. But now, yeah, you can open up your mic, and also you can have a talk, or you can raise a question before during now until 8 p.m. Okay. No question, nobody want to talk. Okay, only me to talk. Okay, Chawalas. Fumin, can you unmute yourself? Say hi to them and you can.
Hi Hello สวัสดีครับ
ค่ะน้องๆคนไหนมีคำถามอะไรไหมคะ อันนี้จบครึ่งแรกไปแล้วเนาะ ตอนนี้พักเบรกก็ถ้าใครมีคำถามก็เปิดไมค์ได้เลยนะคะ หรือว่าจะพิมพ์แชทมาก็ได้เนื้อหายากไหมเอ่ย
You want to explain more about this? This idea, I think, is a very good idea that how we explain about the neural network. Okay, because we don't just simply stupid to let the every of the computer CPU just to recognize all the picture and connect to the relationship like the previous easy example. Okay, recognize a number 4 or number or handwriting is like a super easy job. Okay, but when it come to the picture like this, it's actually we need to much smarter idea and much better performance. Okay, compare. Okay, so the first thing is we do the feature extraction. We do the features. We define a human must have a 2 eye, 2 ear, nose and mouth and head and hair, and then the 2 hands, and then the body and also the leg. So this one, all these features combined, it becomes to one human, right? But the similar combination, it can be a bear also. So bear also have 2 eyes, have 2 ears, okay, have a head, have a mouth, have a nose, have 2 hands and 2 legs, have a body. So this is a bear, but this is not human. So how to differentiate? It's actually differentiate on the features itself. Okay, so like human ear and the bear ear is different, right? It doesn't look different. So the relationship we can define in the formula, they have come out the output to be much different weightage. Okay, for example, like now we define the formula is to find out the human. So we can put the human ear, it look like this will be have a high score. But when we see the ear for the bear, like this, it doesn't look like human ear. So we can give a low score like a 0.1 or 0.2. Okay, so after all these features coming to the network, then it will further analyze and it will give the score. Then from the score, we always can have a lot of the possible recognition in our AI. Okay, but we always only trust the biggest, the highest score only. Okay, so Chawalat, you may explain more, or Pumin, you can explain more. You can talk more with them in Thai, no problem.
ค่ะมีใครแบบว่ายังงงๆไหมคะตรงนี้ ถามได้เลยนะ
ตอนนี้ยังไม่สงสัยค่ะทีเชอร์ไม่ติดสอนดีค่ะ
อ๋อโอเคค่ะ
อยากถามด้วยครับคือ
ค่ะ
ไอกระบวนการของ convolution กับไอตัวของ PCA ใน machine learning นี่มันคล้ายกันใช่ไหมครับมันเป็นแบบคล้ายๆกันใช่ไหมครับ
เดี๋ยวให้แมทริกตอบเนาะเดี๋ยวพี่ให้แมทริกตอบนะคะแมทริกคะ
Yep.
ค่ะ
Can you
we have a question
yeah
yes เมื่อกี้น้องคนไหนถามนะคะ
ครับศิวราชครับ
ศิวราชนะโอเคค่ะ เมื่อกี้คำถามก็คืออะไรนะ ระหว่าง
PCA ใน machine
PCA
learning
ใน machine learning ค่ะ กับ
เปรียบเทียบกับตัวของ convolutional ใน neural network คล้ายๆกันใช่ไหมครับ
อือฮึค่ะMatrix น้องศิวรัตน์ถามว่าask ไม่ใช่ ลืม
question mark
what the difference between PCA in machine learning and convolutional neural network?
Okay, PCA is a technique we can use and we can don't use in a neural network. In a neural network, like we mentioned in this chart, in the final network layer, we can use the PCA or we can use softmax or we can use the other decision tree method or classification method in statistics before it go to the final output layer. So it's like in here, I already summarized like this layer, and this layer, they summarize, okay, about this picture have a wheel, this picture have a door, this picture have a window. So it come to this layer, it will make like a decision. This will be look alike to be a car, or this will be look like a train, or this will be look like aeroplane, right? So PCA is the part can be a part of the neural network. Okay, it can be the part, and of course we have many other statistic method. Okay, decision tree we can use, not only PCA. All right. So it depends on what is the best way we can categorize, and it's connect to our formula before it come to the output. So if you look for this layer, then the PCA will be in this layer, the last layer before it go to the output. Actually, you see the output here, they need to have all the classification, and they need to do they want to put in the score. So PCA help a lot in here. Okay.
Okay, thank you for your answer.
Yeah, so it's very good. I love to have a question, so that means you really think about maybe what is this and maybe what is that. So this is good. Okay, and I hope sometimes you can also check, okay, that about your question. When you start to go to check, then you will learn, you will get much more experience. So we have a question here. What will be the result if the image have both human and bear in the same picture? Very good question. I like this question a lot. Okay, like we said, actually we need to define for the formula. So we always start to solve one problem first, right? And if we design the AI that can solve one problem, then we can consider, hey, can our AI solve the second problem and solve the third problem? Okay, solve the fourth problem and add on more and more and more. So the technique we use, why we can do this is because we can use the same technique like image processing. Okay, process the image, extract the features, cutting out the ear, nose, whatever, like this question. So the first project we do, we can recognize person only. We cannot recognize the bear. We cannot recognize the bear, sorry, right? But the second project, we can add on to recognize the bear. Okay, the third project, we can add on to recognize the dog. So it becomes to a model zoo. Okay, so we always train the AI using the same formula, but we can adjust the weightage, and finally it can recognize many, many more objects. Okay, so of course, if we start to use many model now that is available, some of them can recognize 80 objects. Okay, some of them they can recognize like maybe just 20 objects. Okay, like we have the project for doing the handwritings. Okay, so it can recognize only 0 to 10, 0 to 9, right? So it's only recognize 9 objects. Sorry, 10 objects, sorry. So this question is actually, if this picture have only bear and human, The first answer is it can recognize only the human. But this is not an ultimate answer, because we can add in to train the AI to learn, you can recognize for bear also. Okay, by adding the features for the bear. Okay, so the AI we can train to recognize human and bear. Okay, in the next project. Okay, so we can add on to recognize cat. Okay, in the next project. We can add on to recognize car for next project. So the same AI model, it can recognize a car with a human, with a bear, with a cat, if these four things in the same picture. Okay, so this is a powerful of AI. We just not just design one time and it can do one job. Okay, we can add on the features and make the AI model learning more things, new things. Okay, so this is a very big difference if we look back for the three things we talk about AI, right? So using the neural network, we can do the learning, right? Adding more and more objects for detect. But if we go to the classification, like just now we mentioned about PCA techniques, okay, it's under machine learning. We decide this, we can only do for this at this time. If we design this program or we design this formula just to recognize human, then it always can recognize human only. Okay, so even worse is like artificial intelligence. It's just a pre-program. Everything is pre-programmed. Everything condition that is not inside the pre-program will not have a result, will not have the output, or it will be failure. Okay, like giving you like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what this picture about. I don't know what is this object about. Just give you the result. They don't know. Okay. Okay, so this is a three difference between the three artificial intelligence, okay, study and research. So actually, my purpose in this class is actually I want to having some of the ready the models. Okay, we want to explain some of the open projects like we know the Open CV, we know the Gluon CV, we know the YOLO project. Okay, YOLO, you only look once. Okay, we want to talk about some of the projects here that is already done. Okay, for quite a good result. Okay, in the international research. Okay, so actually you are a young student, you are new. I want you to try to use what I already have to experience first. You build the experience with the AI and see how this thing help to solve a problem. Okay, so this is a purpose. So the next few class, we will be talking about how to solving some problem, or we just do a simple project. Okay. So any more question? Because the next thing we need to use your hand already. We will use your hand. Are you ready for use your hand? Okay. So let's think about the process of how we develop the AI projects. And this is the purpose why we have the Creative AI Camp. The Creative AI Camp purpose is not to teach you how to develop AI. The purpose of this Creative AI Camp is we use the AI to solve a problem. Okay, so I want to show you how we solve a problem in the industry or in the technology in the real world. Okay, So this is a professional process, and we need each process we need some professional people, okay, to handle. So if you want to do for everything, maybe you can do, but I'm afraid you don't have enough time, okay, to do at this time. So we will only focus on these two process. So let me explain. If you want to build a AI model, okay, and we want to make this AI model work to resolve one problem, okay, it takes the process like this. Of course, before that, we need to have collect some of the data. We need to collect the data. Let's say in this case, we use the CT DCM film, okay, the X-ray picture, okay. So now you go to take X-ray, it will save as a picture file, okay. And then whether you want to print it into the X-ray film or not, this depends, okay. But now the digital X-ray machine, they all will have the DCM file. So we collect one set, depends on, this one can be a picture, okay, you can collect one set of picture, okay. So as you remember the last few slide, if you have only one picture, you can train or not? Frankly, quite difficult. If you have 100 picture, you want to train it to detect some objects, also still quite difficult. So your AI may be not so accurate. So the more picture, the more data you have, you can have more accurate. You can speculate the picture and then see what is the interesting area and how to extract the features. So first you keep a file, you keep many picture, many file first. Then we can start to do the labelings, okay, like this is a human, this is a cat, this is a dog. So in our picture, we want to do labeling, okay. So this is one part of the formula, and this is an important part. We want to define all the important label, okay, or the features of that picture. So in one picture, okay, we know we already have the purpose. With this picture, what are the problem we want to solve? For example, our problem is we want to detect a car, or we want to detect a car number license plate, or in this case, we want to detect about the cancer. Okay, we want to detect a cancer. Okay, so we do an X-ray, okay, of the picture. Then we want to mark, okay, if this picture, it seems like a cancer, so you want to do a label there. Okay, so we do a features. Then we'll do the pre-process of the features extraction, like we explained just now. Every picture we do label, and then we try to extract this label is related to our problems. Okay, so like in this case, okay, if this is a cancer, then we might have it here, we might have it here, we might have it here, but we will not have it outside the brain, right? This is a brain X-ray. So it will have no picture, it will have no features outside the brain, right? Because we want to detect a brain cancer, right? So we do the pre-process for the features extraction. Then we start to build the modeling. So the modeling is like we said, we are defining the formula. Okay, so in this is quite headache because you need to have all the features, and you need to have all the label, and you need to think. Okay, you need to think. Okay, example. Okay, you need to think how this picture to represent. Okay, you form this formula up. You want to form this formula, right? This is a most difficult time. But if you have a good mathematician, okay, then this process will be much more faster, because they will just based on the table, all the table you have, okay, then it will be doing all the data categorized, and they will do the formula back to represent like how to replace the X to be A, B, C, okay, something like that. So AI modeling is the most critical part to form the formula, and this is the most value. Okay, this is the most value part of AI. Okay, not the other job. The other job is quite everyone can do, but for you to build up the modeling, it takes a lot of effort. And you know, your modeling or your formula accuracy is important. Okay, you want to build a formula that is the most close to the perfect formula. Okay, so after we build the modeling, okay, we can start to do the classification, and we do the AI formula to run. We do some run, okay, then we can do the detection and we do the result. So due to that time limitation, most of our hands-on, most of our projects in the creative AI camp will focus in these two portions. Okay, we are not going to build for modeling. Sorry, this is also out of my capability. I'm the engineer. I'm not a mathematician. Okay, so classification also is depends on the problem. Some problem I can help. Okay, like machine vibration or like maybe the human detection. But if you talk about the medical, maybe it's not my expertise. Okay. So we will do the detection here, and we'll do we'll see the result. Okay, and we will put the result into the cloud or database. Then we will do the dashboard or visualization of the result. So this will be talking about our hands-on. So let's talk about the first hands-on we want to do. We want to do image classification. So image classification, we'll need to use the data. We'll need to use the pre-processing. We need to use the modeling. So the lucky is we already have some available data. We already have some available features. We already have some available model. So we just use it and we see about the result. Okay. Suddenly I'm speechless to see this picture. Okay, so this is a dog, right? This is not a human, right? Okay, so how we do the projects for recognize this dog? Okay, so again, we will cut this picture into maybe just this middle of the interest box, and then we will see about the relationship, and we will get to know matching the features like the ear, the eyes, okay, the nose, okay, and then finally it tells us, hey, this is a cat, or this is a lion, or this is a dog, chicken or dog. So eventually the model that we use, they can recognize dog. Okay, it doesn't recognize a monkey. So basically we know the result is dog. But how to do that? Okay, sorry, before that, let's talk about some famous neural network architecture. We are still in the neural network portion. So you see, this is performance. The performance of the neural network. Okay, remember in the last week we talked about the AI. The purpose of the AI, we want to do a high performance, fast response AI, and also high accuracy, right? But you see, it's so difficult that we want to have the neural network that can process a lot of picture. And you know, if you want to process for video is same as picture, but just you need to process 30 picture or 25 picture in 1 second, right? So that is a video, right? So you see, if we talk about acceptable result, you see you need to process around 15 to above, okay, the picture. Then you can start to process a video. So only the neural network that you see in the yellow color and the light yellow and the green is acceptable. Okay, so the model here is how you can only consider this neural network if you want to do a video processing. But if you want to do like just now, we just do the image processing, just the X-ray picture, maybe we don't need to have so fast processing neural network. We can have a high accuracy. This is the accuracy dimension. So the higher, that means the higher accuracy, okay, for the neural network. So you see, you cannot have high performance and high accurate at the same time. It's quite difficult, you know, right? So if you have high accuracy, it takes a slow time. So here I highlight two models that is very interesting that we use a lot in our projects. The first one is the ResNet. Okay, you see it can process maybe close to 20 pictures per second. And it has the accuracy more than 75%. Okay, so you send 100 picture, it can tell you actually more than 100 picture, it will tell you the correct answer, more than 75%. Okay, it doesn't mean like 100 picture, it will tell you wrong 25 picture. No, not like that. Okay, but it has a good result, okay, for more than 75%. Okay, the other one is a mobile net, which is it can process quite many pictures at the same time, but the accuracy is also not too bad. It's above 70%. So 70% is very good, acceptable. Okay. Okay. So this is a comparison table for many neural network, and of course we're not going to build one more to put in here and have a high performance and high accuracy. This is a university researcher job, not our job. Okay. So yeah, wash your hand, okay, and ready to do the hands-on. We have a 5 groups, right? So we separate you into a 5 group because we have prepare for 5 Jupyter lab. So you can imagine a Jupyter lab is just like a computer. Okay, we put it on the cloud. We put a computer on the cloud, and you can use this computer to do some exercise. Okay, so we don't prepare for 25 computer. We just prepare only 5 computers. So Jupyter lab. So please follow to your group to access to the Jupyter lab. Okay, like group number 1, we have Peach Yapa, we have Burichaya, we have Sriyapon, we have Tawanat. Please go to the Jupyter lab number 1. And I think you already registered in your email, right? So in your email, you should able to log into this link. Okay, have you already logged in to the link that we state in the email, or you find it in your junk mail? Okay, so go to your email and then look for the then you should have your login, your email, and also your password. Only you know, nobody else know. Okay. Please let us know, and Pui and Chawalas and Pumin will help you. Okay. Can you type in the website or the short link in the chat room so that they anyway they need to find the email, otherwise they don't have the login ID and the password.
เดี๋ยวทุกคนเช็คอีเมลนะคะ ทุกคนลองเข้าตามเว็บไซต์นี้เนาะถ้าใครได้เข้าได้แล้วหรือว่าติดปัญหาตรงไหนก็แจ้งมานะคะ
So after you log into this, we call WiFi answers. You just click in this console icon and click for service portal. I will explain about this into next 2 days. today we just want to use the Jupyter Lab, so we ignore all the others first. We don't explain here. Okay, but I just show you the way that we go to the Jupyter Lab. So if you already logged in, you click in the console and then you click the service portal. Then you can click to the YPass AIFS.
พี่คะพอดีหนูเข้ามาแทนเพื่อน
ค่ะ
ที่เป็นชาวต่างชาติอะค่ะ
อ๋อค่ะ
ครับผม
อ๋อแต่ว่า
น่า
เราจะมีอีเมลกับพาสเวิร์ด
คือ
จะมี
ที่
password
ทีเชอ
ขอ
ร์
ง
โช
เขา
ว์
ไหม
ขึ้นมา
คะ
เมื่อกี้ก็ไม่มีชื่อของหนูอะค่ะหนูเลยไม่แน่ใจ
อ๋อ
อันนี้เราได้เพื่อนไข่มุกใช่ไหม
ใช่
เราได้
ใช่
รีจิสเตอร์ไปในคอมเมนต์นั้นหรือยังอ่ะ ขอโทษที่เรา
เราพิมพ์
ไม่แน่ใจว่าเรา
ไปแล้ว
ส่งยัง โอเค งั้นเดี๋ยวเราส่งเว็บไซต์ให้ก่อน เราไม่แน่ใจว่าเธอจะได้พาสเวิร์ดหรือยัง
อ๋อโอ
หรือ
เค
ในอีเมลที่เธอใส่ไว้ในคอมเมนต์อ่ะ
โอเคโอเค เดี๋ยวเราลองดูอีกที
โอเคค่ะ
ที่ส่งมาในอีเมลชื่ออะไรอะครับ
อันนี้น้องอะไรครับผม
อภิภูมิครับ
อภิภูมินะครับ สักครู่นะครับ
ผมจะได้เซิร์ชได้ หรือว่าส่งอีเมลผิดหรือเปล่าครับ เพราะว่าในสไลด์ผมเห็นว่าตกตัว H ไปตัวหนึ่งอะครับ
อ๋อ
ให้เข้าอันที่เขาวงสี่เหลี่ยมไว้เลยใช่ไหมครับ
อะไรนะคะ
ให้เข้าตรงที่อาจารย์เขาไฮไลท์ไว้ใช่ไหมครับ
ใช่ค่ะ
โทษนะคะ มันคือเมลไหนอะคะหาไม่เจอค่ะ
Okay, can you check in this email like nsas@ypass.com? Then you will see some like dear your names and then welcome to YPass NSAS 4.0. And this is your registration, your username and your password. You can check the email from ypass.com.
OK ครับ เจอแล้วครับผม เจอแล้วครับผมนะครับ
Yeah, we have a
ยังไม่เจออะค่ะ
You didn't see in your email, but I can see you already have in the user list. Okay. I can see a lot of the registration here already. So is your name in the list?
.ตอนนี้ใครยังเข้าไม่ได้กด raise hand มาได้ไหมคะเนาะเดี๋ยวจะได้ดูว่าตอนนี้เหลือใครบ้าง
Yeah, maybe you can send your email to Pumin and he can check in the user list. If not, he will create for you immediately now.
โอเค
มีใครยังเข้าไม่ได้ไหมครับ
ยังไม่ได้ค่ะ
ค่ะ ตอนนี้พี่เห็น2 คนเนาะ เป็นน้องสิริยาพรใช่ไหมคะ กับน้องภูริชยาใช่ไหมคะ
พวันรัตน์ด้วยค่ะ
เอ่ย
ปิยาพรนะครับ ใครอีกนะครับปุ๋ย
ภูริชยาค่ะ ใช่ไหมพี่สะกดถูกหรือเปล่า พี่เอาเสียงถูกหรือเปล่า
ไข่มุกด้วยค่ะ
ไข่มุกคือคนไหนเอ่ย
พวันรัตน์ด้วยค่ะ
ประวันรัตน์ค่ะ
วันรัตน์ครับ
คือผมได้อีเมลแล้วแต่ผมยังเข้าเว็บไม่ได้ครับ
เข้าเว็บ
ล็อกอินไม่ได้หรือว่าพาสเวิร์ด
มันขึ้นหน้าโหลดอะโหลดเว็บหน้าเว็
อ๋
บ
อ โหลดดิ้งอยู่อย่างนี้เหรอคะ
ครับ นานมากเลยครับ
นานมาก นานมากยังไม่ขึ้นใช่ไหม
ครับ
เออ
Okay. So if you log into the YPass or AIFS, then you will see this. Okay, you will see this AIFS development service in the website. So follow to your groups. You click in the Jupyter Lab. Follow to the URL here. So we have a Creative AI Camp 1 for group number 1. Creative AI Camp 2 for group number 2. Creative AI Camp 3 for group number 3. Creative AI Camp 4 for group number 4 and Creative AI Camp 5 for number 5. Okay. So there is a Jupyter Lab for test 1216. Just ignore that. There is no exercise in that lab. Okay. So if after you click in the links, you might see some picture like this that it tell you this is not private, okay, connection. You need to click the advanced, and then you will click the links, okay, proceed to the YPass Jupyter Lab. Okay, and when you go into the Jupyter Lab, you need to key in the password to log into the Jupyter Lab. Okay, because we just temporarily create this Jupyter Lab for this Creative AI Camp, so we didn't putting a certificate for a long-term use. Okay, so this is just a temporary. So just to alert you that you might see this alert from the Google Chrome or Firefox. This is not a certificate website. Okay, but if you see the domain is the education.wise-pass.com, this is our website. This is we use for the AI development. Okay, so don't worry, this is not a hacker site, and this is a secure. Just only few of you will access. The other person will not access. So everyone can access already. I would continue for the slide. If you, at least some of you can open up the Jupyter Lab already. Okay, I'll show you here. Okay, we click console. If we log into the NSAS, then we click service portal. Then we click to the AIFS. Then we will click this menu and then go to the system setting and click for Jupyter Lab container. Then we will click the URL here for the group 1. Please go to the Chem 1. Group 2, go to the Chem 2. Okay, group 3, go to the Chem 3. So everyone know about your own groups. I hope you still remember which group you are. Okay, so we click the URL. So for the first time, it actually will show you the non-private alert. Okay, so the password is Advantech, small capital, small letter. Okay, how come? Okay, we follow to this group. Okay, if you know which Jupyter Lab for you to go on. Well, it take a while.
Mr. Matrix, can you tell me how to go to that website again? I cannot catch up.
Okay, the step is if you receive the email, you opening up for the email, you will click the link in the email, and it will ask you to log in using your email ID and your password. Okay, and for the first login, it might ask you to change your password. Okay, after you log in, okay, based on the email here that you receive, you see a login item here. Okay, you see a login item here. Then it come to this website. This website, then you log in with your username and password. Then you click the console, and then you click the service portal. After you click the service portal, you click for the Wise Pass AIFS. Okay, so after you click the Wise Pass AIFS, you click the menu, you go to Jupyter system setting, and then you go to Jupyter Lab container, and follow to your group, you click the URL here. So after you click the Jupyter Lab, it will ask you to log in. Okay, then you will see the website, the Jupyter Lab look like this. Okay. Okay, we will do the first exercise is actually doing the classification. Okay, so I just give you a very brief explanation about Jupyter Lab. In your left hand, this is actually the folder, the file folder that you can see. If you click here, it is a file folder. So this is where all your documents keep. Okay, include your Jupyter notebook, include the picture we keep in a data folder. So you can upload your picture to here, okay, in the data folder. And of course, you can open up the other projects and you can create a new project here. Okay, so in the right hand side, we have several tabs. Actually, we doesn't need this tab. Okay, we can close all this picture. Okay, so the first project, the first hand-ons we want to try is the classification. Okay, so if you see the classification in our Jupyter Lab, okay, then you can test it later. Okay, I will show the concept how we write the AI programs. Okay. So for the first project, we want to do the image classification. So for the classification is like we learned in the AI neural network just now. We put a picture image going into this AI formula, and this AI formula already trained by ResNet. Okay, so we call it a ResNet 50 models, and this model we can download it and use in our projects, no problem. Okay, so image classification, as we understand, actually we assume we start the project with a very simple one, as we detect only one object in our picture, and this object, it will belong to which classification or which class. Okay, and it define on our model, like we mentioned. Our model can be recognized how many model. It depends on the project that we do, and we use this model. It can recognize up to only one object in the times. Okay. So the writing the program for the AI that to recognize an object or doing the classification is very simple. The first step, we do import for the library. So the library, we have several source. Okay, we can use the OpenCV, we can use a Gluon CV. Okay, and we can use the others open source projects as well. There is no limitation. You can search Google and you can find any models that you may like or you may use. So you just import the library. So usually the library and SDK or in the community, there are quite many pre-trained already model, the AI model that already trained. Okay, so we just load the AI model. Of course, we need to download the AI model from internet, from the network they provide in the library. Don't worry, this process is quite automatically. Then we will pre-process the picture that we want to that the AI recognize. Then we will inference and display the result. So just very simple 4-step, right? So we going through. So this is an example picture that we use, okay, to recognize. Okay, so it already keep in our Jupyter Lab. So later on, you will see this picture is called coffee.jpg. And the first step, okay, we import the library, right? We said we want to import, the first step is import the library. So we import the MSNet, okay? Then the second one is in the MSNet library, we have the function, okay, and the AI model we use for the Gluon CV. And in Gluon CV, we refer to their model zoo that already trained. Okay, and also we define the data and utility, this variable. Okay, so beside the ResNet, actually we can use the others pre-trained model also. Within the same library, we can change this to MobileNet. Okay, we can change to AlexNet. We can change to VGG19, etc. and etc. Okay, so in our case, we will use the ResNet 50 version 2. So this one, why we choose this one, as because in the previous chart you'll see ResNet is actually have a good performance in image processing. It is fast enough, and it have also higher accuracy, more than 75%. Okay, so we'll download the pre-trained model, okay, from the ResNet, then we will execute it. So before that, we just want to have the file name define where is the picture we have, and then we load the image, okay, using the img equals to ms.image. This is the library function. Okay, so OpenCV have a similar function also. So we just load the image like img equals to OpenCV.image read. I am read. Okay, so I am read to the file names. Then it will be putting the file names, okay, into the processing before the neural network. Remember, so the neural network will be pre-processed this image, okay, that we're loading. Okay, so we'll predict finally after we load the image, then we recognize for several of the class, and each class we will have the prediction. Okay, every class we put in the score there, so we will know, we will see the result later on. So in here you see we putting forward to do the predict score for every class. So eventually we can change some parameter here. So finally we get the output is, actually you don't have a picture to show here, it's just showing you the class. Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 class here. And the AI tell you this is look like a espresso. Okay, this picture is look like espresso. And the confidence is 98.9%. So it's very confident. The AI in their model, they tell you this is espresso for sure. Okay. So the second one is recognized for cup, but this is a cup is true, but the more correct answer is the coffee inside that we call, right? So it's have around 0.1%. It's a 1%. Okay, accurate. And this is look like a coffee mug or not? Not really. So it gives you a 0% confidence. This is look like an espresso maker, which is like a machine or not? Or it tell you this is a 0%. So this is an eggnog or not? Okay, it tell you a 0%. So you can increase the list of the class here, or you can reduce the list of the class here by changing some of the code here. Okay, so you see the remark here, find the 5 classes, indicate with the highest score. So you can change the K to maybe 5, maybe change to 10, then you have a list of 10 class. Okay, that is predefined in the AI model. Okay, so now can you try to run this exercise in your Jupyter lab? Okay, I see someone is running already. And tell us what is your result. Okay, so while you're waiting, if this is taking time, can you Google to search in others like a coffee mug, because we see it can recognize for coffee mug, right? So can you find a picture that is coffee mug? You also can find the picture is a glass. Okay, so please download the picture and then later on you can upload to the Jupyter Lab. Then you can run this program again. Okay, you can run this application again to see what it will be recognized beside the coffee, beside the espresso. Okay, of course you also can change the K value to 10 or 20, so you can have a list and then you can find other pictures, see whether it can recognize for real or not. Oh, a lot of Thai word I cannot read. So Chavaras, at this moment, and nobody have a problem about the Jupyter Lab, right? They all can access, right?
I have. I'm at the page that it say your connection is not private. What should I do next?
Sorry, again, I cannot hear you.
I'm in the page that it say your connection is not private. What should I do next?
Okay. Your connection is not private. Wait a moment. I show you. Sorry for this small technical issue, but I really didn't put in the certificate here. So you click the advanced button here. Then you'll see a link. Click in this link. Then you'll see a login, and you need to put in a password. Is Advantech here, and then log in. All right. Make sure the address is aifs.education.wise-pass.com. Okay. So the previous number is just a lab number, so you can ignore that. So I hope at least today we can finish for the first exercise. I want you to test to change the picture. So how to change the picture to others' picture? The first step, you need to upload your picture to the Jupyter Lab. Okay, so how to upload? I will suggest you to go into this folder first, the data folder here. Then you can click this button. This is an arrow going to up button. Choose a picture that you download. I don't have a others coffee picture. I don't have other picture that I can show here. So after you choose a picture, then it will show here. So remember the picture name that you put in. Then you modify the file name from here to the picture name you show here. Okay, then you can come back to this one. Then you click the run. This is a run button. Okay, to execute the exercise. This coding will be running into a star sign when it is running, and also you can see on your browser, it will show the icon. This is like a busy icon. Okay, so that means this is running. The Jupyter Lab is running, so it is processing. So if you break down, you can break down this code into a few parts. So the first part is import the library. The second part is actually processing for the getting the AI models. Okay, and neural network that is that we use, and you can change this to others neural network also. Okay, so after it run, actually you don't see anything, but it will tell you the output to be espresso with the highest score 92.6%. Okay, So you have three things you can play in this exercise. The first, you upload to your picture, and then you change the file name here. Okay, and then you run it, and then you see whether the classification can be fine. The second you can try is changing the AI model that you refer to. So now we are using the ResNet 50 v2 version 2. So if you want to change to other models, you can see from this file, you can change to MobileNet 1.0, and then you check again the result. You change to AlexNet, you can check about the result. If you want to find more the pre-trained model, we can click the link here in the handbook that you have if you download it from the shared drive in the Dropbox. Otherwise, you can just key in glue-on-cv.msnet.io/model_zoo_classification HTML. Okay. So after you change the AI model, okay, you can check again the result. Okay, and tell us what is your result in the chat room. Okay. I see someone is so happy. Is that successful already?
Sorry.
No.
For the Jupyter to on the page say it's false.
Say it's false.
Yes.
Let me check.
I can't get the URL.
Okay. So, Pumin, can you check for that?
Okay, I will check.
So if you have the battery is okay. So how can during today and until Wednesday we have another class. If you have an issue, I'm thinking, Pumin, possible for you to share your line so they can text you if they need a support or they need a help.
Sure, I will share my ID on the chat room.
Okay. So if Jupyter Lab is you cannot access, maybe can you access to another Jupyter Lab? Is it okay? Just temporarily, because today I think we don't want to waste time to go to one by one. You can try to use Jupyter Lab 3 and Jupyter Lab 4, no problems. I didn't see any result in the chat room yet. So maybe I will try to find some picture. Okay, let's see. I have which app? Okay, I just upload the picture I download just now. Yeah, this one. So I have a one cup.jpg. I'll modify the code here to one cup.jpg. So I just run this and see what will be the result. So you see, just a simple picture. One picture we takes a while already. Yeah, but it's still fast enough. It gives me this is a cup, and the prediction is 91%. Okay, so I put my answer here. Cup. Okay. You see, just simple. So you can try more and more, and I can change the class that I want to see. Let's say I want to see 20 class. Okay, I will run this project again. It's quite fast. Okay. Sorry, I cannot see the. Find the 5 classes in the car. Maybe it's too much. Same. Any other result or any other test can you share with us? Lab 2, okay, don't know what is that. PEM broker 0.649. Okay. Thank you for your sharing. 64% is not acceptable. Okay, so that means we will do some others tuning. Okay, about the picture, about the model. Okay. But we will see about this pre-trained model, about what are the objects they can recognize, and they already trained there. And of course, we can do further retrainings. Okay, if we can download, we can download the real source. Okay, for the AI model, and we can train for more, and we can loading more picture about similar objects, and we can do some adjustment into the weight, and we will have a better performance. Okay. So, but that is not my intention in this class. So I intention to let you to do some projects, because only the projects is help to solve a problem. AI cannot solve a problem. Okay, we need to write a program, we need to write an application to solve a problem. Okay, so AI, we can use whatever AI model that we have in internet or in open source, we just grab it and use here. Okay, that is the fastest way. Okay, but of course, when you coming into the industry area, or when you come to the enterprise, there will be much more data you can access, and you can eventually do the optimization, okay, or even do the modification of the AI model to suit to the actual industry or the business environment. Okay. So we are actually running out of times because of the, of course, doing the hands-on. I understand we do take a lot of time. So don't worry, this lab is always open, okay, for the following weeks. And probably if you want to further use, you can talk with King, okay. We will still open up, okay, for a while for the creative AI camp. And I do understand you need to create a project, okay, during this camp. Okay, so you will receive some reward and recognize. Okay, and this is a very good experience and very good skill. Okay. Okay, so let's talk about the rules again. To remind again, just turn on your cam, mute all your microphone, and you can put your question into the chat room. Then we have engineers, Chavaras will help to raise for your question when we are going to the Q&A session. Okay, so I just to refresh your memory that what we talked about last week, no, not last week, it's last Monday, okay, in a Monday. Okay, so how we do the computer to do learning, and we know we design for a formula that we usually call that an AI model. Okay, we try to build a formula set based on the data that we have, and we will talk to the picture. We want to extract the features, okay, in the picture. Then we will put each features a score, or we can put this weightage, okay, a weightage for each features. Then we will do the calculation, and we will find the relationship between each blocks. Okay, then we will get a score for every calculation in the neural network. Okay, so a simple picture like this, okay, we will separate into maybe 3 colors, and we will be calculate each block by the pixel, like the weight is 210 and the height is 160. So by this calculation, we will end out with 100,800 calculation. Okay. So like we just refresh our memory. Okay, we can amplify, okay, what we want, and we can we also can amplify what we don't want, and we also can drop all the unneeded, okay, in the sample. Okay, so basically if we doing the amplify on the features or on the object or on the block of the picture that we want to make the AI learning, we call that a convolution, okay, operation. So we can amplify the features, okay, the target features, okay, and we just remove out all the unnecessary objects or the other element in the picture. Okay, so the AI will focus on the features that we selected. And we also doing the poolings, okay, that to remove, okay, all the unnecessary things, okay, and combine the data cluster. Okay, so overall of this process, we do call it a convolution neural network. Okay, so here is an example. Okay, eventually if we putting into a formula, then we were putting a one calculation to 100,800 calculation. Okay, so we can do a scale down that to calculate only 1 to 512. Then the speed will be much faster. Okay, from here then we can extract only the objects in the middle. We will pass to the next layer of the neural network. Okay, so this is explained again in the last class in Monday. So again, we're doing the convolution and pooling first before we throw into the fully connected layer. So later on, actually, I will add in some more slides there to explain a little bit further more, because neural network is the key important difference from we migrate from machine learning to the deep learning. Okay, so although deep learning is one part of the machine learning, but without the neural network, we cannot do a deep learning. Okay, so that is a very critical difference. Okay, so from here we just remind that we have a convolution that to extract the feature, finding the relationship between each block. Okay, finding the relationship, and then we will have a score. Then we will pass to the next layer, okay, to do the pooling. Okay, then we will having all the nodes calculate the score. Okay, and then after all the score is summed out or multiplied or by the deduct, okay, based on our formula, then it will come out with the score for every object that we classify. Okay, so it can be putting into a different domains. I will explain in later, a little bit more later. So each domain, okay, like bear, you can have a Barbosa black bear, we can have a polar bear, we can have a different bear. So this is we call a one domain. So from here we can get a score, okay, then we can believe the AI is doing the right and accurate learning or not. And later on, we will talk about how to measure, how to calculate this AI model or the formula that we're running is a good AI or bad AI. Okay. So again, when we amplify into the neural network, then we know that every node or every cell, it contains of a formula. Okay. So the formula, we have the setting the data input, and we were putting a different weightage between each features. Okay, and each features carry a different weightage. Okay, it will calculate out the final score, then send to the next layer. So in between the layer to layer, we also can add on certain parameter to tuning. Okay, to tuning this formula set, or officially we call that an AI model, to tuning the AI model to be more accurate. Okay, so after calculate one layer and to another layer, then finally we get all the result in terms of 0 to 1. So all the calculation come out will be like a 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 2, okay, up to maximum is score 1, okay, because computer only recognize 0 to 1. Okay, so I hope you remember that the formula in each neural network, okay, the cell is like this. Okay, so we have a formula inside each node. So each node will consume one CPU resource, one calculation resource. So of course, if you want to build a neural network, you will consume a lot of CPU. Okay, and Actually, it's not really we call a CPU. We call this a calculation point. Okay, or calculate. It's a compute node. Okay. So typically, if we use our computer, we maybe have like a computer with dual core, 4 core, 8 core. So each core can provide a compute node. So it is far not enough if we want to build a neural network, right? So we can use a GPU, okay, a graphic processing unit. So a GPU can offer like a 1024 compute node, okay, or even double up 2048 nodes. Okay, so using a GPU is easily for us to put our formula to run in each compute node and to simulate to build up the neural network. That is the reason why we use GPU a lot. Okay, so we also remind that the neural network is actually doing the convolution and also doing the pooling. Okay, so each layer we were doing a little bit further, making the calculation and making the features mapping, because here is consume a lot of computing resource. We need to, in the old method, we need to compare one by one. Okay, from the top, from the left to the right, and then from the top to the bottom. Okay, so eventually, human or scientists keep on to try to figure a more smarter way. Okay, like we mentioned, we can use a features extraction or object boundary. Okay, just to scope the object that we want to detect first in the whole picture. So then after we do our first job done, then we only pass to the next layer, and the next layer will carry another job. Then finally we come up to the we so-called decision tree or classification or some other techniques to give us the categories by classification or just give us the best result. It depends on our design in neural network. So here is an additional from last week. I would like to share about just an overview, just a very brief overview. The wording might be so small, but it's okay. I just want to show you the machine learning is actually a very big topic. And if you go to university, you want to learn about the machine learning or AI, you will learn through all of these topics. Okay, and there's a lot. And like clustering, we will talk about k-mean, k-max, and for the decision tree, we will learn all this C4.5, 5.0, okay, etc. Okay, and regression, we will learn about this. And but actually today our purpose for creative AI camp, we only interested in deep learning, and inside the deep learning, we only interested in convolution neural network. Okay, so now I hope this map will give you a little bit understand about what we're learning in creative AI camp. It's just a very, very small part of the total AI. Okay, but this chart will be give to you, it just give you like if you have more interesting, then you can select the scope that you're in interest and you can study more from there. Okay, so this chart, I think you remember last week, last class. This is a devolution that we start from a neo-connection formula and this algorithm. Okay, to study how to let the computer to recognize the image, okay, or picture. Then we have AlexNext, which is a very big breakthrough. And I will show you in the next slide about why AlexNext is a good, okay, and this is happened in 2012. It's about just 8 years ago. And 8 years later, we have so many new developed, okay, neural network, okay. So this is a different for how to let you understand about the development of neural network, okay. So so far, I think we do have AlexNext in 2012, and VGG on 2014, GoogleNet on 2014. Okay, that is a consists of 22 layers of neural network, and now we have a residual net on 2015 that is consists of 152 layer. Okay, so 152 layer is very complex neural network, and if you putting your formula to put it in, it may take you 3 days, okay, to finish, okay, the compute. Okay, but usually we use this is very useful for a very huge data process. Okay, so usually we will use more or less like 20, 25, okay, layer, that is enough. So as you understand, deep learning is one portion, one part inside the machine learning. Okay, so here I might give you a little bit more illustration about what is different between machine learning and deep learning. Okay, so machine learning, we also do the image, okay, process. Okay, so we have a picture and we have a lot of picture and we can doing the learnings, okay, machine learning. And we will do all the features mapping, okay, putting that a bear must be have an ear, and a bear compared to flower is, of course, they were mapping quite perfect or quite high accuracy mapping. Okay, so machine learning, it can do some job. Okay, and from here you can see very clear that if we're doing machine learning, everything is pre-programmed. Okay, we tell the program that, oh, if you see this feature plus this feature, okay, then it will be a bear. Okay, if you see this is a red color and this is a lot of the shape like this, then it will be a flower. So everything is the program tell the result. But when we're doing a deep learning, actually we do the features the same, but we were putting this feature into a weightage, okay, a weightage in our neural network. So you see in deep learning, okay, we will very rely on the neural network to have all these each formula set to remember and enhance in the score, and we can interrupt to adjust the weightage, or we can let the machine to learn the weightage by himself. He can learn by the choosing the best accurate highest score or choosing the right performance, okay, design. So in here, the deep learning is actually using a formula set, or we call AI models, and usually we call that a models. Okay, a models putting into a neural network, and the machine, okay, will taking care, and it will be recognize objects and keep on learning. So using a deep learning skill, we can make the AI or picture recognition to be more and more and more accurate from time to time. The more data coming in, the more learning, then the more accurate, okay, the AI will recognize. Okay, so this is some comparison let you to understand about the powerful of deep learning. So you will see that traditional, we do the machine learning where we do all the programming ready and telling the computer, telling every features, telling all the expected output under control. When the data set is a smaller scale, machine learning will have a very high performance. Okay, because the data is not so huge. So we all can control and can be manage the data first by the human. Okay, then we put into the computer. So the performance will be very high when the data is small. But when the data is growing bigger and bigger, the performance of the machine learning will be very limited, because every new data coming in, it will be limited by the human, where we want to pre-program that new data, okay, to let the machine, to let the computer know, okay, or analyze or process the data. So that is a typical how performance of the traditional machine learning. Okay, so by evolve with the neural network, we can have a much better performance, okay, with the typical or just a normal neural network. Okay, we will do a performance increment, okay, and it have a much more performance increment when the data is growing big. Okay, so what is the biggest focus of AI developer or AI scientist doing is try to optimize the data, try to optimize or improve the performance of the neural network going to be higher and higher and higher. Okay, so that is the purpose for the deep learning. Okay. So here is some example. You might already see the classical, the deep learning models that you ever play in the last class, like the ResNet that I highlight here. It have the formula. It have a formula set. The formula set size is about 99 megabyte. Okay, so if you turn into the text file, it will be very, very huge. Okay. So the accuracy is the top one accuracy here, the benchmark here is like you send 1,000 picture and the most perfect match, okay, result is around 75.9%. So 75.9% is for this ResNet 50, this model. And we do also calculate from top 1 to top 5, okay, and average that we will have the accuracy that like we send 1,000 picture, it will have 929 picture is correct. It can recognize. Okay. So the depth of this ResNet AI model use is 168 layer of the neural network. Okay, so it is quite a huge neural network, and that means if you want to deploy the ResNet in your own school or in your own company, you need to build a neural network with 168 layer. Okay, so beside the ResNet, we also seeing the other performance of the AI model. This is a very typical that you can download it also and use in your home. Like MobileNet, the other one I want to highlight is a MobileNet because it's a very, very lightweight. Okay, the formula set is quite small. And the accuracy is around 66.5. Okay, so you see, we can tune it further. Okay, and the average top 5 accuracy is about 87.1. Okay, accurate. So if you send 100 picture, it will be have 87 picture is correct. Okay, so this result is acceptable, although it's not too satisfied. But the good thing is you only need 88 layer of neural network, only 88. Okay. So this model will be run in a very fast. Okay. So when we want to justify our AI model, or you call that a formula set, is a good AI or bad AI. We usually refer to the confusion matrix. We use a confusion matrix concept to justify, to measure our AI model, okay, or our theory, or our design, okay, how good is it? So the confusion matrix, it uses a simple block like this to let you understand. Let me turn on the highlighter. Okay. So now we have the AI predict here, our formula prediction. And this is a correct block. Okay, in this block is a correct block. Okay. And if this is an AI prediction, is a wrong answer. Okay, this is under here. And we compare with the actual result, the real world, the real things. Okay, we can see by our eye, by human eye. Just this is a correct. So in this block. And then if we judge this is a wrong, okay, then in this block. So now the confusion matrix telling If the human say this is correct, okay, this is a flower, and AI also tell this is a flower, so this one we call true positive. So we have a score. Okay, if we send 1,000 picture, how many is true positive? Okay, so let's say we send 1,000 picture is a dog, and AI calculate and measure output. Okay, maybe 99 of the picture is a flower. Okay, then okay, we know how much the score of the AI calculate here. Let's say we send 100 picture, 99 picture they say is a flower, so it's a 0.99 score here in TP, true positive. But if we said this is a wrong, let's say this is a flower, and the AI said this is maybe a cactus, or maybe this is a tree, then it will be false. Okay, so we will see, we send 100 picture, it's a flower, and it tells us this is a cactus or this is a tree. Then we see how much is wrong. Okay, and this is an AI predictly correct, but actually it's wrong. Okay, so we call that a false positive. And against AI predictly wrong. Okay, predict a wrong answer all the time. But we said this is a correct, this is a flower, and against we will have a score here. And then here, if we say this is a wrong one, this is not a flower, and the AI said this is a not flower, then we call this is a true negative. Okay, so you see, when AI is saying the right things, we will say this is a true. Okay, and when AI is say wrong and we say is human also say wrong, this is a true also. Okay, so this is a concept of confusion matrix, and here come how we calculate the score within these 4 blocks. It become to a score, okay, that we need to use this formula, the true positive over by true positive plus false positive, and this will give us the precision, how accurate of this AI can predict a picture or can predict a data. Okay, so like we said, this is a precision, and the other one is recall. That means this is a wrong answer, then we need to send the feedback for the AI to learn again, and to learn again and to learn again. So we call that a recall. So here we will calculate out the total precision and recall, okay, multiply by 2 and over by the total number of precision and recall. And finally, we get a score called F1 score. So the F1 score will tell this is a good AI or this is a bad AI. Okay, so I hope you remember the confusion matrix is the model how we tell this is a good AI or this is a bad AI. So here it gives you some example, okay, about the accuracy, the precision, the recall rate, and finally it gives us the F1 score rate. Okay, so this is an example. You can, if you're interested, you can go to search further. Okay, how this model is really can give us a good, okay, F1 score, which is a usable and reliable good AI for us. Okay, so you can see in terms of CNN, all the using the deep learning. Here is a deep learning CNN, and above here is a machine learning. Okay, we have the decision tree, we have a linear SVM. Okay, so here machine learning, okay, the F1 score, only that linear SVM is given us quite a good one. But if you see you're using a neural network, CNN, all the F1 score is getting better and better and better. Okay, so that is the reason why we want to learn into deep learning and why we want to improve the AI in deep learning for process more and more data. Okay, so this is a result that it tells the truth. Okay, so I just recap back between the machine learning and the deep learning. Okay, although the deep learning is inside one part of the machine learning. So in machine learning, we have a supervised learning. Okay, you might remember, and a very well known, we do classification and regression. And for unsupervised learning, I hope you still remember. Maybe I need to go to the Q&A session. Unsupervised learning, okay, we do clustering, okay, and dimensionally reduction. So in supervised learning, we will set label, okay, we will do the tagging of the data. Okay, so supervised learning, it will have a good accuracy. Okay, unsupervised learning, it can process a very big data, a very huge data, and categorize by itself. Okay, so we will accept even lower accuracy because it can help us to process a very huge data. So we also talk about reinforcement learning, where it can be having a feedback system to tell the AI what the algorithm that will be having a good score. So a different situation, we will use a different formula set to get the highest score, okay, using the reinforcement learning. So before I go into deep learning, I can tell you the good of the reinforcement learning. Maybe the famous one you understand is playing a game. Okay, we let the computer playing a games. Okay, so we can use a reinforcement learning that it will be learning that if they moving this step, how much the score it have. So shall it move for this step? Like now you're learning for Go, right? In AI Chem, you're learning for Go. So the famous reinforcement learning example is AlphaGo. Do you ever heard about AlphaGo? Can you put your answer in the chat room? AlphaGo. You play Go, right, in creative AI Chem. So the AlphaGo is using the reinforcement learning method that to having the machine to play the Go, okay, with the human, with the all chat competition, and the machine learn. They have a feedback system and they were having the score, okay, to tell. Okay, sometimes the score might not be to be the best, highest score. It will choose the score that having a best after 2 or 3 steps, okay, or 2 or 3 move. So it will have a multi-factor, okay, to coming back to the formula to learn and adjust the weightage in the real times. Okay, so I don't have an example here, but you can actually searching more about reinforcement learning and AlphaGo. Okay, it tells a very, very good story. And after the AlphaGo win the world champion, okay, then everyone is so exciting about AI. Okay, oh, now the AI can win, okay, human, okay, and that is using a reinforcement learning technique. So when we talk about deep learnings, okay, we talk about neural network. So we have a convolution neural network, we have a recurring neural network. RNN usually we use a lot is in the language, okay, language processing, because if I say I want to go, so it need to connect each wording and they have a relationship between the first wording to the next wording. So in this case, we will use a RNN, okay, recurring neural network to feedback the next learning layer to the previous learning layer. Okay, so we in our class, as we said, we are focusing on the CNN. Okay, and we try to use the application in CNN to do like a image detection and object detection using the image processing. So our focus will be in CNN. So I will explain a little bit more on the CNN. Okay, transfer learning, I won't talk too much, but transfer learning I explained in last class. Like we build the AI model and it can recognize for a dog. Okay, so if you want to recognize more object in the picture, like we have a dog and cat, So we will need to add on we don't need to redevelop a new AI, new formula set for the cat. We can use the formula set that we recognize for dog and train again with the cat, and we adjust the features and weightage. Then the same AI formula set with the different weightage and parameter, it can recognize for cat also. Okay, so that is a transfer learning. Okay, using a source domain model to change to a target domain model. Okay, so it saves a lot of time when we want to recognize something image. Okay, and we can quickly scale, okay, our AI model to many different applications. Okay, generative adversarial network. Okay, so this is using a two neural network, and we can merge, we can contest, we can combine the output, the result of two neural network, okay, into one output, into one result. Okay, so the example for GAN is like now I teaching you using my face, but I can using the GAN to change my face to some other teacher. Maybe I can change to a lady picture, a lady video, and this is in the real time. Okay, can change my picture to others, and you cannot see the difference. Okay, this is we use the technique for GAN. Okay, generative adversarial network. Okay, so here we have some example. Okay, a dog domain. So now I build the AI for the dog that it can recognize a dog. Sorry, it's so cute. So now if I want to open more project to recognize a fox or wolf or deer, do I need to create a new AI, to create a new formula set again to build for this? Yes, I can, but it's very tired and it's a lot of job also I need to do again. But so using a transferring network, we can use this formula set that we built for the dog. Okay, and it can recognize this is what kind of dog species. Okay, Jack Russell Terrier. Okay, Maltese, and we use the same formula set, but we can change. We will have the changing some weight. Okay, and we use the new image, the new domain image to train the network again, and we will have some adjustment on the parameter in the neural network. Then it will be having a learning to the new domain. Then now, after your training for one cycle, two cycle, then okay, it will be accurately recognized. Okay, the new domain. Okay, more correctly, and you save a lot of job because you don't need to create from zero. You don't need to create from scratch. Okay, for the AI models. So here a little bit more explanation about the CNN architecture, the convolution neural network architecture. So like we see from this small picture first. The small picture is a very simple illustration that if we send a picture, is about car. So it will do the feature extraction, okay, and then it will do the convolution and pooling, then it do the classification. Okay, then we have the output. It will, because we do classification, it will show you the result as this is a car or this is not a car. Right? So this is a very simple explanation about CNN. Okay. In a more complicated explanation is, okay, we will have a picture. Okay. Then we will do the convolution. Okay. Putting the, we will do the features. Okay. Putting compare one by one, compare. Okay. Compare pixel by pixel and find the relationship, and then we get the score. So we will passing the result with the highest score. Okay, like this block, we have a higher score. Okay, then we will pass to the next layer. So this layer, again, it will be recognized and it will have a higher score. It will pass to the next layer. Okay, so finally we get the highest score moving up, and then we'll do a relationship checking. Okay, then we will putting the score. Okay, giving all the output score with the actually it's a 0 to 1. Okay, so we will have actually giving like the class number 1, class number 2, class number 3. The result is how many score of it. Like the first one, we can say this is for the number 1. Okay, this is number 0, sorry. And then this is number 2. Sorry, this is number 1. Okay, and then this is number 2. So we recognize this is what number. So it will give a score for all of these results. So as we having the score from this neural network, we can know if this is a 0, the score will be very low. Okay, maybe 0.00 something. And 1, you get a very low score also. This category also will get a lower score. And since this is a very match with number 2, then here this category definitely will get a high score. Maybe 0.99 is a 99% accurate. It depends on your formula set here. Okay, so now you understand how the image process, okay, coming to the neural network and how it extract the features and how it justify for a score. Then it pass to the next level for doing the convolution and pooling. Okay, then it finally get all the score. And all this score will tell us, okay, compared to the result, okay, compared to the category, this is how many score, this is how many score, this is how many score. And we will get the best result, okay, number 2, okay, as our final result, as our result that we accept with the highest score. Okay, like the exercise we do last week, we actually need the only one category, which is espresso with the highest score. The other category, we doesn't need it actually. We doesn't need to know it. Okay. So finally Q&A. I will need to take a 10-minute break and it's a time for Q&A session. All right. So do you have a question? I can go back to previous slide and I can having some small break. Maybe Chavarat, you can talk with them.
โอเคใครมีคำถามไหมคะ เปิดไมค์ถามมาได้นะคะ หรือว่าจะแชทมาก็ได้ เดี๋ยวครึ่งหลังนี้เราจะมีเรื่องเดี๋ยวจะมี hand on ให้น้องๆลองทำกันอีกนะคะ ก็ถ้าใครที่เรียนที่ผ่านมา2 ครั้งหรือว่าจนมาถึงตอนนี้ถ้าใครมีคำถามสงสัยตรงไหนอยู่ก็แชทถามมาได้นะคะครั้งที่แล้วทุกคนลองทำ hands on ได้ทุกคนแล้วไหมเอ่ย
ทำได้แล้วค่ะ
ได้แล้วใช่ไหมคะโอเค
Okay, so I think nobody want to take a break. So actually, I want to take a break, but okay, it's fine because the following will be much focused in the hands-on. So we can start to wash your hand and prepare for the hands-on. We have 1 hour to go. But the first hand-ons you already did. Okay, so I just going through again. For you, maybe you forgot or maybe you already not familiar. So let me explain about some of the AI for development. Okay, we have many things, many tools we can use for the AI development. And this is the IDE, or we call it integrated development environment. You need to set up an environment if you want to develop a program. And each of them, they will have different benefit and different features. Okay, for easy to use or easy to coding, it depends on your interest or your familiarity. So nobody is forced. You must use either, or you must use Python, or you must use a Jupyter Notebook to develop AI. No, nobody force you. Okay, but you can get to familiar, if you have time, you can get to familiar with each of the development environment and see which one you love the most. Okay, maybe some of this will be loved the most. For the teacher like us, because we cannot go to the class, so we need to train by online. So if we use online, we think Jupyter is very convenient and easy to use. So in our class, we use a Jupyter Notebook, okay, Jupyter Lab, to do as a development environment for AI. So IDE stands for Integrated Development Environment, and it will consist all the development toolkits we need and easy to access. Okay, when we want to write the coding. Okay, so I think our training is not much about coding. Okay, because maybe not all of you is having the experience and learning the coding. Okay, before. So our hands-on or our lab or our training is more focusing on how to solve a problem. Okay, solve some problem. Okay, using the models, the AI that already have, and we just use it, okay, to solve our problems. Okay, so here we use the Jupyter Lab, and you can look for more, okay, to download how to set up the Jupyter Lab. But this is maybe you don't need to do like that. Okay, only a trainer, okay, need to do that. This is online, okay, and it's open source. Everyone can download, everyone can modify. Okay, like us, we modify to be a Advantech version, but it still be under is a Jupyter Lab. Okay, and about the programming, about the coding language, the most people use Python. Of course, I know some of you famous with C++. Okay, I know some of you is familiar with the other language. Okay, but in our case, we try to use Python because Python we have many open source, okay, AI that we can already directly to use. Okay, we don't need to convert. Okay, we don't need to convert from the other language to Python or Python to the other language. So it's direct to use. So the first one that is support Python we use a lot is a TensorFlow. Okay, TensorFlow is actually a platform that for manage and to run the AI neural network. Okay, so and this is open source also. Everyone can go to use. Okay, so it's actually you can try it. Okay, after the training. And OpenCV is a project that the full name is Open Compute Vision. Okay, so it means a project that many developers they try to join together as a community and contribute to provide the technique and coding, okay, and library that can easy for you to use to recognize the object, okay, to count an object, okay, or process a video, process a picture. And there's another project we call OpenPost. Okay, this project is also the other group of developer. Okay, they provide the friendly library and also the coding for recognize the human pose. Okay, like when we stand, when we running, when we're sleeping, when we fall down. This is very useful. Okay, for helping us to detect the human posture. Okay, and today exercise we will do about the compute vision, okay, and also the OpenPost. So last week we did mention about we will the AI development process, we will do about the labeling the data. We'll do the pre-processing and the feature extraction. Okay, so pre-processing is like we can scale down or amplify, okay, the picture. And we create a formula set, which is a modeling. And we do also choosing the classification method, okay, like decision tree or SVM. And we do the detection and we see the result. And in our training, we mentioned in the last class, we will be focused on the detection and result. Okay, so here come the first exercise I think you did before. Okay, again, when the result come output, okay, you will see the dog is having the highest score. Okay, so this is how it works. And here is the performance and also the accuracy, okay, of each AI models. Okay, so like you see the performance of the mobile net is it can process to almost 60 to 70, almost 70 picture in 1 second. So it's very useful if you want to do a video processing, like you have a webcam, you want to detect the car, counting the car, how many is running. So mobile net will be suitable, but the accuracy is not so high. Okay, and if you want to recognize a good image, okay, like we say, we always use a ResNet. Okay, but we also have others model, AI model that we will use in our exercise. A lot of choice. So you can choose anyone. Okay. So again, I just to remind you, now you can open up your browser. It's recommended you use the Google Chrome or the Firefox, right? Okay, Firefox. Okay, it's a long time didn't use. Okay, so you check your email. If this is an email coming from nsas@ypass.com, okay, then you can check your username, okay, which is your email and your password, okay, and you can click the login page. Okay, you can do it now, no problems. And you can log into our single sign-on portal. Okay, just make sure the website is portal-sso nsas.education.ypass.com. Okay, so this is a real address. This is not a fake address. Then you click the console and go to the service portal. Then you will go to the YPass AIFS. Okay, this is the platform that we will almost fully use in the next 3 days AI development process. Okay, in the real world, we will learn all the steps. Okay, that how we develop a project. Okay, in the IoT, in AIoT world. Okay, in industry. Okay, then after we come into the AIFS, okay, you will see a big logo here, AIFS logo. You go to the system setting and you go to the Jupyter container. Okay, then you click, okay, the Jupyter Lab. We name it as a Creative AI Chem 1, Chem 2, Chem 3, Chem 4, Chem 5. It's represent for your groups. Okay, if you belong to group 1, please go to click the Chem 1 URL. Okay. Then you might see some error. Maybe you see, maybe you didn't see. Okay, just click at once. Okay, and then click the link further. Then you log in with the password Advantech. ADVANTECH. So after you log in, you'll see a Jupyter Lab where this is a widget for the folder. Okay, then here is a file list. You will see. And here is the working area that you can start to write the coding from here, or you can using terminals to modify the compute environment in your Jupyter Lab. So usually, if you want to install a new library, new modules, or new SDK, okay, we can use the terminal to install. Or you can use, of course, you can use the Python notebook to install also. Okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, it can be used both ways. Okay, so this I will not going to repeat so much detail because it's a time for you to use your hand. I just give you remind you the concept again. If you want to create a new project for AI, it's just simple. You use the import the libraries, loading the pre-trained model, and then process the image. Of course, you know where is your image you keep. Okay, pre-process it, and then we can run the inference. And we run the inference in the Jupyter Lab at this time. But the next week trainings, we will start to use, we will try to deploy the AI project, okay, in Jupyter Lab, and we will send this AI project into the computer, okay, in maybe your notebook or maybe the computer that we set up in our labs. We already set up 5 computers, okay, in our labs. Then again, we will assign each group 1 computer. Then you can run your AI in that computer, okay. So this is the first project, I think you remember. So I just a quick go through, import the library, okay. Then choosing the model and loading, you can choosing the model and loading the pre-trained models. Then pre-process the image, okay, make sure you put in the right file names, okay. Then we'll do the inference and seeing the score, okay, we'll see the score, okay, of the inference. So this exercise you did in last class, you can repeat again and changing the picture again, and the second hands-on we'll do now. Today we will have another 2 hands-on. Okay, so object detection. So using object detection at this time, you will see we want to detect multiple objects in one picture. So you know of course they must ever use the transfer learning skill. Okay, they ever use the transfer learning to learn about the chair, and then add on to learn about the spot bag, the bag, and also learning about a cup, a bowl, a bottle, a computer, laptops, okay, a bottles. Okay, so this is a good picture that everything is recognized. But if you change the picture, not every object is recognized. Okay, in this case, we will use the actually a model, okay, a AI model we call YOLO. Okay, I didn't explain later, but so let's talk about what is the concept of YOLO. Okay, to do the image processing. So the idea is they will create a bounding box. Okay, they'll create a bounding box by start to identify what is the edge of the object. So you know you can compare the color between the edge, right? So from here we will detect the maximum x-axis as the y-axis. Okay, the first coordinate. Then from the first coordinate, we will be drawing the boundary for this object. Okay. Then we will finally we are drawing a box, and this box will have 4 coordinates. We represent by h, w, x, y. So if you are familiar with coding, you know h is representing for the height, w is representing for the width, and x and y will be the original coordinate. Okay, so here we draw a box for this object. Then we will recognize this object, okay, in the next layer of neural network. So you get a faster performance. So again, here you see we also draw another box. Okay. So so this is a one data set. As you remember, if you want to train an AI model, you need to have a lot of data. So here we have a famous data set for the image trainings. The first one that we introduced is a Pascal VOC dataset. So in this image dataset, we have 11,530 image. Okay, so you can use this image, you can download this image, okay, dataset to do your AI training also. Okay, it's free of use, no problems, and you can compare your result with the model, the AI model that they already trained. Okay, so sometime maybe you will detect the accuracy. You need to improve the accuracy by using your data that you can collect. Okay, for example, if you want to recognize the people, okay, so you will see the people recognition. It have many parameter. Okay, include the distance between the eye, include the distance, include the shape of the ear. Okay, so all these parameter is have you need to do a fine tune. Okay, based on Thai people face, Thai people thing, Thai people costume. Okay, then you will get a better accuracy compared to the original AI. So this is how we do AI model optimization. Okay, so the other popular data set is called MS Coco. Okay, so we also have another AI model. Okay, that is called MS Coco. So the data set is provide you 330,000 image, and they have a pre-trained AI model. You can use the AI model. It's trained based on this 330,000 image. And in this image that in this AI model that they already trained, it can recognize up to 80 objects. It can recognize up to 80 objects. Okay, so this is also a very famous because there is a huge data that they can use to train, and you can add on more. And there's a lot of category of objects. Okay, it can recognize. So first, you can use the data set from them. Second, you can use the AI model from them. And in our case, we will use the AI model from them. Okay, so we don't need to develop our own AI. It's not our purpose in our training. Okay. So here is talking about some improvement about the CNN. Okay. So it's just about the speed of process. Like in the previous graph, you see we have improved. Sorry, I moved back a bit. This chart. Okay, you know, every year we do a lot of invest and research to make this classification and detection much better and better. So it can use in a lot of projects. Okay, so we start from ImageNet, AlexNet, then it moved. We will focus on the image classification. Okay, then we have the SPPNet RCNN, and then we have the fast RCNN and faster RCNN. So let me explain a little bit more about this improvement. Okay, so faster RCNN is actually an improvement for the speed that eventually the old model is we want to snap the picture one by one. Every block of the image we will need to compare. But here we actually using a classifier. Okay, we actually doing this convolution layer. Then we do the feature map, and then we will pass a different object area, okay, and recognize, and then finally we put it into a classifier. So just here is not a detailed explanation about RCNN, about the faster RCNN, but you know the result is it is 10 times faster than the fast RCNN, 10 times faster. So in the fast RCNN, maybe you can process like a 3 image 1 second, but now you can have process to 30 image. Okay, in the faster RCNN. And you know faster RCNN is the next generation of fast RCNN, and fast RCNN is a new generation than the RCNN. So original, we start with RCNN, and then we develop faster RCNN, fast RCNN, and then finally now we develop for faster RCNN. Okay, so it's keep on improve the performance, okay, with the more accurate, with the more performance, okay, year by year. So YOLO, so we also doing the project for YOLO that we can recognize the object, and the overall name of the YOLO is called You Look You only look once. And YOLO, it have their specialty. Okay, YOLO is a very fast object detection AI model. It's a very fast, and we even can call that almost real time. So we use a lot application for YOLO for image or not, for video processing, okay? Like we use the webcam, okay, to put in the car, and then we can drive the car, and the YOLO AI model can recognize the object, okay, in the real time, okay? But of course, it have a slightly accuracy, okay, drop, okay? It's not like a 99 score, no. It maybe give you like a 70 score, 80 score, okay? So it's a trade-off of the accuracy. But this is really very fast AI model. Okay, so this is another SSD models. Okay, so it have a faster than YOLO performance. Okay, and slightly more accurate. Okay, so SSD is the best choice or not? Yes. Okay. So it's a time for us to do some tests. Okay, and we're using the YOLO version 3, okay, model at this our exercise, and we do it for object detection. Okay, so in this object detection using the YOLO version 3 AI model, okay, we use a lot of application like I mentioned is for the video process. Okay, so in the video, we have a many scenario like the automatic driving car. Okay, so it can drive by itself. So we use this model and it can recognize this object, okay, on the street. Okay, then we can decide how to drive, speed up or stop, etc. So the step is simple, it's the same. We import the library, which is YOLO Y3, and download the AI model. Okay, then we process the image and we'll see the inference result. So this is the one example in our code. We'll see how many objects we can detect using a YOLO model. Okay, so we import the library first. Okay, so you can change the AI model. You see, just now we mentioned about, you can use the SSD, is the fastest performance and higher accuracy. Or you can use the faster RCNN. You just need to change your code to this, we call faster underscore RCNN underscore ResNet 50 underscore V1B underscore Coco. Okay, so why the name of the AI model is so long? Because it tells us that this AI model, okay, is using the faster RCNN neural network, okay, and it's trained by the ResNet model and is using a COCO data set, okay, and the version now is a version 1B, okay. So usually it gives you a many signal about the library, about how the technique and AI and the neural network and the data set, okay, they name, okay, in the library. So of course, the second step, we load the pre-trained model, right? Then the third step, we pre-process the image, okay, like we put in the file names, okay, we put in the coordinate, the cutting the image, okay, to be like a 512 by 1512, okay, smaller picture, pre-process it. Then it come out the result, okay, it can detect 1, 2, 3, actually four objects in this picture. Okay, so go to find out. Please go to find out by yourself. Okay. So you can do now. Then I can have a break. So Chavalat, can you take over?
โอเค ค่ะ ก็เดี๋ยวเข้าไปในลิงก์นะคะ เหมือนเมื่อวานเนาะที่เราทำ hands on อันแรกอะค่ะ ใครเข้าได้แล้วยังไม่ได้อะไรยังไงก็แชทบอกพี่นิดนึงเนาะ เจอลิงก์ไหมคะลิงก์แบบเมื่อวันก่อนโอเคเข้าได้แล้วค่ะมีใครติดปัญหายังเข้าไม่ได้บอกมาได้นะคะอันนี้พี่เก้งแปะลิงก์ไว้ให้แล้วเนาะถ้าใครหาลิงก์ไม่เจอก็คลิกเข้าไปในแชทได้เลยนะคะพอเข้าไปเสร็จเรียบร้อยเราจะเข้าไปตรงที่เมื่อครั้งที่แล้วเราเข้าไปที่ตัวclassification ใช่ไหมคะครั้งนี้เราจะเข้าไปครั้งที่แล้วเป็น object detection เนาะครั้งนี้เราจะไปที่ classification นะคะคราวที่แล้วเนี่ยถ้าเกิดว่าน้องๆยังจำได้ก็คือตัว object detection เนี่ยมันจะเอาไว้สำหรับให้เราตรวจดูว่าในรูปนั้นๆใช่ไหมคะเป็น object อะไรเนาะเป็นรูปหมารูปแมวรูปถ้วยกาแฟอะไรก็ตามแต่เนาะแต่ว่าในหนึ่งรูปก็คือจะมี object อยู่แค่ object เดียวประมาณนี้นะคะส่วนครั้งนี้ก็คือเราจะมาดูรูปที่มันมีหลายๆ object มากขึ้นนะคะใครเข้ามาแล้วก็กดที่ตรง object detection นะคะแล้วก็ลองรันดูก่อนก็ได้ค่ะอันนี้เป็นโค้ดที่เราแปะไว้ให้แล้วนะลิงก์กลุ่ม2เข้าไม่ได้ค่ะ
เดี๋ยวเช็คให้ครับ
โอเคเดี๋ยวพี่เก้งดูให้นะคะโอเคเน็ตไม่ดีอาจจะเข้าไม่ได้นะครับไม่เป็นไรค่ะลองดูก่อนก็ได้เนาะแต่ถ้าเกิดว่าวันนี้เข้าไม่ได้ยังไงเดี๋ยวลองดูไปพร้อมๆกันก่อนก็ได้แล้วก็พรุ่งนี้หรืออะไรเงี้ยน้องๆก็ยังเข้าได้อยู่ใช่ไหมคะพี่เก้งใช่เนาะโอเค
ใช่ครับผม
ค่ะอันนี้พอรันเสร็จเรียบร้อยแล้วเมื่อกี้คือตอนนี้ใน Data เนี่ยเรามีรูปพี่เตรียมรูปอันนี้ไว้เนาะจะเป็นรูปหมารูปแมวตามในหน้าสไลด์ที่เปิดอยู่นะคะก็คือแล้วพอหลังจากที่เรารันโปรแกรมมาเสร็จแล้วปุ๊บมันก็จะขึ้นออกมาว่ามันก็จะ detect เจอใช่ไหมคะว่าในรูปเนี้ยมีอ็อบเจกต์อะไรอยู่บ้างก็คือจะมีแมวอยู่ที่มีแคทอยู่ที่ตรงนั้นตรงนี้ความน่าจะเป็นที่จะเป็นแคทอยู่ที่ 0.994 อะไรประมาณเนี้ยนะคะตรงนี้น่าจะเป็นด็อกตรงนั้นน่าจะเป็นด็อกนะอะไรอย่างนี้เป็นต้นใครลองรันดูแล้วมันขึ้นได้รีซอสแบบนี้บ้างแล้วหรือยังคะแชร์มาได้นะครับ
ได้แล้วครับผม
ได้แล้วค่ะ
ได้แล้วได้ค่ะโอเคทีนี้จริงๆเราก็ลองเปลี่ยนรูปได้นะคะเหมือนกับครั้งที่แล้วตอนแรกรูปตั้งต้นพี่เริ่มมาให้เป็นรูปถ้วยกาแฟถูกปะแล้วเราก็ไปหาโหลดรูปจากอินเทอร์เน็ตมาอาจจะเป็นรูปแมวรูปหมาว่าไปใช่ไหมคะแล้วก็มาลองรันดูอันนี้ก็ได้เหมือนกันเราจะไปลองหารูปมาจากในอินเทอร์เน็ตก็ได้ที่ในหนึ่งรูปของเราประกอบด้วยอ็อบเจกต์หลายๆอย่างประมาณนั้นเอาเป็นอ็อบเจกต์ที่มันกลางๆนิดนึงนะคะแล้วก็เอารูปที่ได้อย่าลืมเอาไปใส่ในโฟลเดอร์ Data นะคะแล้วก็ชื่อไฟล์ name อะไรที่ต้องมาแก้ในโค้ดก็แก้คล้ายๆกับคราวที่แล้วอะค่ะ วันนี้เดี๋ยวเราลองทำอย่างแรกก็คือลองหารูปมานะคะแล้วก็มาโหลดรูปใส่ลงไปในโฟลเดอร์ data ตัวนั้นนะคะแล้วก็ลองรันใหม่เนาะลองดูรูปของเราบ้างว่ามัน detect เจอ object แต่ละอย่างครบถ้วนไหมนะคะแล้วก็ detect ออกมาถูกหรือเปล่าอย่างนี้ใครเสร็จแล้วพี่ไม่แน่ใจเราน่าจะส่งไฟล์ขึ้นมาได้เนาะแคปหน้าจอแล้วก็ส่งผลลัพธ์เข้ามาให้ดูก็ได้ค่ะใครทำเสร็จแล้วบอกนะคะใครลองเปลี่ยนรูปแล้วก็ลองรันเรียบร้อยแล้วมันขึ้นผลลัพธ์มาได้อะไรเงี้ยแจ้งมานะคะ
ปุ๋ยต้องการแชร์สกรีนไหม
ปุ๋ยจะลองแชร์สกรีนให้น้องดูไหมเป็นตัวอย่าง
อ๋อเดี๋ยวแป๊บนึงนะคะ
Hi, Chavalat, I'm back. You need to share the screen to show the hands-on or not?
I try to connect to Jupyter Lab. Wait a moment.
If you finish your hands-on for the object detection, of course, you still can try the other AI model. And if you don't want to try, you just say you're finished in the chat room. Just tell us you are finished, so I will know that I will start the third hands-on in maybe 5 minutes.
Okay.
So is that fun? That to have the code, just a few code, a very simple code, just like a 10 line, 20 line. You can do the AI object detection. Very, very fun, right? So your challenge is, okay, you might have a lot of questions. Can it recognize my tree in my house? Can it recognize my guitar? Can it recognize my chair? Okay. I have no answer. You need to try by yourself. So, as you know, you can play the Jupyter Lab anytime, anywhere. Okay. So, if you use a notebook, you can use a notebook. If you use a iPad, you can use an iPad. So, this is the reason why we use Jupyter Lab, because this is useful for cross-platform. I don't need to worry about you need to set up in a notebook about library, about the programs. Everyone can use, and I don't need to worry about if you cannot use or you have some trouble. I don't know how to help you, right? So anyway, this is what my favorite. So for you maybe you have your own favorite if you like to develop the code in your own notebook. Okay, so maybe you can choose the other. You can choose the other IDE, no problems. Okay, so for myself, my favorite another IDE that I will use is PyCharm. Okay, the PyCharm is also beautiful, and I think it's quite easy, convenient to use for me. Okay. I see a lot of Thai word, but I don't know what that means in the chat room. Anyone need to teach me a Thai wording? I know สวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีค่ะ
2 more minutes to go. If you finish or not finish, I will start the next hands-on anyway, because we left only half an hour for today trainings. It is so fast. Okay, so the third exercise we do, okay, in these trainings, this is just a third one. We still have many more, okay, so that you can explore to more AI model and also the application that you may do in the future. I don't know, or maybe if you're interested, you can do it much more better, okay, in the future. So the next one. This AI model is called AlphaPost. Okay, so it's built by a community in the open post. So this project we want to do is for the human posture detection. So this is actually very early we do for human pose detect, especially for the athletics industry, like soccer. Okay, you know, I think Thai people love to see soccer game a lot, right? Play the football. So every posture in the football, soccer, okay, we try to use the AI to detect whether they kick in the right way, okay, or run into the right position, or detect whether that is a fake injury or the post fall down. Okay, so we can use this AI to detect the pose of the human. So the difficulty is we need to recognize the human joint. Okay, the one of the idea is how we can know these people is running. How can we know these people is sitting? So we develop the AI models that to recognize the joint of the human skeleton, okay, and the body. Okay, so we using the joint, okay, and to connect and become to recognize and learn about the posture of the human body. Okay, and officially we call that a post estimation, just estimate. Okay, so for example, like this, if you have a picture of a human, then the AI will first to note the joint. Okay, it will first to noting the joint, then it will connect all these joint based on the human body, then from the shape, okay, and the relationship again, right, the relationship of the picture and pixel, we can know this is a running position or running posture, or this is a standing posture, or this is a walking posture, or sitting or sleeping. Okay, so we compare by the relationship between each joint, okay, and also the relationship in the, so you can see we do the pre-process, okay, of the human body by of the picture, pre-process by putting the joint, okay, and then connect it, okay, to know this part is a leg, this part is a leg, this part is a hand, okay, this part is a head, and this part is an eye. Okay, then we can see it look left or look right. Okay, so from there we estimate for the post, and of course again I don't ask you to develop posture AI. I just ask you to use the AI that we already have. Again, the same 4 step, you see, it's always the same. Import the library, okay, loading the pre-trained model, and this time we use AlphaPost. We process the image and inference the result. So we talk about soccer. Okay, that I think this is a famous activity, famous sport in Thailand, right? So we want to detect this posture, this is a dangerous or this is a right, because this is a improvement for the athletes. Okay, that they need to be careful to avoid the injury, okay, or to save some energy if they putting into the right pose. And also we can detect the fall, okay, between the games, okay, etc. and etc. So there is so many AI application in the sport industry. Okay, so in here we just do the you see, we do the 2 AI model. One is we use the YOLO, okay, to detect the human. Okay, then the second one we use the AlphaPost, okay, to know, to just justify about the posture of the human. Okay, then we, of course, we will pre-process the picture. The picture, and then we will do for the printing the shape, okay, on the picture. Okay, so we will just move on the theory here. Okay, and this will be the result. Okay, so of course your exercise is totally different. I tell you, it's a totally different as this presentation. So I want you to find out. Okay, so maybe you can take a picture of, maybe find your old picture that when you are playing or when you are running, and see whether how much the score, okay, that it can predict, this AI model can predict for your posture. Okay, so you may start now, and Chavaras or Humin, do you want to do hands-on step by step
โอเคค่ะ อันถัดไปนะคะก็จะเป็น hands on อันที่3แล้วนะคะก็จะเป็นตัวของ human pose นะคะเข้าไปที่ Jupyter Lab เหมือนเมื่อกี้นะคะเดี๋ยวพี่หาทางแชร์สกรีนแป๊บหนึ่งโอเคเห็นไหมคะอันนี้เห็นสกรีนพี่ไหมเอ่ย
เห็นค่ะ
เห็นแล้วเนาะโอเคเดี๋ยวเราจะมาที่ตรงนี้นะคะเมื่อกี้เราไปทำ object detection ไปแล้วใช่ไหมไม่แน่ใจว่าทำกันเสร็จหรือเปล่าแต่ว่าถัดไปก็คือจะเป็น post basic อันนี้นะคะก็คลิกเข้าไปอันนี้ทดลองรันทีหนึ่งก่อนก็ได้เนาะถ้าเราดูจากตรงโค้ดตรงนี้ใช่ไหมคะก็จะเห็นว่ามันจะมีให้ใส่โหลด Data อยู่ตรงนี้ก็คือชื่อรูปของเรานั่นเองนะคะซึ่งตอนเนี้ยรูปของเรามันถูกเก็บอยู่ในโฟลเดอร์ที่ชื่อ Data ตรงนี้นะคะเหมือนจะค้างก็ไม่เป็นไรก็คือเราจะลองเทสเป็นรูปไหนนะคะจะเอารูปของเราเองโหลดมาจากในอินเทอร์เน็ตตอนนี้ก็ได้หรือจะถ่ายรูปตอนนี้ก็ได้เอารูปในมือถือก็ได้ยังไงก็ได้เนาะแต่ว่าเอามาใส่ในโฟลเดอร์ที่ชื่อ Data ตรงนี้นะคะแล้วก็อย่าลืมว่าใส่ชื่อให้ตรงกันกับชื่อรูปของเรานะคะมาเปลี่ยนในโค้ดตรงนี้เนาะเสร็จแล้วก็กดรันโปรแกรมได้เลยนะคะโอเคอันนี้พี่ทดลองรันดูเนาะอันนี้พี่ลองรันให้มันเทสตัวรูปที่ชื่อว่า test3.jpg นะคะอยู่โฟลเดอร์ data นะคะระหว่างที่โปรแกรมมันรันอยู่ตรงนี้ก็คือจะขึ้นเป็นรูปดอกจันเนาะก็รอแป๊บหนึ่งระหว่างรอของพี่ก็ของน้องๆคนไหนก็ไปหารูปแล้วก็เอามาใส่ในโฟลเดอร์ Data ได้นะคะเดี๋ยวเราจะได้ลองรูปอื่นๆลองดูว่า AI มันจะ detect เจอไหมเนาะตรงนี้ที่ในสไลด์บอกก็คือจริงๆเรายังสามารถเปลี่ยนพวกโมเดลเนมอะไรอย่างเงี้ยได้นะคะตรงนี้ที่เราใช้อยู่เป็นของ YOLO เนาะแต่จริงๆแล้วเราก็สามารถเปลี่ยนได้ตามในสไลด์ที่เมื่อกี้ทาง Matrix โชว์ให้ดูนะคะมีใครลองรันแล้วได้ผลลัพธ์แล้วไหมคะแชร์ให้ดูนิดนึงได้ไหมเอ่ย ตอนนี้พี่อยู่กลุ่ม5นะคะ มีน้องบอกว่ากลุ่ม5เข้าไม่ได้ครับ พี่ไม่แน่ใจว่าของพี่มันค้างไปแล้วหรือยังเนาะรออีกแป๊บหนึ่งถ้าใครอยู่กลุ่มอื่นแล้วก็ได้ผลลัพธ์แล้วแชร์มาได้นะคะ เห็นสไลด์พี่ไหมคะ
เห็นครับ
เห็นเนาะ
เห็นค่ะ
โอเคอ่ะเหมือนตอนนี้มันน่าจะล่มมา พี่ก็เข้าไม่ได้เหมือนกันโอเคถ้าเอางี้พี่พูดให้ฟังก่อนละกันนะคะ แล้วเดี๋ยวน้องๆค่อยทยอยกันเข้ามาทำวันหลังละกันเนาะจะเป็นพรุ่งนี้อะไรเงี้ยก็ได้เพราะว่าเข้ามาทำได้ตลอดนะคะโอเควันนี้ที่เราจะทำการ hands on ของวันนี้จะมีเรื่องแรกก็คือตัว object detection ใช่ไหมคะเมื่อกี้นี้เนาะสิ่งที่เราจะทดลองเข้ามาทำในตัวโปรแกรมได้อะก็คือจะมีส่วนนี้ตัว pre-train model นะคะซึ่งเราสามารถลองเปลี่ยนเป็นใช้เป็นตัวอื่นๆได้ก็คือเลือกเป็นใส่ไปตามนี้นะคะแก้โค้ดก็จะมาแก้ตรงนี้ตรงโมเดลที่เราเลือกนะคะโมเดลเท่ากับตอนเนี้ยเบื้องต้นนะมันน่าจะเซตมาเป็นยูโรตัวนี้นะคะ darknet 53แต่ว่าน้องๆสามารถเปลี่ยนเป็น SSD 512 LessNet 50 V1 Coco อะไรอย่างเงี้ยได้หมดเลยเนาะหรือว่าถ้าอยากจะได้เป็นตัวอื่นๆเพิ่มเติมก็สามารถคลิกเข้าไปลองเลือกดูในนี้ก็ได้ลองเวลาทำนะคะก็ลองเปลี่ยนโมเดลตรงนี้ดูแล้วก็ลองดู result เทียบกันว่าถ้าเราใช้ YOLO result ออกมามันตรวจจับเห็นชัดแค่ไหนอะไรอย่างเงี้ยเนาะแล้วเทียบกันกับเวลาเราเลือกใช้เป็นโมเดลอื่นๆแต่ละโมเดลอาจจะให้คำตอบออกมาไม่เหมือนกันนะคะประมาณนี้อันนี้จุดที่1นะคะจุดที่2ที่เราจะแก้ได้สำหรับในhands on อันนี้นะคะก็คือตัวรูปที่เราจะเอามาใส่ก็คือน้องๆสามารถไปโหลดรูปจากในอินเทอร์เน็ตนะแล้วก็มาใส่ในโฟลเดอร์ data นะคะชื่อรูปอะไรก็มาแก้ไฟล์ name ตรงนี้นะคะแล้วก็ทดลองรันโปรแกรมดูใหม่ให้มันลอง detect ดูใหม่ว่าในรูปของเรามี object อะไรบ้างนะคะพี่ฝากไว้เป็นการบ้านได้ไหมอ่ะถ้าเกิดว่าใครไปลองทำดูแล้วนะคะลองโหลดรูปใหม่มาดูแล้วก็ลองรันดูแล้วก็แคปหน้าจอไว้นิดนึงเนาะคราวหน้าเรากลับมาเจอกันแล้วก็เอามาอวดแมทริกเขานิดนึงนะคะโอเคได้เนาะได้ไหมเอ่ย
ได้ค่ะ
เนาะโอเค
ได้ครับ
I hope my name
โอเค
วันนี้เน็ตผมมีปัญหา
ค่ะ
นะครับ
แล้วก็อะไรนะคะอ่ะโอเคถัดไปนะอันนี้คือของตัว object detection ใช่ไหมคะเดี๋ยวเราลองเปลี่ยนเป็นรูปของเราเองแล้วก็แคปมาให้ดูกันเนาะอ่ะทีนี้ถัดไปก็คือเป็น human pose นะคะ human pose ตรงนี้เราก็คล้ายๆกันจริงๆสเต็ปมันก็คือเหมือนกันเลยค่ะ import library แล้วก็โหลด pre-train model เสร็จแล้ว pre-process image แล้วก็สุดท้ายก็คือเป็น inference แล้วก็ display result นะคะเพราะฉะนั้นมันก็จะเปลี่ยนได้คล้ายๆกันนะคะตรงนี้อันที่3เนี่ยเราก็เหมือนกันนะคะเราก็สามารถเลือกเป็นรูปอื่นๆเอาเป็นรูปที่อันนี้เราก็เลือกรูปที่มันแบบดูมีท่าทางนิดนึงนะคะจะเป็นรูปเรากับเพื่อนตอนเล่นกันอะไรอย่างเงี้ยก็ได้นะแล้วเราก็มาใส่ในโฟลเดอร์เหมือนเดิมค่ะในโฟลเดอร์ data เหมือนเดิมนะคะแล้วก็ไปรันโปรแกรมของตัว human pose อันนี้นะคะแล้วก็ลองรันดูแล้วก็อย่าลืมแคปสกรีนแคปหน้าจอมาให้ดูอีกทีหนึ่งนะคะฝากไว้2ข้อนะได้ปะขอ2รูปต่อ1คนนะคะ
ได้ค่ะ
ได้ค่ะ
คือจะเป็น
ทำไมนะครับ
อะไรนะคะอะไรนะฮัลโหล
2 รูปมีอะไรบ้างนะครับ
2 รูปมีอะไรบ้างนะคะวันนี้เรามี2 hands on ถูกปะ hands on แรกก็คือตัว object detection อันนั้นให้หารูปที่ใน1รูปเรามีหลายๆ object แล้วเราก็ลองไปเปลี่ยนเอารูปของเราเนาะไปใส่ในโฟลเดอร์ data แล้วก็ไปรันตัวไฟล์ที่เป็น object detection นะคะรันโค้ดในไฟล์นั้นเพื่อให้มัน detect object ในรูปของเราอันนี้คือรูปที่1นะพอมันรัน detect มาได้เสร็จแล้วเราก็แคปหน้าจอมาให้ดูโอเคปะอันที่2ก็คือหลังจากจะเป็นโค้ดของตัว human pose อะค่ะ อันนี้ก็เหมือนกันแล้วก็โหลดเราก็ไปหาโหลดรูปหรือว่าเอารูปของเราก็ได้ที่มีท่าทางต่างๆอะไรเงี้ยเอาเป็นให้มันเป็นคนที่โพสท่าทางหลากหลายอะนะประมาณนั้นแล้วก็เซฟในโฟลเดอร์ Data เหมือนกันแล้วก็รันคราวนี้ก็จะไปรันที่ตัวโค้ดของตัว Human Post ละค่ะให้มันรันโปรแกรมออกมาแล้วก็แคปผลลัพธ์มาให้ดูเป็น2ข้อได้ปะ Object Detection 1แล้วก็ตัวHuman Post อีก1ได้ไหมคะ
ได้ครับได้ครับ
ได้ค่ะแล้วก็ผัดกันเข้ามาทำมันอาจจะแบบว่าวันนี้มันอาจจะล่มเพราะว่าแบบเราเข้ากันไปเยอะๆพร้อมๆกันอะไรเงี้ยค่ะอาจจะรับโหลดไม่พอประมาณนั้นโอเคค่ะมีที่กันอยู่ไหม
Okay, so we almost finished the class for today, and the next class will be on Friday, same times. Okay, and for the next class, we will tell you in the real industry application. If an engineer like Chavalas, like Pumin, they develop for the AI projects and to use in the factory or to use in the store or to use in the tollway. Okay, how we do? Okay, so just for you to see that, okay, we have a tools, we have a platform that to help us to manage our AI programs and also our AI models and the resource that we use for doing a training and also how we deploy the programs, okay, with the AI models to all the device on the field. All right. So thank you very much and see you again next 2 days. I'm very happy to see you again and hopefully you enjoy for the AI exercise.
Thank you so much, teacher.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much,
Thank
teacher.
you
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye bye. Good night.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mistake.
See you later.
So good evening, everyone. Today we will start for the real jobs. Okay, for the past 3 days, we have learned about the concept of the AI. We have learned about how the machine, okay, can be work, and we know now the secret is the neural network and the AI model that we are building, okay, that all the engineers, all the scientists, all the researcher, and you will be build up the new formula for making a very smart, intelligent AI, okay, in the future. So today we are not going to repeat back about the last few days class, and you still can refer to the hands-on or the file that I already upload and modify in the last 2 days. And today I upload another new file. It is a real time for us to build the project. And I would like to share a lot. Okay, I have a lot of experience. I would like to share our experience as engineers, okay, to deploy the real projects in our customer and application in many industry. Okay, so because this will be using a lot of the concept and also using a lot of the practice that we use in the Advantech. So I would like to give a very quick briefing, a very short briefing to let you understand what is Advantech company doing. Okay, just a short while. So let's start from the briefing. Advantech, our company, I call that a technology company. So our most strong that we are almost be dominant in the market is the industrial and embedded PC, which is we almost dominate more than 34% of the worldwide market. And it's actually deliver us the very good position which is number one. So on top of that, we are actually building a lot of the IoT devices and AI, okay, for support the IoT hardware and software solution for the industrial chain. Okay, so the industrial chain is not means for manufacturing, but also cover for many of the market such as retail, hospital, logistics, airport, public services, railway, etc. and etc. So Advantech is connecting all the IoT implementation in all of this market and connect to the cloud with enable the big data storage and also enable the AI application to help to build a smarter planet. So let's see about the video, just a very short video.
Change is the only constant. Change may bring challenges and is often accompanied by pressure. But this also provides the motivation and passion to thrive on change. Advantech embraces evolution and innovation. We promote Industry 4.0 transformation and accelerate the production process. We construct smart cities, reduce energy consumption, streamline retail services, enhance healthcare, and relieve traffic congestion. Advantech's vision is to drive innovation with technology and enable an intelligent planet, to enrich our lives and create a sustainable environment for the future. After more than 3 decades of diligent technology development, Advantech has built a comprehensive foundation for edge-to-cloud IoT applications. From sensing devices, edge computing platforms, to cloud applications, our edge devices are powered by the WISE Device On remote device management software. The WISE Pass industrial IoT cloud platform provides a broad range of industrial apps. And the WISE Marketplace unleashes endless possibilities of industrial IoT solutions. Looking to the future, we keep striding forward in our progress toward an intelligent planet. Over the next 5 years, Advantech will continue to cultivate local operations, present AI solutions to business, and become the role model of digital transformation and global leading brand of industrial IoT. A brave new world comes from realizing our visions. Joining hands with our partners, Advantech endeavors to enable an intelligent planet and co-create infinite possibilities in the IoT world.
Okay, so if you actually would like to see more videos, the video is look quite exciting, right? It just deliver like the message that what Advantech do every day with our customer, with our partners to make every project or every industry to be more smart and able to deploy with the AI. And you can look for more videos, okay, by searching Advantech in YouTube. Okay, so you'll get a lot of video about products, about the trainings, about the technologies. So if interested to know more, then you can check in this folder where we are showing in the previous materials, or in your email, you can check, you can come into this folder, you'll see now we have 4 files, and one of the file is talking about Advantech products. So you can see in this page. So actually, we start to enabling for the AIoT. That means AI plus IoT in the industry market for over 10 years. And of course, you know the big changes and big impact of the AI is on around 2012. That is about 8 years ago. And now, during that time, we actually plan to have our customer and partner to see the real things, to see and touch and feel about the AI and industrial IoT, how it will be changed in their business and how it will be changed in their daily working life. So we built we call a smart campus, or now it's called AIoT co-creation campus. Because Advantech believe this is not one company can make everything, make every industry, make every company to be smart with the AI, okay, enable with the IoT. So Advantech believe to work with everyone, to work with every partners, to work with every engineers, that to make this dream happen. So we built this campus with actually three phase of the buildings. Okay, the phase 1 is mainly to showing. We have a demo site. We have the application that to show how the application can be more smart, like how we transform our meeting room to be a smart meeting room that we can book online, and it can be scheduled, and it can control all the lighting, presentation, projectors, okay, etc. and etc. automatically when we come to the meetings room. And we also have a lot of others application, like we can have the people counting, traffic management in our small cafe, where we have a cafe in our buildings. So we can plan about how many coffee or how many breakfast we need to prepare every day. Okay, and what is the favorite food or favorite drinks for some of the staff, okay, or some of our customer or visitor. So everyone can visit to this campus, okay, but of course, if you want to see inside or details, you can appointment with any of our staff, then we will have a tour. So eventually, together with the CPO, I would discuss and propose, if you win or you have a chance to go to the finish this camp, then we may want to bring you go to this campus to have the real looks and experience about the futures of AIoT. So we already done for the phase 1, that is about 6 years ago, and the second phase we done about 4 years ago, where we put our factory. We make a factory in these buildings, and we putting all the sensors, all the devices, and with the AI, we making a smart factories to do all the material preparation, and this is for Advantech. But we are open up to show to every customer and show to every partners that how we make a factory to be smart with AI, and how we can manage all the production, okay, with the technology. So this is already done, and now we are building for the third buildings, okay, which is for the sustainability management. So Advantech would really comply and work for the green environment commitment, and also for the society commitment, and government our working process to make sure we will have a sustainable business and sustainable future for our world. So this is today our main learnings, that how we deploy a project in a real world. And I would like to remind, AI is not a solution. AI is a technique or technology that we use to enhance our solution, to enhance our application, to make it more smarter, and it can be learned every day to improve the result, accuracy, and performance. So where do we start? Of course, if you want to make a smart machine or smart robot, you need to collect data. Okay, you need to collect data, and the more data you can collect, you can consider in many dimensions. If you remember in the day one class, the more dimension, the AI formula will become to more complicated. But the more dimension, it will make your AI much more smarter. Okay, so the first step, of course, we collect the data from sensor or by manual input, enter. The more as many as possible the data, the more dimension the data is better. Okay, so we always need to imagine. We need to use our imagine what kind of data we still will get from one situation. For example, if you can imagine your room, now you're learning in a room, how many data you can get? You can imagine as many as possible, and that every measurement of data is bring you a different dimension. For example, you can collect the light situation, okay, how bright of your room right now. You can collect the temperature. Is your room is cold or hot right now? You can collect about the intensity of the space. For example, do your room have a lot of things or lesser of things? Is that always change or not change? Number 4, you can collect, is that person in your room? Yes or no? Have 1 person or 2 person or 3 person? Okay, it depends. So you can also consider this way. Number 5, you can consider how many how many electricity you use in your room. Your light is using a room. You are using a lighting in your room. You're using the aircon in your room. You're using the fan in your room. You're using computer in your room, and every of this device, it takes energy and it takes electricity. So you can measure that also. And the other things, you can imagine what kind of information you can take in your rooms is the time series data. That means what happened in this time and what happened in another times. Okay, for example, you can measure your lighting is on or off for how long. Okay, so this is a time series data, and based on this time series data, eventually the AI will learn. Maybe you like to turn on the light for maybe 2.5 hours, then you turn it off. So it will learn, and the next step, if you want to control your lighting with AI, maybe it will try to turn on for you, and it know about the times when you come back to your room. Okay, and it can turn off for you maybe before your sleep. Okay, so you think you have making a very smart lighting for your room, right? So again, if you just judge for one time, okay, time dimension, then maybe the AI is not so smart enough. But if you include like a 5-6 factor, all the factor in just to make your room more smarter with AI, try to imagine as many data you can build, you can collect, okay, in your room, or of course in the real world, we consider in the real projects or real application. And the real application, it always come to tell by the customer or tell by the engineers who use, okay, or who want to solve a problem. Okay, the problems maybe is not a real trouble or not a real difficulty that they cannot work. Okay, I mean the problems that they want to solve is maybe improvement. Like today, they can produce for like a 10 products. So maybe the manager or management will ask, hey, can you help by AI to make like a 10 plus 1, okay, 11 products in one day, okay, using the technology to accelerate, using the AI to accelerate and help the people making the products. This is one problem that we can trying to resolve. All right. So this is a one example, and collecting the data is no limit. The more data you get, the more dimension you consider, then you will build a more smarter robot, a more smarter AI. Then we collect all this data, where we put it. Of course, we need to have a platform. We need to have a place to keep the data. If you have the video, you need to have a file storage to keep the video. If you have the data, temperature data, electricity data, you need to keep in the database. Okay, so you need a data platform and keep in here. And from here, if you have enough data, you have a lot of data, okay, now you can start to develop a AI application. Okay, so this is a very simple looks, and we need to make sure in our daily work, we try to make this process to be like automatically. All the data collect automatically, and all the data keep automatically, and all the data go to our AI automatically. Of course, we don't want to enter, key in the data day by day. Okay, record and manual and record. No, we don't do that. Okay. So if you look for the example, we just give you one example, like the actual in the real project, that how we collect the data. Okay, basically, like I mentioned, we can use the sensor and edge devices with some software, okay, to tap into many sensors. Okay, and every sensor, no matter we call that analog input, or we collect for the temperature input, or it is just a simple digital on or digital off input, or it can be a counter, okay, input, okay, just counting 1 or 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, something like that. So this is devices that we use. And some of these we can use the connect the machine, okay, to the cloud here. You see the connect to the data platform here. Okay, so the machine, they have the controller, or like you go to hospital, they have an X-ray machine. So we also try to connect all the data in the X-ray machine, okay, to the cloud. Okay, and of course, if we don't have any device or machine, we want to just take the sensor or take the information from our environment, we can have many modules that to connect with sensors. So you need to find a sensor, define what is this sensor to collect what data. For example, if you want to measure the temperature, you might look for thermocoupler, you might look for a thermodiode, okay, etc. Okay, so this data will give you like 0 to 20 milliamp in current. Then you convert this data to be a communicate protocol. Okay, for example, we can use the Modbus, okay, or we can use the MQTT. This is a protocol, okay, that you will learn when you go to the study in engineering. Okay, this is protocol is like a language for all these devices talk to the computer. So the computer will understand the protocol. The device will send the data in the protocol. Okay. So while we send the data to keep in this data platform, we actually use quite many different service. Okay. For example, we want to keep our data into internet, and we have a famous internet service we call infrastructure as a service. So they can be some company provide this service. For example, Microsoft provide Microsoft Azure. Okay, maybe you ever heard about Microsoft Azure. It's a cloud service that you can keep your data, you can analyze your data, you can build your virtual machine, you can build for your website, okay, everything, okay, on the Microsoft Azure. Another famous example is like Amazon, AWS, Amazon Web Service. So this is a public cloud that you can build everything that you want to store inside it, or everything you want to program inside it. Okay. So the third one is like Alibaba Cloud or the Tencent Cloud. That is because in the global, everywhere they have their public cloud service provider. They provide infrastructure as a service. So in Thailand, we have True also provide the infrastructure. AIS also have the AIS cloud, and the famous one we have the Internet Thailand. Okay, they have a big data center. Then we can use that data center, and we just pay how much the resource we use. Okay, in their data center. And of course, we also would like to, in some company, the data cannot be saved outside, okay, because it's a sensitive data or it's a very important data. So they would like to keep inside their factory or their company. So by that, they also can build their own private cloud, okay, building their own private cloud. So usually we have a quite a good standard to help everyone to build for the private cloud. There is an open source project we call OpenStack. So if you follow the design step by the OpenStack, you can build your own private cloud, okay, to serve for your factory, to serve for your operator, to serve for your engineers. So on top of this infrastructure, we will need a database. Okay, you see, we use several database that we can support. Okay, and you will need to monitor and measure all the service. The service is like a function that we want to use, like we want to store the data into this database. So we want to make sure this database is working 24 hours. Otherwise, maybe now it's failed. So you want to upload the data and the data cannot store. Then you lost some of the data. Okay, so we will have a measurement metering on maybe our storage is full already or not, or maybe it's occupied now by someone else. Okay, we can monitor that. Okay, and we have a IoT hub. It's like a gateway for every data that come in by very stupid devices. Okay, that the devices maybe is old technology or old age that it cannot be pre-programmed. So you know, you want the device to talk with the cloud, you need to talk into the some standard protocol. So for IoT hub, then we can have many kind of data coming to here, and it will automatically restructuring, okay, restoring and keep into the database more organized way. Okay, so in the data platform, we have another few more important function, like we want to visualize all our data. So visualize our data, it will be making human that who want to manage the project or manage the system will be more have a direct, impressive, and illustration understanding about the real situation. I will show you a small example later on. Visualization is important for human, and it visualize your data, helping a lot, okay, for engineer, helping a lot for operator, helping a lot for manager, okay, to make decision and understanding about the problems and make a plan for helping improve the situation. And of course, we have the other service like asset performance that to monitor all the device, all the IoT device on our store, in our airport, or in our factories, okay, to see whether it's still working. And we also need to make sure we can remote to do something with it. Okay, like we want to update the software, okay, or we want to turn it off, okay, something like that remotely. And one important service, of course, we talk about the AI framework services, or in short, AIFS. You will see this word today and the next class and the next class. And because all our focus is how to deploy AI projects in the real world, so we will use a lot of the AIFS services. Okay, I will not talk now because all the other slide we will talk is about AIFS. So based on this platform, we can create projects for maybe energy management. We can create for the water treatment and management. You see, you use the water in your house after you wash hand, you take a shower. Okay, you put for a flower. All this water, where it come from? Before it come to your house, it need to be pre-processed. Make a clean water for you and send to the pipe, and then from the pipe send to you, right? So water treatment management, we do a lot of process. Okay, collect the water, cleaning the water, make sure the water, okay, everything. Okay, so same concept we can do for several different projects. All right, so still have many more. You can see every project we can use a similar concept, collecting the data, okay, and imagine the more data we can get, okay, and you know, the more data in different dimension, it helps to make your AI more smarter, okay. So after we collecting the data, we keep it into the into database, and then we will do the AI application, okay, to make the application solve some problem or help to manage, help to improve the situation. Okay, maybe you know some of the northern region, or maybe it's a lack of water. So with a good water management, you can use your AI to do some prediction about in every year which month the water will be less. Then you can prepare for some water, okay, before it come to drop, right? In south of the Thailand, every year there is a flooding, so we can prepare for some of the flooding prevention system, right? So again, you see the imagination start from, we measure the water, okay, then we try to understand and analyze the situation, why the water is getting too many, become to flooding, okay, how we can avoid that. So how we can alert before the water is too much, come to flooding, okay. So there is a very interesting things you can do, okay, to improve. So let's talk about the overall YPass services. We will call that a YPass platform. This is mainly is like a software coding that we will use many of the service or many of the tools we will use. You don't need to remember all these things because all this technology will be growth and this technology will be advanced, okay, every day, okay. So commonly, you see we have a IaaS management, is an infrastructure as a service. You can imagine this service provider, they provide you a computer to use. It's a virtual computer, okay, or virtual resource, virtual, That means not a real computer that you can use, but I mean it is a virtually in the cloud, but you still can treat it like a computer to do everything you do with the computer. So this one we call infrastructure as a service. And on top of this, we have several of the application. Okay, we will just skip all the other explanation, only focus in the AIFS. It is important that we want to realize, to visualize our data. Okay, so we will use the software called YPass dashboard. Okay, this is a dashboard program that to allow us to automatically generate the graph or the pie chart or generate the bar chart. Okay, and the other tools is SAS Composer, like we can build a 3D image, okay, for our project. Okay, so the other ones we are using is the APM, we call Asset Performance Management. We need to use this is because we want to record every device that sent to the factory, every device sent to the store, every device sent or installed in a bus, every device that we use in the traffic light. Okay, we can manage that, and we want to see whether it is online or offline now, whether it is turned on or it is turned off, and how is about the temperature and electricity situation now. So you know if the temperature is too high, maybe your device will be defect or it will be hang. So we can monitor it. Okay. Then the next is YPass AIFS. So in YPass AIFS, we will need to use the coding. Okay, and you already use it last two days classes. So we using a Jupyter Lab that to making our code, and the code is actually where we build our application. Okay, so I will go through with you that how we can build the application, then how we deploy it to the IoT devices. Okay, so these 3 days, the following 3 classes, we will working on that. And of course, we can do all the other process I will explain in later. Okay, so actually I explained for this is just now, it's like a visualization. We use the tools called YPass dashboard to build the dashboard. Okay, and this is a dashboard look like, and you can see a 3D images for our buildings. Okay, and it can show about the information like the power usage or the water usage of this building, and then showing the trend every day, every hours. Okay, and you can see about the category. Okay, whether this is used by the machine, or this is used by the aircon, or this is used by the lighting of office, or this is used by the any system. Okay, so it will show about the percentage. Okay, and now we can see about the trends, and we see whether this is normal or not normal. So we use the tools, okay, YPass dashboard to do the visualization. And the asset management, asset performance, we will use the function called OTA, which is sending the program and sending the AI through the network, okay, to our device. Okay, so the other function we will not going through, like checking the temperature, okay, predicting the future failure. Okay, we are not doing here, doing for this class. And the AI framework services, of course, we beside doing a coding, we still have many jobs to do. Let me show you. So in deploying the real projects, you need to consider about how many computer, how many CPU power, how many RAM, okay, that you need to use, okay, for one team. Okay, so here we can manage the resource, okay, CPU, GPU, storage, etc. Okay, and that will allow us to build many machine or many computer for different team member to use. Okay, and we can know some team member need to use a higher performance computer. Some team member, they just need to have a small design, so they can use a lesser computer resources. Okay, so the first, we're planning for the resource. Second step, we want to collect the data, right? So we need to have the data that to keep like operational data, like IT information data. So the data come in many format. The data come in many kind of way. Okay, for example, you see the video now, we are recording the video. So video is one kind of data. So you keep it in some storage. You maybe also have the, we so-called like a Excel data, right? So Excel data, you have a lot of Excel file because you keep a lot of data inside. So that is another format. Okay, and we might have a lot of like text data, okay, or PDF, or many of music or video sound. Okay, it's a different type of data format. So it is very hard for you to do labeling or featuring, okay, of this data. Okay, so we need to have a place that to help us to keep the data, all kind of data, and we want them to able to be having some automatically process of this data and the process the data on what we want. Okay, so finally we can output to certain data that we want, and this is more like call it a data fusion. Okay, any kind of data come into store here, we can pre-process and then make the useful data that we want. Okay, so we also need to make sure, usually a project, it is not easy to finish by one person. So we might need to have a team because every people, they have their own expertise. Some are very good in data analysis. Some are very good in programming. Some are very good to collect the information. Okay. Some are very good in making the human machine interface look very straightforward. Okay, so we use a different people, different talents, different engineers to make a good project. So in order to them to work together, we might have a team form up, and we want them to easy to work together in the same platform. Okay, and of course our main purpose is to build the application or program or project based on AI. So we might develop AI algorithm. Remember, if we have a lot of data, we can seeing the data and speculate it. And from the data that we speculate it, we can form a formula. And that formula is actually the AI algorithms. So we can make more and more perfect about this algorithm when we're getting more data come in, right? So here we need to have a place, or we need to have some process to manage the AI formula, right? So we want to know about the performance, about the AI formula. Remember, what is the good AI and bad AI? We trained in the last class. We'll see by the F1 score, right? Or we can judge by the performance, how fast this AI formula can process for the data, and also how much the accurate of the AI formula provide to us, feedback to us as the output. So we need a place to manage and maintain. Okay, sometimes we only need the fast performance AI. Maybe the accuracy is not so good, maybe it's, but we acceptable, then okay, fine. But some application, we can allow the AI to process slow, but we need a very high accuracy, cannot make a mistake or wrong output. Okay, if the AI give us a wrong output, maybe it will impact in a very small issue like a quality loss, or maybe a big issue like a machine robot or the car hit a people and people dead. So that will be very, very big issue. So we need a place that we can manage, okay, and justify what kind of AI used in what kind of application. We need to manage the algorithms, and we also need to have the ability. We need to have the hands, or we need to have the way that if we do for one AI for one place, can we do it in many other place also, right? So if you do for one project for your room, like smart room, you make a very intelligent smart AI for your room. You also want this smart AI to help for the other person, like in your friend, your customer, okay, or your families, okay, to make their room also smart and with your AI, right? So you need to have the hands-on way that how we can deploy this AI application into other places. And in the real industry application, we might deploy into 1,000 or 100,000 places. Okay, it depends on how big the scale of the project, right? So you imagine if you want to maintain an AI for traffic light, how many traffic light in Bangkok? How many traffic light in Thailand? Can you imagine? So you need a way that how we can deploy our AI into every traffic light in Thailand. This is also a big trouble, big challenge. Okay, so we need to have a tools. We need to have a way. Okay, and the life cycle management. So now, actually, every day there is a change. Okay, so somehow like in the past we love to go to some place to have a food, but now because during of COVID we cannot go to that place, so we need to order by Grab or by Food Panda to have the food sent to our house, right? So things change. So sometimes the AI used in the past time, maybe you use in the last year or last 2 years, it no more use in now. So you need to terminate it, you need to end it, you need to make it dead and replaced by the new AI, new application. So you need to have the life cycle management. Okay, so beside the application, the AI, you know that the more data come to your AI, it will be have better and better performance. So how you want to make sure your AI to be trained on the new data? You can decide by the times. Maybe every month you train one time, okay? Or you can decide like you keep the data a lot, like you have a 1 million data, new data, then you do the training, okay? And of course, after you do the training, it make your AI formula to be better. And after you have a better AI, then you need to also deploy to all the edge that you are running on your AI application. Okay, so I think I will skip this. It's more or less like the previous slide. Okay, what we want to emphasize is some of the AI resource management. Okay, like the clustering management, the computer resource management, the AI framework management. Like you ever learned in the last 2 days, we have a many neural network, right? Okay, you can use a mobile net, you can use a ResNet, right? You can use a Google Net, right? And you can use a TensorFlow. So this is a very open architecture that you can use, right? And you need to manage that which AI you need to use, which one have a better performance, right? You cannot use your brain to remember because you will forgot, right? So we also need to make sure that authorization and also who is the right customer or who is the right user. You don't want the thief to enjoy your smart room, right? You don't want someone that not authorized to access for it, okay? And you want maybe your brother or your sister that you can enjoy also. So better than only you enjoy, then okay, you can give them the authorized. Okay, so we also have this management. And the other part is how we do for the data fusion, there is a lot of the other tools, okay, that we can manage. Like in our case, if you have only the string data, text data, okay, very more like a informational data, then we may use some example like ProgressDB or MongoDB. And if you know some of the data that we need to suitable for the other database format like InfluxDB, okay, then we need to decide. We can automate it to make sure whatever data come in, it will go to which database. Of course, there is a lot of management work. Okay, so we also okay, I will skip this because we will explain in the following following trainings. Okay, so like we talking about the process 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the previous slide. So here is the platform. Where is it look like? So the first we want to plan for the compute resource, and then you'll see we have all this way, this technique to use. Okay, it manage the compute resource. Okay, and for the data, what kind of these tools we will use and what kind of this service we will use. Okay, and how we do collaboration with the teams, build up the more people, more engineer can be used or access to the same project. Okay, and of course how we manage for the algorithms. Okay, and one of the process for building the AI is feature extraction. That means you put the label or you want to figure out what is the features to recognize, okay, for the AI. Okay, so beside the features, we also have some like a parameter settings, okay, and we have some configuration. You remember, like we talk about the weightage in your formula, and you're setting a different weightage, it really gives you a different result. Okay, and of course, when we want to deploy it to the edge, okay, we use the bypass OTA. We have this over the air, okay, features. Okay, this is another tools we will use in our training. And the lifecycle management. So I give you one example in one project, okay, that you can imagine and maybe you will do it in the next few weeks. Okay, for example, in a 7-Eleven store, okay, we want to create for the first AI project, and we will start from collecting the data, right? And we might try it. We may try this AI program and the AI models that it work fine, it work well, and we get the result as we want or not. So for this example, we will build an AOI project, okay, in this 7-Eleven store. So the bypass is able to help you to manage all this. So we can create 0 to 1. Okay, from 0, we build for the first project, right? Then later on, we can deploy to many other store. Okay, like Thailand, we have more than 13,000 7-Eleven store. So you cannot go to every store and send them a thumb drive and let them install, right? But they have a network, you can deploy it through the bypass all right away. Okay, one click, it deploy to all 13,000 stores. All right, so next, you can do more projects like beside the first project AI, we also do the PQA, we also doing the PHM project, okay, for different projects. So the same things, we can create the projects in a bypass and then we will deploy it to all the other store, and we call that end to end, okay, and manage the different application in different store, okay, using the same center. So here is some of the method that how we can build up for the bypass. Okay, the bypass AIFS we can build into a small data center. Okay, it's just a small server. Okay, or we can build a large data center, or we can build into the customer or the one that already have the data center. Okay, just install on it, or we can build it hybridly with the public cloud, like Amazon or like the Google's or like Microsoft Azure. Okay, so I would like to share some of the application to let you understand more in the industrial cases before we go to break. So for this project, we want to use the AI in doing inspection in a semiconductor, okay, in a semiconductor factory. And this factory, they want to improve for how to check the PCB, the motherboard. Maybe you can imagine that is a motherboard, okay, whether it is a good, okay, solder, they produce it in a good quality or not good quality. So in the past, we may use some human to check the board, okay, to check the board by seeing whether it is soldering correctly, it is soldering in a good way, it is soldering in a beautiful, okay, with the lid, okay, with the PCB. Okay, so we want to help to improve this. Like originally, one person can inspect like 10 or 20 motherboard in 1 hour. So we want to try to improve, like we can produce for 1,000 or 2,000 motherboard, okay, in the same day. So how we do? Okay, I don't explain to this detailed data, but I'm going through, you're just going through with you. So we design the architecture that we can develop AI, okay, and train into this server. And we can put in a edge, okay, we call it inference edge. Actually, it's just a computer, but this computer designed for making the AI to run faster, okay. So we call that AI inference engines, okay, and deploy in each machine, each product, each machine line, okay. So what it do, it's actually inspecting the soldering like this. You know, you ever see the PCB, right? No matter the motherboard or whatever PCB or the projects that you do in the school, you see if you're soldering, maybe it have a bridge. It connect two dots with your solder, or it might be forgot to solder, so it's empty, or it can be excess. That means you put too much solder in this point, okay, or it maybe have a hole that is not perfectly, there is no much cover, so the lid solder is not enough, okay, or the appearance it look not good, it's not so beautiful. Not so beautiful means maybe the soldering is not so perfect, okay. So not so perfect is actually delivered to a poor quality of the motherboard, okay. So this is a few cases and category and different dimension. You see, we might look for the different issue dimension about this issue in the motherboard. Then we just deploy that. We just using the AI help to determine this. And the story is not finished here. After we deploy, now we use the AI to inspect all the motherboard, so it can be only let the human to check the motherboard that the AI tell is have a problem. If the AI tell no problem, we will just give it pass. So the human, the people, we just need to check the motherboard that really have a problem. Okay, the AI tell us a problem, then we will check it again. Oh, it's really a problem. So now one person can still process 15 to 20 motherboard per hour, but the overall, the production can be output for 1,000, 2,000, increase, okay, to 1,000, 2,000 in 1 day. Okay, so that is a very big improvement, right? Using the AI to help human to check the quality of the motherboard. Another situation, another case I would like to share with you is a doctor, helping a doctor and helping the patient also. So you might never imagine how many pictures for one patient to check when they go to X-ray. At least usually they will take 5 to 15 picture, okay, and maybe sometimes if you go to hospital to check for the X-ray, the doctor want to scan in front, scan behind. Okay, so each scan they might take few more pictures. So the doctor need to find the pneumothorax, okay, inside the lung, inside the X-ray. So if you ask the doctor to see the picture, see the X-ray, it is very tired and no choice. You have no choice because it cannot make the wrong judgment, right? So we use the AI to help to identify, to help to label the possible. If this is a good lung or this is a good healthy people, then all of this is look like a dark area. Okay, all it should be look like dark. But if this is look like there is a pneumothorax, then we can use the AI to label, hey, this is look like something wrong with this. So we will just have the doctor to check this, okay, this patient, this X-ray picture, and to let the doctor make the final judgment. Oh, yes, this patient really have this problem. Okay, so we use the AI help a lot of this detection issue, and it save a lot of time of the doctor. Okay, and bring to lesser misjudgment, because sometimes doctor is too tired because it's watching too much and maybe the eye will be confused, right? So there is a chances that it will have a misjudgment. So we use the AI to help to avoid that. So I think how we doing this, I think you might ever have some idea if based on the previous class, right? So we using a picture, right? Then we can determine the area that we're interested in, and we put in a feature. We want to extract the features. If there is a, for example, in this case, okay, we need to draw the boundary of the lungs, and in the boundary of the lungs, we compare the relationship of this picture, right? So compare the relationship. By right, we will tell the score like the lung color look like dark color or black color. This is high score. Okay, but if the lung still in the lung area, but this is a white color, that means the score will be lower. So finally, we will get a score for this portion. Okay, and we can putting a labeling. We can putting a remark on this area. This is like an edge that of all this possible. Okay, of this pneumothorax. Okay, happen in the lung. Okay, so I hope you can connect the last two classes when we're doing the image processing. How we recognize number 4, how we recognize number 2, okay, into this application. It's the same. It's the same concept. Okay, we will cut the picture into many small blocks, and then we will determine the relationship between each pixel. All right. Then from the AI, we will come out to the score. Okay, this is high score, low score, and then finally, based on the score, we can draw the area. Okay, so this is more like in actual real world that when we implement for this project. So we have medical imaging, okay, radiographies, X-ray, okay. So they scan, then they will keep a lot of picture, okay, or you call it the X-ray film in the old times, okay. So all this image we send to this classification engines, or we call inference, and here we actually will be building the application in here, and we will be helping, okay, to deploy the AI in here, and this AI will analyze and give the doctor to see the cases. If this is normal, the doctor say yes, okay, it's normal, so pass. If there is an abnormal, the doctor will say, okay, let's look more serious. Let's take more picture. Let's look more detail about this patient. Okay, before if I know this patient have an issue. So all this information, you see, the doctor is actually will be input one more data. This picture is normal. This picture is not normal. So it will input back. Then we can do the retraining. We can do the retrainings, and then we will redeploy a better AI model. okay, in this. So you will see more and more after a long time, more and more picture we analyze, then the more accurate, okay, the prediction of the AI. Okay, so I hope this real story will give you ideas. Okay, this is the whole process, and maybe you need to look for some other friend to help you in all this process. Someone responsible to take the image, someone help you to labeling the image, someone help you to doing a coding, and you might responsible for doing a trainings. Okay, some etc. and etc. So we can summarize of all this process into the same picture again. I think you see this picture 2 or 3 times. Okay, so we need to labeling the data, okay, and extracting the features. Okay, like remember how we recognize the bear? We need to have the bear ear, and this is one feature, and we give this feature as a 1 score, right? And the weightage. And this beer, if it have a V color, white color in the collar, then this is can be a Famosa black bear. Okay, if without this, is all the bear is all the body is white color, then maybe you can have a score. This is like a polar bear, right? And if you detect the bear, the color have a black in the ear, in the eye, and in the ear, okay, and in the arm, you will say this is a panda bear, right? So after we have all this, we build the AI formula, and we do the classification and detection and result. So same process. Okay. So we'll take I think 5-minute break. Okay, we'll come back in 5 minutes. Okay, take a break. Then we'll come back to start with your hands again. We will going through to use the YPass AIFS, and we will go through step by step and try to briefly learn about the function and features. Okay, about the YPass AIFS. Hi everyone, I'm back. Okay, so I heard from. Okay, all right. So let's continue for our first hand-on. Okay, today hands-on is not much about the exercise, it's more about experience. Okay, we need to explore about the features and function about the AIFS. Okay, AI framework services. Okay, so before to understand about the AIFS, how it provide us about how we manage all the things, I need you to get the concept about how in the cloud, okay, how we manage about all the concept, okay, to enable the Jupyter Lab, enable about the OTA services, to enable about the AI training schedule, okay. So it starts from a big data center, okay. It starts from a big data center, and this big data center, we actually making it to be a cloud, okay. So in this cloud, after we integrate all the function and features, okay, we will make it a cluster, okay, a big cluster. We call it master cluster, okay. So in each cluster, it's like we call that maybe this is, you can imagine this is a Thailand, okay, the whole country Thailand. So in the country, we can separate the resource to be a dedicated cluster and also shared cluster, okay. So the dedicated cluster means this is the place for this purpose and this company or this team use, okay, and it's forever for them, everything is for them. Share cluster is maybe share between few person or few team or few organization. Okay, so if they share, that means we can maximize to use all the CPU resources, all the memory resources, because when you share, somebody use and somebody don't use. Okay, it will be optimized. If somebody use and somebody use all, then we will see about what is the setting between both can use. Okay, and if 10 people use and 1 people doesn't use, then we still can allocate the resource that that person doesn't use to the other 10%. Okay, so we always can make all our resources in hardware to be maximized, okay, utilization. Okay, so we use a technology, or we use a tools called Kubernetes. Okay, Kubernetes is help us to manage, and you can imagine that this is we dedicated for a certain group of people use, and we share by someone else. And inside of this region, we also will have the general workspace and also the namespace. Okay, it's like in a school, you have a big school, you have a school, and then this building is belong to study, this building is belong to exercise, this building is belong to laboratory. Okay, and inside the laboratory, we will say this is for the computer lab, and that is for the physical lab, and that is for the chemical labs. Okay, different space. Okay, so everything we use software or coding to manage nowadays. So we will not really build one computer for install everything and for one purpose anymore. This is a new age, so we try to share the resource, optimize all the resource, and we can build it as big as possible, a bigger data center, and all is managed by coding. Okay. So this will look for you. You need to remember that in the top-down, okay, architectures. Okay, where are we right now? Where are we? So you can understand. In Advantech, we have built a global center, and in many countries we build for the data center, and we can use the merge with the other service provider data center also. Like we have a data center in Hong Kong, data center in Singapore, data center in Taiwan, data center in China, data center in America, have many places. Okay, so we may have one data center in Thailand, and in each data center, we will build the cluster. Okay, and the cluster is like a one country, as we mentioned, right? So for use for a certain organization. Okay, so here we can manage based on the data center resource to build for certain organization. Okay, or usually in this level, it is a very high priority, high authority partner or customer or our company ourselves, okay, to manage. And on our manage, we can give some of our resource for different projects and different purpose, different customer. Okay, and that will be in the workspace resource, and they can manage their own resource in this space. Okay, and in this project, we actually build a workspace called education workspace. So you'll see in our website address, there will be education.ypass.com. Okay, so you can see in cluster here, we have a different cluster, but basically you can see we put the domain name for our site is y-pass.com. Okay, we also have the other cluster like Advantech.com. We also have the other cluster like abc.com. Okay, so in the YPass, in the education, we also build for like a different use. Like for our case, we built one education namespace for Thailand. Okay, for Thailand, and we can build another namespace for Singapore. We can build another namespace for Taiwan use. Okay, so in this namespace, we will build the services. Like in my server, this is like my server. I install for AIFS. I install for database. Okay, I install for the OTA function. I install for the dashboard function. Okay, so AIFS is plugged under this level as a service. That's why the first thing when you get your email or when you subscribe to the AIFS services, okay, or you subscribe for the others YPass services. As you may see the previous chart, we have so many YPass services. Any services you subscribe or you join, you will come into this first single sign-on portal. Okay, the single sign-on is actually help you to access all the resources within the namespace that you have. Okay, so you can also log in to it now, okay, and check whether it's the same as my picture or not. It's the same as my presentation or not. Okay, so now make your hands busy, log into the YPass education portal with your own username and your own password. Okay, so remember in the last 2 days, I asked you to directly go to the service portal because we want to turn on the Jupyter Lab. So the same things, when you log into the single sign-on portal, here is actually the other function, like we want to create more user, we want to create more profile, okay, or we want to create for our customer or our friend to use, but if we don't want them to sabotage, we can use this portal, but we will focus on the AIFS. So now we go to the service portal so that we can see what are the service that metrics already installed for you. Okay. So in here, you can see a list of the service, like the Redis redistribution. This is a storage that you can keep a video, you can keep a data, you can keep many things. Okay, in this storage service. We also have the MongoDB. We also have the PostgreSDB. We also have a Rabbit MQTT. This is a service for our device that connect to the cloud, so they can talk about the same language, MQTT. And here is a YPass AIFS, AI Framework Services that I install. So once you click into the AIFS, you should see about this page. by default, it should be bring you to the workspace and the notebook. Okay, if you remember, this all the AIFS, if you still remember the previous chart, that in the whole cycle that we do for the AI project, we will need to manage about the compute resource. We will need to define the database and the data store and to keep our database. Okay, and in the database, we might have a set of data and we want to make it to train for our AI. All right, so we also need to have a teamwork that we will do in the workspace. Okay, not only we can edit or build it online, we also can upload whatever code that we have, that we can do it in our notebook and we can upload it to the AIFS as well. Okay, so here is also a place that for us to manage all the algorithm. Remember the formula that we build, okay, or formula that we copy, or the formula that we download. Remember when we do the image processing, we do the post, okay, estimation. We do that project, we use the model, AI model from AlphaPost. Okay, so we can keep it here, okay, for the future similar project use. Okay, and of course for the algorithm, we not only want to keep it, we want to tune it, we want to train it, we want to modify it. Okay, it can become to here. And of course the mass deployment at the edge, the mass deployment, we will use the service called OTA 2.0. You will learn during the next following class. And the life cycle management, where we want to manage all the training and retraining, okay, and redistribution through the task portal here. So now, every one of you already logged into the AIFS. Do you get the same screen as me? Please answer in the chat room. Yes, Putter, thank you. Yes, boss. Yes, Jen. Sriapon, yes. Thank you. So at least we are coming to the same place, okay? I'm coming to the AIFS. You are not going to the abc.com. Okay, thank you. So I see you. If you're seeing in this website, then you will see data set is built for the data that we want to keep. Okay, and the data that what we want to keep, it may be different kind of data. So I will not going through in every details of what kind of data we should use, what kind of database or what kind of data store. We will just do some experiment or some hands-on to follow, okay, our process. Okay, and the feature extraction, actually in our trainings, we will use all the AI model, which is we will download or we will copy, okay, from internet or from the open source. So we will not do the feature extraction in our trainings. Okay, so for the team, okay, we will already test it, we already talk about it. And the task, okay, the task actually can do many tasks. Okay, so we can schedule it, we can do a condition, okay, to deploy it. Okay, and catalog, we also not to emphasize too much. Catalog actually is after we build for the project. Okay, we can actually put it into a catalog, so we can have the other customer, the other partners, or your customer to subscribe your projects. Okay, it's like a app, okay, that you can download, you can use it directly. Okay, so the first things you need to do is, of course, you know, we start the AI, we need to start with the compute resource. So how we plan for a compute resource, you need to click into the Jupyter container. Okay, then you can add, okay, one compute resource. Okay, this is like we create a new computer in the cloud. Okay, so you need to decide, you need to use how many compute resource. Okay, CPU how many, GPU how many, memory how many. And by default, the storage, you don't need to worry because you keep into the storage usually we have theoretically infinity of storage. We can keep on expanding and expanding and expanding the storage. Okay. So I hope you follow. So at the first Jupyter Lab that we want to create, I want you to experience. You need to create the Jupyter Lab with your name, okay, so that you know this is your lab, okay. You don't use the other person labs, okay. And you can choose, okay, what are the resource you can use now. From here, you can see a different choice by choosing a different Docker image, okay. So I want you to choose the Docker image. Sorry, I need to see it clearly. Okay, I need you to choose a Docker image. Is called sorry, let me see. Jupyter Lab, that's all, that's PY 36, that's CPU. Okay, I'll show you on the screen. Please choose the Docker image. It's a Jupyter Lab, that's all, that's PY 36, that's CPU. Please choose this lab, choose this Docker image. Okay, and here you tap with your names. Okay, and here the execution environment, you choose the default, and you only have one choice. Then for the CPU resource, I don't expect you to choose so much. Okay, in our case, most of the time, 4 gig of memory is enough because we only run a very small code. Okay, we don't run a very complicated code. So using a 4 gig memory will do. Okay, and the model repository here is the place where we keep our AI models. So at the moment, we don't need to add in any AI model repository yet. So you can choose not require. Okay, so after you select this, you just click save. Okay, so you add one more. Okay, about your name. So, but don't turn it on now, okay, because we will still use the other Jupyter Lab in our exercise later on. So you just save it here, and maybe you can test it on during the weekend, okay. But you will find actually we can turn on maximum 7 of the Jupyter Lab because the cluster that we have here is only 14 CPU and 28 gigabyte of RAM that we already have allocated. Okay, so we cannot turn on more than 7 Jupyter Lab at the same time. Okay, so after you create your first Jupyter Lab, okay, it's a first computer you already built. Then later on, we will come back to Jupyter Lab and we can click on the lab that we already create for you to exercise. Then you will click this URL to go into the Jupyter Lab. Okay, then you will do the further exercise later on, right? So this is the first your experience to build a compute resource. Very simple. Okay, so in some project we may use for the resource like GPU. Okay, GPU, you need to study what the GPU model it bring you, how many core. Okay, and every core is actually you can enable your AI model to execute as a compute node. So it is actually important for actually have your AI models, okay, to have how fast the performance. Okay, so you see like this is a GPU with the model. It's actually an NVIDIA GPU with a model 2080, and it provides for 1000 1024 core. Okay, so it provides 1024 core. That means you can build a neural network for 1024 compute nodes. Okay, so this is actually a learning that how we want to calculate and define how many CPU resource, GPU resource we need to use. Okay, so it's not in these trainings, but I just try to explain to you. So somehow we can use 2 GPU card, 4 GPU card, and etc. and etc. So 4 GPU card will give us 4096 CPU core. Okay, and all these CPU core we will turn it into the how many layer of neural network. Okay, so after you calculate for the CPU resources that you want to build, like building a new computer in the cloud, the second step, we want to make a place, we want to create a place that to store our data. Okay, so in this case, we will create a database. Okay, we will create a simple database for saving our data, okay, in the cloud. Okay, and how to do that? You need to click the data set here, okay, and then add a new one. Okay, again, create the database with your name. Okay, so like boss, you can put in a boss or Thanakon is fine. Okay, Suriapon, you can put your nickname, also can put your full name, no problem. So that you can recognize we don't share the database amongst you. Okay. So the first step, put in with your name. After you click the add button, then you will see we use the AIFS services, and we need to have the place to keep the data. So we create a data store, we create a database here, and in this case, we choose a MongoDB. Okay, MongoDB is a database where we keep all our information. Like example, it is very good and suitable for the data like this. Okay, it's like a text string, and each text string is actually represent for different parameters. Okay, so this example is like we take many parameters from a machine. For example, the machine number, okay, the temperature, the power, the fan speed, the vibration, etc., etc. Then we come into the database. So we keep, you need to create a database with your name, right? So this should be your name. And the problem is, where is the location of this database? Okay, before that, please, okay, go to the next slide. You will see where can we get the database that we need to store our data. You need to go back to your SSO, the single sign-on portal, and you click the service right in the console, and you still see this service that we already subscribed, right? Can you see that? Please let me know whether you still can go back to the single sign-on portal, the SSO portal where you log in with your email and password. Then you also going to the console and click the service. Then you see this page. Okay. So I show it into this slide earlier. Okay. Come back to this single sign-on page. You click the console and then click the service portal. You should able to see these services that we install. And now you want to search for, just now you click for AIFS, right? And now you want to look for MongoDB. And click the 3 button here, the 3 dot here. Then you will see the secret. Okay, you will click to see the secret management. Then it comes to this page. It comes to this page, you see the MongoDB. Then you click to view. The 3 button here, you click a view. Okay, so when you click the view, it will pop up you a text file. Okay, then you're going through to see the text file until you find URI. Until you found the information in URI, you start with MongoDB, okay, and then with the long, okay, text here. So you copy all this text, okay, you copy all this text, okay, within the column, okay, then you put it into this URL link, okay. Then you also don't forget to put in the query. Usually we create a new database, so we still don't have any data inside. We just put in a query as a empty query. So it's a 2 bracket, okay, 2 big bracket. You put in here and then you click a save. So you finish to create your database in the YPath. Okay. So if you already done, finished, please type in done in the chat room. I see how many of you already done that. King, do you want to explain, or Chavalas, you want to explain? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 3 done. Excellent. That is excellent, right? At least you follow very quick. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4% done. 5% done. 6. So you really can find the very strange, the long URI, right? So after you've done, let me see. Okay, if you're done, you cannot lie me. I can see in here also. Data set. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, around 5 people only. Okay. So can you finish this first, because we will use this database with your name later on in the following exercise. So I hope you can follow. Okay. Chavaras, can you explain in Thai to make sure they follow to create this database complete?
ครับน้องๆครับเข้าได้ไหมเอ่ย
We have 7 students done to create their own database. How about the others? If you have a question, you can type in the chat room to see where are the steps you are stuck. Okay. So Keng is ready to help. Chavaras is also ready to help.
น้องคนไหนติดตรงไหนไหมคะ อยู่ขั้นไหนแล้วถามมาได้นะ ตรงนี้คือเรากำลัง create ตัว database นะคะ หรือแบบว่าไม่ทันตั้งแต่แรกจะให้ทำให้ดูอีกรอบไหมคะ
Oh, it suddenly increased a lot. It's easy, right? So if you're using a tool, it makes you easy. If you really want to create a database on the cloud by a coding way, it's really quite suffer. It's quite actually it's a very big tedious. Okay, I can tell you. Okay. Oh. Okay, so I will move on because we have only 13 minutes to go, and I just have a few slides to introduce about this YPass AIFS that you will use it for the following two classes also. But creating a database is a simple job, and later on you'll use it. Okay, then we will develop for the coding in the Jupyter Lab, and you already have some experience. Okay, so just now you create a Jupyter Lab with your name, but we still will not use the Jupyter Lab that using in your name. Okay, we just let you to create, and you still need to use back the Jupyter Lab that we create for you. Okay, following to the group 1 to group 5. Okay, so if you click into the URL link here to go into the Jupyter Lab, then if you still see this passage, okay, then just click advanced, okay, and then click to the links further, and then type in the Advantech to log into the Jupyter Lab. Okay, so here is some more explanation about. Usually we use the Jupyter Lab with what kind of function. Actually, I use a lot is upload. Okay, uploading the file, uploading the picture here. Okay, using this button, and actually here are few more wizards, but usually we will use only the folder wizard. Okay, we use the folder wizard a lot. Okay, and here is the coding area, and actually we also can write more explanation in this area using Jupyter Lab. So actually in the following coding, we will try to explain more about what is this coding for. Okay, and here is a run button that you can run. And here is the menu where you can consider this is where we can control the computer. If we would like to interrupt or stop or crash the Jupyter Lab, then we can use the kernel here to restart it. Okay, so sometimes maybe we install for a new library or new AI models. Sometimes we will need to restart the kernel. Okay, so restart kernel is like restarting the program so it will work properly. Okay, so after the Jupyter Lab, okay, that we use for coding, then we come to the algorithm. So usually we how we maintain the algorithm. Okay, we will create that algorithm in our code. but somehow we will be save the algorithm as in the algorithm repository. If you remember just now when we creating the Jupyter Lab, there is a column for asking you, where do you want to keep the AI model? And we call that model repository. So this is a place where you need to define for the AI model repository. And in your code, we will extract for the AI model, save in the repository. And what you see in this AI model management, here we will see the list of the algorithm. So here currently we have only one, okay, but eventually we can build more, many more, okay. And this AI model, when we click into it, you see we will use the data, okay, the data, old data and new data to do a training. So after the training, the AI will we will make sure about the AI model performance, okay, in terms of accuracy, in terms of loss, okay, in terms of the F1 score, okay. So in here, we may train it 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, or many times, okay. Somehow, it depends on how complicated of the AI models, okay. Some AI model, it may take 3 days, 1 week, okay, to finish a training, okay. This is also rely on how big the neural network that you build. It also rely on how big the data you want it to digest, okay, to train and learn, okay. So after the trainings, we are actually plotting the performance. Like here, we have some data is deliver a good performance or bad performance. So here you will see the score. Usually the score is a highest, in the trend is a lower is the best, okay, because here is a start from 0 and here will be none, okay. So we can choose a different AI model, okay, maybe we have 3 here, then we'll choose which one, and we can consider which condition is the sweet or best, okay, matching with our project, okay. Like I explained just now, or I explained before, some project we really need a high performance, fast AI, okay. Some project we need a high accurate AI, okay. So we can choose from here and we can do a download, okay. When you download, you will see a set of a formula, okay, in a zip file, okay. And the formula saved in our real world is using a XML code, okay. So here we can monitor. The more the training we do, the more we can see about the data, how it impact to our AI models, okay. So the next one is while we manage for the AI model, we also want to deploy, okay, to the site, right? We want to deploy into all the 7-Eleven store. We want to deploy in all our factory machine, okay. So how we deploy? We will use a edge inference deployment. Here we will create a group of the deployment, okay, engines, okay. So like we can groupings like 100, okay, of the computer or edge inference computers. We group it and then we will be sent to this group, okay, and we will create a sending parameter or sending setting, okay. So here we will define, and mainly here we have an edge inference sending. We will send to the edge mainly our application. That means if we write a program, we want this program to run on the edge, okay. We will use this edge inference to deploy to the edge, the program that to deploy, okay. So the program can be included with the AI model, okay. However, if we send the application to the edge, we have 2 ways. One is sending by the program itself, or we can send it by the Docker container, okay. So the difference between you sending a program and the Docker container is sending a program, you need to make sure all of your edge computer is the same setting in the operating system is the same setting in the library and SDK to be installed and the same environment for the code to run. Okay, but sending by a Docker image, then you can just pre-build the Docker image, all the environment, all the necessary library, all the coding will be compiled into it. And then you just send to whatever edge computer that you don't need to be the same setting, you don't need to be the same performance, same computer, it is fine. So two ways that we can send for the AI application. Okay, so first one is program only, the second one is the whole Docker container. Okay, so it is always included with our AI model inside when we deploy for the first time. But if we have a new AI models that we train it with the new data and we want to send it again, usually we only need to update for the AI models. Okay, remember it is just a small formula set. It usually just maybe occupy like 1 meg, okay, 10 meg, okay, maximum. So compared to the application you send to the edge, it may be quite a big file because it consists all the environment, it consists all the coding and library. Okay, so you need to send like how many gigs of data to the edge. So maybe you feel like in your phone you can download a video like few gig very fast, doesn't matter. But in the real application, you want to send a big data through a network, no matter it's a mobile network or no matter it's an internet network. We are talking about 1,000 sites. We are talking about 10,000 sites. We are talking about a lot of devices. So we need to worry. We need to consider about the bandwidth because the bandwidth might be not on the edge. The bandwidth limitation is maybe from your server, from your cloud. Okay, so that is a purpose. We can deploy to the edge the whole application, but we need to wait for a long time to finish deploy. Okay, and especially when we have a new AI model, we train it maybe every 3 days or maybe we train it every 7 days and deploy a better AI model to the site. Then we only update for the AI models. Okay, so here is a place where we will manage the deployment, okay, to all the computer or all the edge inference engine, okay, to the site. Okay, two way, right? One is application, the other way is only send the AI model. And AI model is very small size, you can update it very, very fast. Okay, so the last thing for today's class is to tell you about the life cycle management. So we use the task, okay, we use the task here and we do a trainings and we will update, okay, periodically with the new data. Okay, with the new data, we will train the AI model again. Okay, then we will have the result in this page and then we will decide it will deploy automatically to the edge in this page. Okay, all can be run automatically. Okay, so this is a one AIFS platform help us to manage to deploy the projects. Okay, and manage all the coding, all the library, all the database, all the AI models, and all the devices into one place. So that's all for today's a little bit rush, but if you have question, you can ask now. Okay, about the whole process. Okay, we doing an AI project in the real world. So the next class, we will do the exercise, okay, to build the AI projects and we will try to deploy into some of the machine, okay, that we already set up 5 machine according to the group. Then you can deploy your code, okay, into our machine. Okay, and then you will see, try to run it. Okay. Then you'll see whether you can collect the data back in the database or not. Okay, so the last day we will try to use that data, okay, build up that to build a simple dashboard. Okay, so this is a few skill that we want to teach and train, okay, in this training. Hello, good evening, everyone. This is good to see you again online. In between, maybe we can have some chattings and we can checking about the camera, about the sound and the internet. Everything is good. If you already checked for the folder, today I have upload several files into the public folder. Then you may download it. Okay, so today our training will be compiled in this day 5, develop AI in real world. Okay, so it is a very intensive trainings because in today I try to teach every module that we will use in the actual project. And usually we will train one by one module, and each module maybe takes 3 hours. So we combine 7 modules into today, just 2 hours. It is a very challenge for me, and it may be very challenge for you also. But doesn't matter. We just try to understand, trying to get to know the overall process, and that is the important. That will be the most important takeaway. That for you to understand, we will need to have quite many teams or quite many engineers in doing one project. So today you come by one person and you want to carry all the tasks. It is a very challenge. Okay. So we have 20% now online. So more or less we can start soon. So I hope you can be relaxed. Don't worry, because all the file you can be download, all the file you can get it, and you can contact with our engineers by line or by email, and they will help to answer or help to clear with you. Okay. So let me start the. Let me start the class with the video. So I think if I can add some more video, so you will feel more relaxed, like you go to the cinema and watch the movie. Okay. Later on, we will have a lot of information to digest. So let me show you what is the result for doing the project in AIoT.
The Internet of Things, IoT, has seen huge industrial growth over recent years. And Advantech has been involved in IoT from the start. Since 2010, Advantech has been involved closely in IoT development. We've devoted a great deal of effort in realizing the vision of enabling an intelligent planet and fine-tuning our organization, business model, and even brand vision ever since. Advantech IoT Campus was completed in 2014. It showcases the latest IoT solutions and applications. It also demonstrates the Industry 4.0 concept in our manufacturing center built in late 2016.
研华公司呢，在09年就把整个
Advantech set its corporate vision as enabling an intelligent planet in 2009. We've since been developing various solutions and applications to realize this vision. For this, we define 3 waves of IoT development. The first wave is the development of the IoT service and platform. The second wave focuses on the development of IoT solutions and service-ready platform packages. The third wave will highlight cloud services for different vertical fields. We've created a live IoT demonstration site to realize all sorts of IoT solutions within our campus. The first phase of Advantech's IoT campus was completed in 2014 and designed as embedded headquarters. We've implemented our products and solutions throughout the campus to realize and demonstrate IoT concepts. These include intelligent transportation and office solutions. And all environmental monitoring devices are designed and embedded with Advantech products. To let employees experience the benefit and efficiency of IoT applications, the demo room is designed using diversified vertical solutions, such as intelligent healthcare, intelligent retail, and more. And all IoT applications are visible and touchable in the Advantech demo room. After the IoT campus was completed in 2014, we designed a real-site demo room in Kunshan City in China, Milpitas in the US, and Munich and Eindhoven in Europe to further showcase and demonstrate our IoT solutions. The second phase of IoT campus was completed in 2016. Its core spirit is to realize the concept of Industry 4.0. We have the Lido Tree Cafe and a large modern employee canteen on the first floor. SMT production lines and assembly lines are located on the other floors. The whole building is designed to match the regulations and protocols of Industry 4.0. The second phase of IoT campus construction started in the first half of 2015, and it was completed in the third quarter of 2016. In the beginning, we found that operations flow and convergence were not complete and seamless. So we developed the situation room so as to provide managers timely information and alert them immediately if there's any urgent issues. Through the intelligent operations, automatic processes, and the digital displays, we've improved the production efficiency and corrected the errors. And all data is now transparent and visible in the situation room. This helps us make correct decisions immediately with the latest accurate information. Advantech IoT Campus is a collaborative and co-creation platform. We welcome everyone to visit and experience the latest IoT solutions here and see how we make intelligence happen. We sincerely invite all our partners here to co-create the most innovative IoT solutions and applications together with Advantech.
Okay, so in the video we have shown several things you might see in the factory, in the cafe, in the demo rooms. Actually, there is one thing in common that you should able to see the data is everywhere. So as you remember the past few classes, we always talk about IoT is we taking the data in the real world. No matter this is for the factory, or this is for the retail store, or this is for the restaurant, or even your room. I take your room as an example, right? So we intend to take a lot of data, and all the data finally we will go to store in the cloud. So while we store in the cloud, we will making very big jobs that can be developed, the application that to further analyze with the AI. And also from the data, we also would like to build up for a dashboard. So you will always see a lot of the graph in the video. So those graph is very important for manager or for the decision maker, or even for the everyone who need to maintain or understanding about the system that is currently working. So today's our main important purpose to learn in this class is to going through all the process that from number 1 until 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, number 8. Okay. So each process, it is actually quite a big job, and eventually we will separate into several teams to do all these projects. So for example, like for the coding, we will send for engineers or programmer to do the coding. For the data set, we will have some engineers or data scientists to analyze the data and also to do a features extraction. Okay. Then for the AI modeling, eventually we will be doing a test based on the data set that we build up. Then we will do a test in our AI algorithms, and we will train it again and again and again. And later on, once we have a good AI model, then only we're going to deploy. Okay, we will deploy it once into many devices all together. So this step is actually involved of several systems. Okay, so today I'm quite worried because we will jump from one system to another system. But please remember, this is important that you need to know when we jump from AISF, the Y past AIFS, jumping to the data source, which is the place where we keep our database. And we will jump to the YPass APN, which is another portal that is for the asset performance monitoring and management. Okay, and finally, we also will jump to another portion, which is for the visualization, which we will create a bar chart or the trend or the graph chart in this portal. So this is all the tools that is merged, and we use it for the conveniency, for the easy to deploy purpose. All right. So today I will try to finish 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 module. And number 8 module we will learn in the Wednesday class. Okay. So I put a tick here, means in the last class, in the last Friday, we already have doing some tests, doing some exercise, okay, to use to build the Jupyter lab. And I ask you to build a Jupyter lab based on your name. So here is already done. I consider it's already done. And the data set, you also create a data set, okay, in the last Friday class. But today we will do some modification because we want to create a database to store the data and putting the data into your own database. Okay, so I will prepare the program or the source code that how we can insert the data into your database. And we will go through how we can check whether the data, the code is really adding the data into your database. Okay. And finally, at the end of the class, maybe not the end, maybe I hope we still have time. We will go to set up the OTA, which is a means for over the air. That means we transfer the file, we update our program, we transfer our AI module over the air, okay, just by internet, okay, to our edge computer. Okay, so we also prepare several units, actually 5 units of the edge computer in our laboratories. So you were able to access to this 5 units of computer for further checking, testing, and playing. Okay, so 5 computer, maybe it is insufficient. So we also will learn, maybe we can install the edge, the agent for OTA into your own computer, and you can try to deploy to your own computer. That is also possible. Okay. So here is a different job we need to carry on in this training class. Okay. Eventually, I break it into 4 major tasks, 4 major jobs. Okay. The first is we need to create the Jupyter Lab, which you already done. Okay. The second is you need to create a source code, okay, application code, okay, and connect the code data, insert into your database, insert some data into your database. Okay. At the second task, we also want to create a database, okay, under MongoDB service and putting your names and the secret and create your own secret, okay, and connect and update it again. This one you already create last week, but last week we are just using a demo database. So today we will create your own database so that we don't have a crash. Okay, when we insert the data, we don't know whether it works or not. But if we create your own name database, you can make sure it is already updated or not. And then task number 3, we were doing the OTA. We will set up the OTA edge devices, okay, which will be installed the OTA agents in the edge or in the notebook. Then we will try to set up add the computer, add the notebook in the website portal, the cloud portal. Then we will try to deploy the code to the edge devices. Then after that, we also have a service called notification. We also would like to create a notification application, okay, in the website. Then we want to have the notification when we finish successful deploy a job or we have already finished a training for the AI models. So we will receive a line message. I think in Thailand, you use a lot of line. So we will create a one-line notification service, okay, throughout the whole project. So you will see again all this concept, okay, and see by the different module connection. And we want to learn all of it today, okay. Try to be with me, and I try to have the Pumin and also Chavaras to support you. We are chatting, okay. So if I'm going through fast, please give a chat to them, okay, and try to clarify, okay, yourself. So the first, of course, we want to writing a code in AIFS, okay. So you already have the Jupyter Lab. So you might need to have a program of having a code called insert data Jupyter Notebook. Okay, so if you didn't have, or you check in your Jupyter Lab, it didn't show in your Jupyter Lab, then please download the code from the folder. Okay, then the second one is an AI object detection. Okay, I put it into a name called YOLOv3.py. Okay, so we will use these 2 code to run for the exercise today. Okay, I need to go through the code a little bit. Okay, so this is an insert data, okay, Jupyter Notebook. Maybe I will do some zoom. Okay, so usually for the Jupyter, for the program, for the coding, if you remember in the past few days exercise, usually we need to set up for the library. So for the beginning of this code, we install for the AFS2 data source to allow us to connect to the database. And we also install asynchronous IO function. So this is because in MongoDB, we can only use the asynchronous associate data insert. Okay, so we want this function to make sure that we don't use other method to insert the data. Okay, so if we already installed this before, like in the lab that you see is already installed before, you will see a lot of this code or this output. Then the next time you don't need to install it anymore. You don't need to run this code anymore. Okay, so first of the program, everything what we do, we always import the library first. Okay, so we would like to import the Panda. We would like to import the AFS2 data source. This library, we would like to import the next async CIO, and we import for the OS. And we declare some of the variable. We want to declare this variable so that when we insert the data is as the format like below. We want to create a DB collection. Okay, the name is INS 20 and then 1010. Okay, so this one you actually can change it to your name. Okay, please mark here. Please change this to your name so that you can easily, like this is the data that we would like to train. Okay, and you can put in the date like today is 0201. Okay, so this one is for you to understand this data you insert it today, or this one you can put your name. Okay, remember here, put in your name, then later on you will know this is the data you insert, and this is the day you insert the data. Okay, so the bucket name and the others we can remain it. And here we have putting a data for the training. Actually, this is for the training. So we collect this data from a machine. Okay, from a machine. So in this machine, we collect the machine ID. We collect the status, whether it is on or this is off. So you get only 0 or 1. Whether the fan is running or not running, the voltage that is currently supplied to the machine, and the pressure that the machine is currently producing, the pressure, air pressure, that is, and then the fan speed, and then the power of the equipment, how much the power is consumed, how much the power is summary, and the temperature, etc., etc. So here it gives you, we actually putting a lot of data here. Then later on, we will insert this data into your database. You need to do it for insert to your database. Okay, this database, we will use it to plot, to train for AI, and also we will use it to plot a graph chart later on. Okay, so the important part is here. Okay, we will need to set the config, okay, to connect to our database. So the first is we define this is a MongoDB database. Then we define the username, the password, which you will see it later on in the exercise. Okay, and you need to remember where you get it. And the host IP, okay, this is where is the server to keep your database. And the port, usually for the MongoDB, we set default is 27017. And then the database name, okay, and then the collection and the query. Query, if usually we don't query everything when we want to just insert the data into the database. Okay, so this is a code to running. It create the tables. Okay, then it just check the database and then it just insert it. Then done. Okay, so the code is very simple. We just define the data that we want to insert to the database. We connect we set the configuration of the database, then we insert it. Okay, just simple like this. Okay, so this is a code is under this insert Jupyter notebook. You can download it from this folder. Okay, it's a Dropbox folder. Okay, so this is the coding. I don't want to go through more in the coding because you can do it offline. And you already can get it the code on the Jupyter Lab, or you can get it by download it. Then we will go to actual. So now I need you to turn on your browser, and then we will need to doing a database. I need you to create your own database in the AIFS. Okay, so where to go to the database? First, we want to go to login. We want to log into the SSO. As you may ever see this, okay, you see this YPass and SAS 4.0. Please log in with your email and your password. Okay, then you come into here. Okay, you can follow. Then we will go to the service portal. And going to the MongoDB, checking the secret here, checking the secret management. Okay. So now you need to add on one secret for yourself. Okay, so please put in your name. Okay, and then this one we will put it as a secret, so we put it as a SC. Okay. So we add one of your own database. So we want to add in with your name and SC. So follow to this. Okay, so you know this is a secret for your database, and this is your name. So afterward, when we create a new one, so then cluster, okay, you have only one choice, so I think you don't need to worry which cluster you need to use. You only have one choice. So the database name, okay, your database name, please put in your name, and then you can put in a DB, so that you know this is a database. Okay. Oh, this one is only, okay, small capital. Okay, and you could just, this is your name, that's secret, and this is your name, DB. Okay, all connected. Okay, so now you see you're getting this secret. Okay, checking the file inside here. Okay, you need to refer this to the portal later on. Okay, so I want you to do one test. This is the external host name. Okay, we call this is like our internet name. Okay, you can copy this name. Okay, and then can you use the command prompt to ping for it? Can you use a command prompt to ping the internet name that we have created in the database secret? Okay, so once you ping for this, of course you don't get any reply because it's a firewall to block it. But at least you get the IP. This is the public IP, same as this name. It's referred to this name. Then you get this public IP. Okay, so this public IP is important for you, okay, to change in your data set. Okay, so in this secret, the database, the secret that you built just now, okay, you know, you have this, and later on you will use this, okay. So remember this public IP, okay, you will need to put it into the data set later on. And also in your coding also. Okay, everyone can follow. We create a new database secret using your name dash secret. And from here we get the internet, the MongoDB, actually we get the internet names. Then we want to check the public IP of that internet name. Then we will use this IP a lot. And let me illustrate you what is that internet IP meanings. Because you see, your computer is here. Your computer is somewhere in Thailand, like maybe in Khon Kaen, in Chiang Mai, in Bangkok. So everywhere. So you want to connect to your database. You see, your database is in somewhere inside our data, in our server. And this server only have the internal network IP. So when you create the secret, when you create the database secret, it's actually showing the internal network IP. So from your computer, you cannot access to this IP directly. Okay, because this is the internal local network. Okay, so same as the other, your friends database also keep in this server, your friends, the other friends. So we have 20 students, so we will keep 20 database in this server, and the server share the same IP. Okay, so this is important that we need to find out the public IP, because the name is very long, and not all the computer or not all the server will have the name resolution for this long internet name. Okay, so it is security for us. This we want to make it sure we put in the public IP. Okay, and this public IP we get it from ping. Okay, when we ping to this internet host, okay, then we get this public IP. Of course, I mask it here so you cannot copy. Okay, you need to do it yourself. Okay, so once you get the public IP, you get your name secret, you get your database. Okay, I want you to go back to AIFS. If you remember, we want to go to AIFS and a database, a data set, and then find your name data set, and then update the external URL here. If you don't update, I will confirm you cannot upload the database from your notebook to this AIFS database. Okay, so if you look at the secret that we generate just now, I try to end up this. If you look at the secret, here is the MongoDB, the connection parameter. Okay, the connection for the MongoDB, this is important because every time you're writing the code, you want to store your data, you need this information. And this information is actually representing the username, MongoDB, and then your username, and then a password, and then alliance, a public IP, okay, alliance, a port for the MongoDB, and then the database. So the definition for the whole secret is mean like this. Okay, so now we want to go to AIFS to change our database and make sure we put in your own username, your own password, and then your public IP, and then the database that you create just now. Okay, so remember the secret that we create just now is your name DB, database that you create is your name DB, and the secret is your name -sc. Okay, so this is important. You can save this in your notepad. Okay, and you can see all the IP here is referred to the internal IP, not the public IP. Okay, done. So the next step, we will go to the AIFS. Sorry, I need to copy this first. So I will go to data set, going to the name, the data set that I create. Okay, I'll put in a new one. But the public IP, I won't change. Okay, so if you're putting make sure you put in the public IP here, okay, not the internal IP. Then you can do a test. Okay, it is success. So here, of course, we don't have any collection yet. We don't have any data here yet, and the query, we don't need to have any query by default. So we just leave it to be both column. Save. Okay. So this is a database that I modified just now. I will remember it. So what next? So we can test. Okay, we can test to using a program called Robo3T. Okay, Robo3T is a open source program. Okay, is to browse for the database. Even the database is in the cloud. Okay, you also can connect to it. Okay, so if you don't have Robo3T, or you can search it in Google, or you can download it from this link. Okay, so if you search it in Google, you need to do a registration like your email, your username, then you only can download it. Okay, so but if you just download from this link, it is from the folder. Okay, so after you install for Robo3T, you may do it now. Then we will try to connect to the database, your database, okay, from your notebook to the database in the cloud. And once you can connect, you know you can insert all kind of data, all data into it. Okay, so I do a example. So after we install for the Robo 3D, how we can connect it to the cloud, okay, to our data. So we just click File, we put in the connect. We can create a new one. And here you see we will put in a name. So for my name, this is for my secret, so I put your name. Same. Okay, so for the address, of course, we can use the public IP just now. Okay, so we put in our secret, our username and password. Okay, if you remember. So the database is, I put your name, DB. You remember? And then the username and password, I have to be copied from the secret here. So if you remember what I said, here is the username and here is the password. Okay, we can do a test. Okay, authentication field. Okay, I cannot see it clearly. Okay, I think I know where is the problem. I need to put this capital as same, exactly the same. Okay, so now it's already test. Then we can do also manually if you don't want the message that is pop up. We just direct access to your name DB. Okay, save. So now I can connect to it. So in my name database, okay, I don't have anything. I have only the default. So this is a database. This is empty. Nothing we have. Okay, later on we will run a code. Okay, to insert the data into it. Okay, so the database we already finished to create it. Okay, remember we create through the Robo 3D to test the database. Okay, we can put in the internet host name or we can put in a public IP. Okay, and then putting the database and also the secret, and then we can click a test, we can save it. Then after that we connect, of course now you see the Robot 3D show you some database here, some string here, because this one I insert it before. So, but for you, you should be empty here. You have only one default. And the next step is we will insert the data. Okay, we will insert the data into the MongoDB. Okay, so we were testing to insert the data and check it with the with the robot 3D. So refer to the Jupyter Notebook insert data.ipynb, please. You can go into the Jupyter Lab now. Okay, I'm in the lab number 3. So I have this insert data Jupyter Notebook. And here I would say I put in the table name, the collection name is your name and the day of today. So I just want to run this code. So I can run it in the Jupyter Lab. Okay. So first we import the library, okay, connect to the database. Then now we have a set of data. I put in this set of data into a training.csv. Then I put in some function, I call some function df, okay, from the pandas. Then I connect to the database. Now this is, have to be careful. Now I have to be update this database to be the data secret, the database secret that you create just now. So I have to be update here all. Let me find the secret. Okay. Okay, my username is this one. Paste. Okay, and my new secret is this one. Okay, my public IP of the server still same, so I didn't change it. The port is still same, so I didn't change it. And the database just now, I create a new database called your name DB. Okay, so change it. So the DB collection still be same. So now I can run this one. Okay, to connect to the finish set up the configuration of the database. Now I will run it to insert the database. Okay, what I have error. Authentication fail. Okay, my authentication always have problem. Why? Your name DB. Let me see. Check. DA. X1. Okay. Name is your database. Okay, I know that. Because of I always putting the big and small capital. So I have to be updated again. Then insert the data. Now it's running, then it should be done now. So I will check it into the the robot 3D just now. I see I connect it and refresh it. Okay, your name database. Now I have your name 0201. The new data that I insert from Jupyter Lab. So here is the data I have in the database. Okay, so in this data, we have the machine ID, we have the status of the machine, is on or off. We have a status of the fan, is on or off. We have the voltage input of the machine, okay, etc., etc. So total, we end up with I think we should have 326 data. Okay. So it's the same as our code or not? Our code, we have 325. So why 326 in database and why 325 in our code? Because we start from 0. Okay, we start the machine number with 0. So totally we have 326 database. All right. So we have a code that we can insert the data. So this code is useful. We want to put in every time when we're writing a new code. Especially we want to insert the data into our database on the cloud, anytime, anywhere. So through this exercise, I hope you understand the configuration of the database. How we set this configuration. It is coming from the secret that you're creating in the MongoDB services. Okay. So it is in a MongoDB service that we have a install and we have a create the secret here. And this is so important. You see, every time we want to write a program, we want to create a database, it's all from this secret here. So this is my secret. Okay, your name that's SC. This is my secret. And you know, if you didn't update the secret here, especially the public IP here, you know, this database can only access within the internal network. It cannot access from the public internet, which is you might have a trouble. Okay. So I want to change this IP to be public IP for you to set in the data set. Okay. So let's see what next. Now we can insert a database and we can check the database is very perfect. So now we want to deploy we want to set up the edge for OTA. So I want to recall back that this one. We already done for the database and we already create a database by your name. We also have the code we also have already built the Jupyter Lab and we also have the code, okay, in the Jupyter Notebook. Okay, so we can insert to the database already. So what next could we do? Features extraction, we don't do it here because feature extraction, we need some data scientists to speculate the data first, then only we will extract the features. Okay, so we don't do it here. Okay, now we can look for the AI model subscription and also we can doing for the AI model training task. Okay, so before that, I would like to go to the OTA first. We want to set up the OTA so that later on we can deploy our code. Okay, so let's set up for the OTA server. How we begin? I think you can understand when we have a code, we have an AI program, we want to transfer all it to all the computer, all the machine we have through the internet. So this technique we call OTA. Okay, so we develop for the code and we can through the cloud we deploy to all the devices. So in our case, in this training, actually we are actually using some of this AI edge inference engine. The model is 730, 710, okay, and the training server here. So we want to go to prepare for our OTA, so that we need to prepare it on the cloud. Okay, if you remember, we want to manage this on the cloud, not your computer. So we'll go to the cloud portal. We can always check back to the the NSAS portal where you log in, then you check for the application, and then you will check for the OTA 2.0. Then you can click the link here, okay, to go to the OTA setup. Of course, you can click this link directly if you do it again and again. You don't need to always come back to here. Okay, so if you already download the hands-on for today, you can direct to click this link directly. Okay. Maybe I will take a small break because now 5 minutes before 2 p.m. and maybe I afraid a little bit fast. So you can try to redo again for the database. Okay, and you can ask with our engineer Pumin and Chavaras to understand. We create a database. We using a Jupyter notebook to insert the data into the database. Then we use a robot 3D to check that our data that we insert is correctly there or not. Okay, so once you create this, you can always insert a new data. Okay, so we will have a small break here, a short break here for 5 minutes, and I will come back. Hello, hey, I'm back. A little bit rushed, but I quite afraid we still have many more modules to go. So far we have number 3 and we will have number 4, number 5 and number 6. So the next module we talk about the OTA. So we need to set up the OTA here. I think so. Do we have? Okay. If you go to this link directly, then it is faster. Then you will see this a little bit different look. Okay. I heard someone that maybe I speak too fast, so I try to speak slower. So if you click that link, you can see portal-OTA 2.0-ATH01.ews.education.y-pass.com. You should see about this page, OTA 2.0 portal. And what we do, we want to find the secret. This is another secret. Sorry, we have so many secrets in our project. But do protect your secrets. Like me, try to keep all the secret be masked. Okay, otherwise, someone else may connect to your server, and probably they can break through. Okay, to connect to your database, or they might be control or connect to your server. So be careful. So once we come to this OTA 2.0 portal, first we will go to find the secret. So the secret is kept in the setting, and then you will see the system. And then after you click the system, you will see it show another page. It show system management. And we need to click on the right hand side, the top right hand, we have an agent credential. Okay, so we will click agent credential. Then it show you the space ID of the server, the IoT key that the device agent can be connected to this server, and of course the credential URL. This is credential URL is it's like a web page that everyone can access, but they cannot transfer the data without the space ID and the IoT key. Okay, so be protect. Okay, before you want to publish your project into internet or publish it to the YouTube or publish it to the Facebook, be careful. Okay, otherwise the other person can be connect to your server too. So these three, the 5, 6, 7, please keep it. Okay, you can copy and paste it in the notepad or notebook. Okay, or everywhere. Just copy this. We will use this quite a lot. So, okay, I know some of you are not using computer, not using Windows, but don't worry, we have a 5 computer here. You can use our computer here. I will tell you how to connect later on. But for those students that you have a Windows notebook, okay, you already can download the OTA agents. If you want to transfer the code from the cloud AIFS to your notebook, okay, you can install this OTA agent, okay, from the website below, from this website. Okay, so after you download, it should be look like this, the green color. If that is an orange color or that is a black color, please don't install it. Okay, that is not our OTA. Okay, so make sure it look like this, and the version is 1.1.8. Okay, so the first time you install, whenever you see a shell here, means it need an administrator right. Okay, so for this one, this program is a safe. Okay, it's just an agent, and you can remove it anytime. So we will allow for the administration right. Okay, then we will be set up this. Okay, so after set up, we will run the program. Okay, we will run the program. Sorry, the program name is OTA 2.0 server setting.exe. The program shortcut should be look like this. Okay, the program shortcut is look like this. Okay, this is a setup. Okay, this is a shortcut. We want to run this program. OTA 2.0 server setting. Okay, so once we run, you can put in a password, and this password is actually for your notebook. Okay, for you to lock your OTA agent. So you can create any password that only you know. Okay, you can put in any password that only you know. You don't need to be use your notebook password. You don't need to be use your email password. Okay, but for my training, I just want to make you easy. You can use the Advantech as a password, and then you click confirm. Okay. So now you remember this portal that you see just now that I asked you to remember and copy. And this is a OTA 2.0 server setting in your notebook. Okay, as you can see, I run it in the computer here in our lab. Okay, the OTA agent is look like this. Okay, we have a green color. Maybe for you it's a gray color because you didn't set the device name and also the credential and also the IoT key and the space key yet. Okay, so for this time, you can copy all these key, okay, and put it into your OTA agent accordingly. Okay, so if you don't want to generate your own OTA key, you can use the Pumin. Okay, Pumin will have one. He have all these 1, 2, 3 key also. Then you can put it into your agent. Okay. Then we come back to the OTA portal. Okay, we come back to the OTA portal. Then we will change the group to Creative AI Cam first. Okay, choose the Creative AI Cam groups so that you will see a list. Okay, there is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 computer is already online. So if you want to add your computer here, you can add it. Click the add here. Okay, then it will showing the the device that your computer is in the list. Okay. Okay. So it look like this. It will show you a new computer, and then it is the same as your agent. Okay, in your computer. Okay. So you can add it under the Creative AI Cam group. Okay. So that's all for the pre-setup in the OTA portal that later on we will set up in the AIFS also. So we'll see the OTA portal again. It takes me a while why I cannot log in. Okay, maybe I open it up from here. OTA 2.0. Okay. So my group, by default, my group, I didn't have anything. So if I change to Creative AI Cam, I will see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1 is offline. Okay. So if you already put in the OTA server agent in your notebook, when you add, you should see this is the Arena. Okay, this is the Arena notebook. Okay, I will not add here. Okay, but make sure you change the group to Creative AI Cam. Okay, then you can add the device here. Okay, so we see some device here already. Okay, you can do it yourself. After you add, you see all this in here already done. So the OTA is just done. We have a computer here. Then we come back to the AIFS. So in the AIFS, we have the OTA 2.0. Okay, so we will create a group here. Okay, with any names, or maybe we call this is a creative. Okay, creative AI group. Then the OTA URL is the same as we put in here just now. Sorry, I just need this. Okay, I use my account to log in, and you can use your account to log in. So you can create your own OTA groups. Okay, do remember we need to remove this slash. Okay. Okay, so we have a creative AI group here. So after we have the OTA, that means we are ready to deploy our code and our application to all these notebook and computer. Okay, so now we want to deploy the code to the computer. From here, we have a cloud AISF. So we can deploy two things. Okay, first thing is we can deploy our application. Okay, our AI program. Okay, and here we have an AI program called YOLO V3 PY. Okay, we have this program for doing the object detection. Okay, and the other, we also can deploy an AI model. But deploying an AI model, we can deploy through the path, or we can deploy through a container. Okay, so a container, if you run a container, then you need to have a Docker service in the computer, in your computer or in the edge computer. The benefit of using a container is all the environment, all the library, all the program is inside the container. So it guarantee confirm can be run. Of course, we can deploy the path, or we can deploy the program through the path only. So because we only deploy the program in the path, then we need to make sure this computer, no matter if it's a Windows or this is a Mac or this is a Linux, we need to make sure all the library, all the modules, all the environment parameter is the same, okay, for all computer. So if you want to deploy a lot of computer, maybe the container is a good idea. But the container is include all the environment, it includes all the operating system, so it's actually quite a big one. So for example, in our training, we will deploy some of the container, is maybe take around 6 gig or maybe 7 gigabyte of data. So we can deploy choose by the latest version, or we can choose the best performance, best version, best in terms of the lower noise, lower loss, okay? Or we can choose the best performance AI, or we can choose a certain threshold as long as the AI model is better than certain threshold, okay? Then we can choose by version, which one we want to deploy, okay, to the edge. So here is two things, and you know, usually the inference application can be big, but the AI model is just set of the formula, so it can be very small, like 1 meg or 2 meg. So you know, sometimes internet bandwidth is very important when you want to deploy to like 5,000 or 10,000 edge computer. Okay. So in our case, we will deploy here, okay, this program, and we will try to run it. Okay. So where we want to do, we go to the YPass AIFS, we go to the inference, and then we go to the edge inference. Okay, in here, you will see certain inference we already set before, but ignore it because we will create our own. So we add a new inference, okay, put in a name with your name and the date. Okay, with your name and the date, so that you know this is your inference. Actually, there is a mutual rules. Okay, if we want to use, we share the portal here, we share the AIFS. All of you, 20 students, include some of our engineers. Simple rules. Please don't delete the file that you not created. If this is not your file, you confirm this is not your project, this is not your setting, please don't delete it. Please don't modify it, okay, because you will make some other people very confused why their project cannot run, why they have some other trouble. So they will very headache. Okay. So we all sharing. So that's why you can differentiate by your name, and we can differentiate by the date also. Okay. So we create a new inference. Okay. And once you create a new inference. Okay. So now if you are using a Windows, okay, then we put in here, select the operating system. It's a Windows. If you are using Mac or you are using Linux, or please choose the Linux. Okay, so Mac is actually very Linux-like operating system. So most of the Linux code it can be run. Then this is the account name. That means it's your computer account name. It needs this access in order to create a file in your computer or in the edge. In our laboratory, we have 5 unique computer, and all of these 5 unique computer we use the same username, Creative AI. Okay, so put in a Creative AI if you want to upload the code or dispatch the code to our computer. No problem, you can use it. So we will need to add a OTA, okay, the computer that we want to add, okay, for deploy the code. Okay, so we add the OTA here. So then it will pop up this window, okay, edit the OTA setting. So we will choose, okay, the Creative AI group that we create just now, the OTA that we create just now, which is your name. Then the account, of course, you use your own account because you create that. And the group list, choose the Creative AI camp, so that this group you will see all the edge computer we have in this camp. Okay. Then you save it. For the devices, so far in this Creative AI camp in this group, we have 5 computer. Okay, with the different model names. Okay, MIC 770, Uno 24X3, ARK 3500. AIMC 3200, ARK 2250. So you can choose any one, or you can choose your own notebook. Okay, if you have your own notebook name in here. So after you create the device, the OTA agent in your notebook, okay, it may show here. Make sure you put it under the same group list. Okay, so here in this setting, we also need to choose the storage list. Okay, so I didn't teach you to create the storage in this training. Okay, so you can choose the storage that we already created for the Creative AI trainings. Okay, which is Creative AI 2. Okay, so this storage is actually a cloud storage. So we will put our code, we will put our program in this storage. Then from this storage is dispatched to all of the edge computer. Okay. So then we already add the OTA edge device here. We already add in the operating system and also the username. Okay, we just click next. Then now, what are the code? What are the project code that you want to deploy? Okay, you want to deploy to your computer or the edge. Okay, so we choose here. So for the simple one, we want to deploy the insert data, or you can deploy for the YOLO version 3.py. Okay, if you have it in here, or if you have a built-in like a demo YOLO here. And by default, actually, we pack it into the container. So we put in your name. You can put in your name here. So this is your container name. Then the default port of the container is 7500, 7500. Okay, so we don't change the default container port. So just follow 7500. Okay, so this is a default port for every container. Here is funny things. Okay, we can send a line notification. Okay, later on I will teach you how to set up a line notification in this AIFS portal. So we can send a line notification upon the success of this deployment or upon fail, okay, of this deployment to the edge. Okay, so here I just add in the one that we already created. Okay, so now we already deploy. Okay, we already deployed the code to the edge. So we can check whether the AI application is running or not. Okay, so I don't have your notebook, but I have the 5 computers in the lab. So I will be checking the code. Okay, if you are using your notebook, make sure, because I'm sending only the application YOLO v3.py. So I need you to have the Python in your notebook. If you are running on Windows, okay, you can search Python 3.7 in the Microsoft Store. The icon is look like this. Then you just get it. Or if you didn't have the Microsoft Store, you can download the Python 3.0 in the python.org. Okay, so after you set up, we will have a command prompt. Okay, we run a command prompt, then to run this code. Okay, so I will show you example. I have a computer here in the lab, which is I connect through the remote desktop. And actually you can connect to this computer also, but don't connect now because I'm using it to show. You can connect it anytime, okay, as long as nobody is connected to this computer. I will run a code. Okay, I'm running a command here. Maybe I need to showing a bigger font. Okay, so I putting a Python code that I deploy. It's named YOLO v3.py, and all the others file or all the necessary document here in the desktop. Let me check the code. I can use a notepad to check the code. So this code will running to download the. It will download the YOLO v3. Okay, it will refer to the YOLO v3 with. Okay, this is a model. Okay, that we already have, and the configuration. And we also have the label called coco.names. And this is from the darknet. Okay, and this is OpenCV. Okay, code. So this code will open the file called test.mp4. Okay, then it will do the object detection. Okay, so let's see how can I run this. I just type Python and then YOLO v3.py. Okay. It's a bit long. Okay, so we have a video playing. So you see this code is actually doing the object detection using the YOLO V3. Okay, so we detect a notebook, a laptop here, a scissor here. Okay, so okay, I don't know, I forgot, I don't know this this computer connect to a webcam or not. Okay, but I cannot end this program because the code is not designed for end this program. But you can press escape key, escape key, then it will end the program. Okay, so for this Python code, I also can change the video capture device. In the previous trainings, you know that we can analyze the picture, okay, and you know the theory, that you know the concept how AI can extract the features, compare the relationship in the picture, then it can define this is under which category. So by default, we already can recognize a picture. You upload a picture, you can recognize what is that object. You also can recognize the human pose based on the picture. So now we want to doing the analysis on the video or on the webcam, on the camera. This is actually the same concept we analyze for picture. The only difference is analyze a picture is just one picture at one time. Okay, but analyze a video, we need to analyze the video in 30 picture or 15 picture at least, okay, in 1 second. So we need a quite a fast model, fast AI model. Okay, so the default code of this AI, we use the test.mp4, which is the video that taken on the office. Okay, just a laptop, some scissors, some pen, okay, some keyboard, mouse. Of course, we can change this to camera. Okay, I'm not sure this computer connect with camera or not, but you can change this code to 0. If you're putting a 0 here, it means we connect to a camera device. Okay, a camera device, and the device ID is 0. So we will now save the Python code and we will run it again. Okay, so this computer didn't connect with any camera. Okay, we will try to use another computer. Okay, I better put this back in .mp4. Okay. Okay, I will change to another computer. So let me go back to your computer first. Okay, if you're using your computer and you have a Python in this your computer, you can run this code same as me just now. Just type Python space YOLO v3.py. Then it will run the AI analytics in your computer. But if you find some code error, you can try to install pip install opencv-python dash user. Okay, this will also solve the problem that you don't have opencv library in your computer. Okay, don't worry. So you see, we can change the code here from video capture your video.mp4 to 0, as I showed you just now. Okay, so to 0, then it connect to a camera, to a webcam. Okay, I will show you in the another computer. So let me move on to the next. Okay, so I have a 5 computer here. You can connect to this computer in your computer notebook now. using a remote desktop connection, this program, I think every Windows computer have this. And for Mac, I think you also have the compatible program. Okay, you can connect to this computer, and the address of the computer is ath.dynu.net, and then the following port is defined for the computer. So if you connect to ARK2250, the port is 13389. Okay, so I want to connect to this computer now. Let me show you. So I have a remote desktop program here, and I want to connect to ath.dynu.net, and the port is 13389. Connect. Okay, so if you require for username and password, you show here. Okay, Creative AI and the password Advantech. So now I can connect to this computer. You can do it for the other computer now. Okay, but don't use the same computer as mine. So let me check the code here. Okay. Okay, this code is using a camera. Okay, so I will run this code now. No. This is a test video. Oh, this is a different place. Where is this Python? No. Okay, Python is here. I want to change the code to be 0. This will be connect to a webcam. Then I can run the Python code again. Okay, so it show the camera, it show the picture in our lab, show a video in the lab. Okay, but it doesn't see anything that is analyzed. Okay, Umin, can you go to the lab and then showing some book or handphone? Okay. So this, if you have the Python code, you can run this application. And okay, 4 minutes enter. So we have a phone, cell phone, and the confidence is 0.85%. This is a person, 89%, and this is a book. I didn't see a book. Okay, so here actually we can recognize this object and we can export. We can save all this information and then we can export it to the database just now, right? So we will do further. So again, you cannot close this program because the code is keep running until you press escape key. Okay, press the escape key, then the program will be ended. Okay, so we are testing the code is running fine. Then we will do the line notification. This is the last part for today. Setting the line notification in the YPass. Okay, so this is useful when we have some event trigger. Okay, we can send directly to the line. And of course, we can send to the WhatsApp. We can send to a WeChat. We can send to email. No problem. But we only need to set up for the line. Okay, today. So the 3 stage we will do in the 3 website. Okay, first is we will do in the line. Okay, getting the line token in the line notification bot. And then we want to create the notification service in the YPass. And then finally we add the notification in the YPass AI framework. Okay, so the step will be like this. Yeah, I see you bring in the phone. Okay, you need to log into the line notified. Okay, or you just Google search line notification. It should show you this this website. Okay, notify dashboard.line.me. Okay, so you can click login here. Then key in your email address and your password. If you don't know you already register your email in the line or not, you can check in the line app and going to the setting and then seeing in your account. Okay, of course I'm not showing my account here. Okay, so after that you log in, then you go to website, you see a bottom. Okay, the bottom of the page, you can generate a token. Okay, so this is another secret. Okay, this is another secret from line, so we need to use this secret, okay, to put into the portal. Okay, so once you click the generate the token, first you need to put in the name, okay, of the token. Okay, so we put in a line notified CAIC. Of course, here you will put in your name, okay, and then with the date, or you can put in a name, especially your name. This is easy for you to remember. Then you choose a group or you choose a friend, okay, that want to notify. So usually because we do the projects in a group, so like in CAI, we have a CAIC group. So we can choose this group and then generate a token. If you don't have a group now, you can create one in your phone. Then you can register this token later. Okay, so copy your token. This token will send a notification to this group of people or this person, your friend only. Okay, so this is the first step we finished. Okay, to get the line token, and the line token will send a message to this group. Okay, so the second stage, we go to the YPass notification portal. How to go into the YPass notification portal? Again, we log into the single sign-on, then we can go to see the management portal, and we go to application. When we go to application, we will see OTA here, which is we used just now, and now we want to go to the notification. Okay, so we click the link here, and we click into here. Then we come to the YPass notification portal. Okay, I'll show you later on again. So if you click into the notification, you can add a new line group. Okay, add a line groups notification. So in the line group notification, the first you need to create, of course, this is a notification. You need to put in a names. Okay, so I can put in a CAI line. Okay, then I'll put in a group level. Actually, you have only one choice. Okay, because when you want to send a message, okay, we put in a critical, and then here is the message you want to put in. Okay, you can put in any kind of message. Okay, any language. Okay, and here I put in the message is YPass AFS, the execution done. Okay, so here I need to add on the line token that I add. So when I have this notification, which group I want to send, so I will add in here the member list. So if I add on a new member, I put in any names. Okay, any name about this groups or this member. And then I put in my line token here. Just now you see I put in a line token. I get the line token from the line notification bot, right? So I save here. Okay. So this is a stage 2. Okay. So next we go to the stage 3, where we have the AIFS portal, which is we run all the AI deployment, all the AI coding, training, deployment. So we want to add a notification here. So just go to the AIFS, then we go to system setting, select for the notification. We will add a new notification here. Okay. So again, once we add the notification, Remember just now we add on the service name. Okay, so as the same, the portal. Okay, so this portal is the same as we click on this. This portal is the same. Okay. Then of course you need to log into this portal using your username and account. Okay, so save it. Then after you add the notification group. Okay, so by default, actually I already create few of this notification template. Okay, so we can edit here, but now we just need to going on. Okay, so this is a remind for the overall for today. Before I summarize this, let me going through the line notification again. So I'll do the real hand-on. You can do it now. Okay, so I will open up the web page. So the first stage, I go to line notify. Okay, so I have a login here already. So I'll generate a token. I select a friend. Okay, I put in the name. Okay, I put my name. Okay, today date. Okay, then I select a name and then I generate a token. So I have a token here. I'll copy. So this is the first stage done. I will be going to the notification portal. So the notification portal is on application. Then the notification here, I'll click this link. Okay, so I will click a new line group. Okay, so in the new line group, I'll put in the name, CAI, notify again. Then I will put in a group level. I have only one choice, which is critical. I will put in a template, whatever message, okay, I want to send. If I success for a task or I fail for a task, okay. So I'll put in a new member here, just whatever names. Okay, I put in my line token, save, okay. So that's all. So I just save this. Okay, it pop up a message whether you want to confirm to save a notification group. I just save it. So I have a CAI line here, or CAI notify here. I think this one is just what we create. Then the next is I go back to the AIFS and I will add a new group. Okay, sorry, this is the OTA. Notification. I'm afraid I cannot add one more line groups already. So let me add here. Let me delete here. Service name, line notify. Service URL is the portal that we put just now. This portal. Sorry. I need to copy this. Okay, I log in with my username and password. Done. So I have a line notified here. So every time I do a trainings or I do a task, let's say I want to send a code to my to the computer there. So I can doing the trading a code, sending a code. Okay. Then I can add on. I can add on a line notification here and choose the message that I want to send. I create just now. So I create just now is a CAI line, I think. Oh no, CAI notified. Finish. So when I finish this task, when the running finish, then I will receive a line message, okay, on the group that I create just now. Okay. So I believe tomorrow, tonight, you have quite many times. You can try to testing this line notification, and you can try to insert the data. You can try to run the AI code in the edge computer. So you are more or less experienced all the process we do in the real projects. Okay, and you are ready to be our engineers once you already master this. Okay. So for the last 13 minutes, okay, I would like to refresh you about the process we do. So first we do for the computer resource, we create a Jupyter notebook, we create a code for collaboration. Actually, we can create a code in our computer also, no problems. And the code we can be upload to the Jupyter notebook also. We can upload to the AIFS, no problems. Okay, then we will connect to our database, which is we doing in the last 1 hour and putting a database in your name. Then we will do for the OTA, okay, deploy the application and also the AI model to the AI edge, okay, inference edge through the OTA service. Okay, and we also doing a notification, okay, using a line. Okay, so after all this process, okay, our project will be going to start to run. Then once the project is run, the coding is running, like just now you see we have the AI object detection. It will generate the data and keep on all the time and keep it into the database here. So the next trainings, okay, the next class, we will try to evaluate the code again, and then we will make sure it is inserted to the database, and we will check in the database. If the database is updated accordingly, we will be creating a dashboard, a graph, a bar chart, a trending picture, okay, a proportional graph for visualization purpose, and we were using a YPath dashboard. This is another module that we will be easily to deploy for the data, okay, for the data that we collect on the edge. So I can show you an example that we have already done. We done for our smart campus. I think you already see in the video. And we have one moment. So we have putting into a page, okay, a dashboard like this. Okay, maybe I will going through some of the page. Energy. Okay, nothing much. We'll change it to last 1 year. Oh, let me see, energy solar. Okay, so this is some example about the dashboard, and the dashboard actually, as long as we have a lot of data, we might create a lot of the dashboard. So the important is how can we very easily to create a dashboard like this automatically, and it create in real times, okay, that we can modify the content, like we want to check for the different parameters. Let me see, OE regional. So we have a lot of dashboard example here, and of course we want to create our own dashboard, okay, in our project next class. Okay, this is a bit slow. Okay, it seems a very complicated. It seems a complicated chart. This is we usually call like a SCADA, where this is a real times data that we get in our factories. Okay, this is a cooler. Okay, the water cooler system. Okay, I see others. Okay. So that's all for today. If you have a question, you can chat now. We can prepare for further study, or we can prepare for relax. Okay, after this. So do you have a question? We are going through all the process. We create a project. Okay, we try to make a database. We try to deploy, okay, devices. Okay, we try to deploy an AI code. Okay, then we will be keep in the database, and we try to create a line notification. Okay. So I don't see any question coming into the chat room. So we can prepare for ended today class, and you can download all the file that is needed from the public folder that we share in the course content since the first day. Okay, this folder will be always be shared, and you can keep on to download all the file and the hands-on, okay, etc., etc. Because one thing, we have create the Jupyter Lab. Whenever you shut down the Jupyter Labs, it's like you're shutting down the computer, and all the data inside is lost. All the by default, the container, we don't keep any data. Okay, so you need to download all your projects, all your code to your computer, and at least for backup and standby purpose. Okay, so here regarding the object detection, you have problems is about whether you're using a webcam. Then you make sure your computer have a webcam. If your computer don't have a webcam, you can use a video file to represent instead. Okay. So that's all for my sharing today, and I hope you have a good night. Hello, good evening. Today trainings, it is not so difficult. I think it's just about creativity. Okay, that's how we're going to design the visualization, and I really rely on you, okay, to create the beautiful graph chart, okay, if possible. And maybe we have a very small or short time today, just 2-hour trainings. Doesn't matter, you still can use Advantech, the trainings AIFS for education, okay, for the coming few months, no problems, right? So I think we will be maybe terminate these trainings online, the online AIFS portal for these trainings maybe 6 months later. So if you would like to use the Jupyter Lab, or if you would like to use the dashboard, you would like to use the online database, you can use during this 6 months, no problem. If you want to try to use longer, much longer, then you can write the email to us, and I think Pumin is here, Chawaras is here, so they can fulfill your demands if you want to work for a longer project period, no problem. Okay, so let's start for today's trainings, and today class is maybe not too fast and maybe quite easy. Okay, I think everyone easily to understand. So let's just recap for the last 2 days. Okay, we separate this training into the day 1, day 2, day 3 to talk about the basic concept of the AI. And day 4, day 5, and today, we will be focused more on the real. I'm actually quite concerned that we want to train you, deliver you the knowledge that in the real industry or the real technology field, how we develop an AI project. So you can just take it more or less like experience. Okay, that if you knowing the process and you knowing the step and overall look for how we develop AI projects, then you can look for which area that you may much more interest and you can spend more time in that. For example, if you're very interested in the coding, then you can spend a lot of time in getting more learning. And we also learn about the concept of the AI, right? We also try to use some AI model, which is I will do a conclusion for today. So using the AI model, we can get it from many open source, okay, program and community. Then maybe if you like to do coding, then you can keep on further. But maybe if you think about coding, maybe you can look for today, okay, which is more or less more on the design. Okay, maybe you like to be design a beautiful graph, then today is suitable for you. Or maybe you like to be having the task arrangement, okay, like scheduling the task or maybe arranging the job. Okay, let the machine, let the AI can be execute, okay, according to the condition, more or less like automation. Then you can look for the trainings and also the task execution portion, okay? So this is overall look back we do already done for the Jupyter Lab design, just grabbing the CPU resources, memory resources, okay? And also we do for the coding, although we don't spend much time on the coding, eventually doing coding is a very big time consuming jobs. Okay, so we don't really going to do one step by one step in details and explain in detail. This is because I think the coding, we can always get a reference code, okay, and we always can be learned from the reference code. So we do provide several example hands-on, then you can modify from that hands-on code. Okay, so you get some, the main purpose is still be look for what kind of problem that you would like to resolve. Okay, so then we can find a similar code to modify. Then after the coding, we do it's actually a very big topic about the database. Okay, and the database eventually we is a place where we keep the information and we loading all the data. As you might remind about the AIoT, we really need to grab a lot of data from our real world. Okay, so I just to retake a bit example again. The last example that we talked in the few days ago is your room. Okay, in your room that we would like to take as many data, as many dimensions as possible, so that we can build up a AI model which is intelligent enough, okay, for switch to our daily lifestyle, or maybe doing some further prediction based on our usage. So the others more smaller job, but is taking time, is those we do for the trainings, the AI model trainings, that if we have the new data coming in, we need to retraining about the model. And of course, we want to deploy the AI application, no matter it's the program itself, okay, or the AI model itself through the OTA server. Okay, so we deploy to the edge, then the edge also will be feedback the data to our database automatically. So I hope you still remember how we can feed the data from the edge to the database. And I believe many of you, I check your data set and I check your database is more or less success. Okay, then today we will go for the visualization, which is a YPass dashboard. This is another tool we use for design the data, to visualize the data, okay, according to our needs. So I just recap again about the whole YPass platform that provided by Advantech, which is mainly focused on the industrial application and microservice development. Okay, so below we have the infrastructure as a service that we can subscribe from the public service cloud, or we can build our own private cloud. So from here, we eventually finish about the AIFS, that we do the coding, we do the model management, we do the inference engine deploy, okay, computer resource management, we do OTA and notification, okay, and today we do for the YPass dashboard. So then we eventually almost complete this whole AI application framework service. Okay, so let's get into start about the dashboard introduction. I think this is very critical and very useful for us. In the past, we might need to use Excel, or maybe need to use a Power BI to build the dashboard. So that one is actually can do, but the problem is the data source that we get from the field. It always come with a different format, and maybe it come from a different type of the characteristic. Okay, so it is very hard for us to pre-process the data. Okay, we need to make it a standard format. We need to make it a structure, okay, about the database. And then finally, everything is unified. Then only we can build for a dashboard. So in order to head to this problem, we would like to having a tools, building a tools that is a YPass dashboard that allow to take for all kind of data. Okay, all kind of data that is no matter in what kind of format, no matter this is an Excel file, this is a MongoDB database, or this is SQL database, or this is a text file or picture file, whatever. So this all data, eventually we will load into our data set. Okay, I will load into our data set and our data source. So we will use our data source engines. Okay, we do use our data source engine to do data fusion. Okay, then the data fusion will allow us to save a lot of times and effort we just need to make sure we do connect a chart with the data source that we want, and we can mix it. Okay, so for example, like today I have a data that maybe is a temperature or the weather forecast from the government. I also have some road traffic information from another ministry, the road, the Department of Land Transport. We also do getting some information, okay, that is probably from our own collection, our sensors. So this data may come into a different format, but I want to combine into the geographical representative of the traffic, okay, or how the weather impact the traffic. Okay, so I can use the same data source, okay, with a different input of database, and I can plotting a chart, plotting a graph. Okay, so that will be deliver a very powerful information. Okay, so the benefit for YPass dashboard is we can do the fast integration and easy integration with a different data source. And we can build all these a small chart, this a pie chart, this a bar chart. Okay, all this is we can just put it as a, it's called panels. Very quickly we can build it. And later on you will have to test to build it. And of course, if we want to have more beautiful graph or more beautiful picture or a specific industry purpose, okay, graphic chart, okay, that may be developed by someone else. Okay, we can just install the plugin, whether this is free or whether this is need to pay a fee. Then eventually you don't need to develop from zero, from scratch. So we can get a lot of open source and also payable plugin that to realize our projects, okay, visualization very fast. So this is an overall look for the YPass YPass dashboard. It's eventually built from the Grafana techniques, okay, the technology Grafana. But we do having the data source plugin, which we can accept for different database like MongoDB, SQL, okay, and maybe Progress, okay, a lot, etc., etc. We do also have a lot of panel plugins, which is able to get, like I said, many type of graphics, illustration, and maybe industry focused application plugin. For example, showing a machine status time or showing a tank, okay, status graphics. Okay, and of course, we also have the others application plugin like notification, alert, okay, etc. And all of this is actually we going through a backend call, okay, engine, and then we grab all the data from the data source server, okay, and it represent in the panel builder and also the user right management and also the HTTP API, okay. So here is an example for the plugin, okay, and the data source that we have. And sorry, again, this is all industrial terms. Eventually, you need to search one by one, then only you can get further more understanding like InfluxDB, Progress SQL. This is all under the data source plugin. And since we use a plugin, we can adding more and more database format, okay, in very simple way. And the panel plugins, we have like a WOMAT, pie chart, data table, etc., etc. And we still can expand more and more plugin, okay? And application plugin, and also here we connect with many the source of the database, okay? And of course, many application like YPass APN, SCADA, okay, we do able to provide the data to the back end call here. Okay, then it's served to the dashboard directly. So what you can do with the dashboard? So dashboard is just a beautiful chart. No, this is actually information. Okay, so we really want to build a very effective communication between data and human. So you know, human eye is very powerful. Okay, we were able to see some critical stage or some critical incident when we see like the temperature is suddenly rise a lot, right? Or maybe if we see some special different trends or like a very strange, okay, trends in the graph, then we will eventually very fast, very quick understand, okay, what happening, okay, on the field, on our project. Okay, so another example is like, you know, if we using the power, okay, and we know the consume of the electricity power and it hit to the limit line, then you know, okay, you need to control for the power usage. Otherwise, it may be going to be dangerous incident happen, right? So the visual is the most effective way for human to communicate with the data. Okay, so of course, the dashboard we can do the mixed data sources as we mentioned just now, and we do also support for the Slack and also for the emails, okay, line, etc., that you tried before. And of course, it need to be sending alert automatically if some limit is hitting or some malfunction trigger. Okay. So we do also can have a very simple analyze, okay, from the graph, okay, and we can do a lot of the different panel management. So eventually the dashboard, you need to consider a few type of the role. Who is going to be used for the dashboard? Okay, so I think most of the people, they don't need to do anything about the dashboard. They just need to look, okay? They just only need to look the dashboard. So they will know how to do their job. And the dashboard is actually the summarize of all data and summarize all results, okay, on our daily work. So here we do have a role called SRPU viewer. They don't need to log into the dashboard and you can allow them to see the dashboard that we built. Okay, and admin of course is the one who built for the dashboard, and some engineer you can access to different panel and different pages that you can assign a different role. Okay, so then all of them we will put under a team, and then to team 1, team 2, team 3, team 3 for a different purpose, like team 1 for the maybe the facial recognition, and team 2 is for the maybe the electricity, team 3 is for the water management, team 4 is for security, etc., etc. And all of them under the same company, maybe like Advantech or maybe like a CPO. Okay, so today we want to build for the dashboard. And if you didn't finish the hands-on in the last class, where we need to insert the data, okay, into the database, then you still have to do it today. Okay, so the first step of course is the database, where we want to having the MongoDB, okay, service, and we create a database called your name, okay, DB. Then if you have this data, then we run the Jupyter notebook that insert the data, if you remember. Then if this is already done last class, then today we will do for the YPath dashboard, where it is very simple. The first step we will do for connect the data source to the MongoDB. Okay, that is your name database. And the other job which may take your long time is to create and design, okay, a graph, okay, that will be depends on your favorite, your innovation, your creative, or what is the actual pinpoint, okay, to show the graph, all the data to someone who care about that data. Okay, so now I think I will go slower, but you can process, you can work on your computer that to go to the NSAS. Okay, after you log into the SSO, you can go to the application and then you select for the dashboard. Okay, so if you click after you log in, you click the application, then in the application, you click the link here. Okay, you click the link here, then or you can direct to type in this address, dashboard dash ath01 dash ews education y-pass.com. Okay, so this is the first time if you when you see about the dashboard, it's empty. I think your dashboard is also empty. Okay, so there's nothing to show. It's our homework. It's our work to do now. Okay, so just if you look for this page, it looks so empty, but it still contains some information. Like this is the menu. Okay, when you click here, okay, it will show or hide the menu. And here is the projects or the dashboard you ever built. And of course, you can build as many dashboard as possible. Okay, you can build 100, 1000, okay, of the dashboard with many panels, no problem. Okay, and here is actually showing the install apps. Okay, and here is showing all the install plugin. Okay, that you can see the list that we already installed for you is very long. Okay, the list. Okay, so if you want to start, where do we start? First, we want to create for the data source connection. Okay, so where we go to the configuration widget, which is here. It look like a file view. Okay, then you click data source here, number 2. Okay, then you click the add data source button here. Okay, you can follow. So this is a page where you see when you want to first connect to the data source, okay, to your database. So you can name, okay, put in a name with MongoDB and your name to know this is a database that you're going to connect to. Okay, and this will be for you to use for all the panel that you want to create, all the graphic you want to create, you will refer to this. Okay, so key in the URL as in your database secret. So do you remember where to find your database secret? If you forgot or if you're still not sure, please you can type in the chat room and then our engineer can help you to find back, just give you the direct link. Okay, key in the URL in our database secrets. Okay, and then for this case, we will use a proxy because the database and the dashboard is in the same network, but it is not same network as us. Okay, we are in the public internet, so we want to connect to the gateway. Okay, the NSAS gateway first, then only we connect to the database. Okay, so we use a proxy and we skip the TLS verification. Okay, that means we disable the SSL connection because it is in the same cluster. Okay, between our dashboard and also the data source. Okay, so if that is in a different place, then probably we want to enable this with more security. Then of course, key in the MongoDB URI. Okay, according to your database secrets, if you remember, it start with Mongo, okay, hyphen, and then your username and password, and then the public IP and the port. Okay, so this is the database that you create last time. I remember is putting your name and then DB. Okay, so this is a database that where we want to connect, and you can click save and test. So after you click save and test, you should see, okay, the data source is finished, updated, and the testing connection to your database is successful, and it gives you a green color. Okay, please do this now, because if you fail or if you see a lot of red color, okay, then we need to spend some time to fix it. Okay, so here I have a small note for you. If you having a difficulty, okay, to connect to the database, your database, you might change the URL for the HTTP, change to this link, okay, HTTPS dashboard dash mongodb dash API dash marc dash nsysu01 dash ews.education.wisepath.com. Okay, so in case after you save the data source and it show a red color here or it show an error, okay, please change the URL to this. Okay. Okay, I don't see any troubles, so I will proceed further. So after you connect the database completely and it tested okay and passed, and that means our dashboard is ready to already read the data, okay, get the data from our database. Okay, so what we do now, we can start to create our first dashboard. Okay, we click a new widget here, a create widget here, and then we create a dashboard here. Okay, then this will be the first page. You see it default, it gives you a new panel already. So on the new panel, my typical way is I will go to add a new query first. Okay, but if you don't like, you want to decide that you want to build what kind of chart first, it also can be done. You can do it to choose a visualization first. Like you want to create a bar chart, you want to create a bar chart. After you go to that, then only you select the data. Okay, it's also fine. Okay, so step 1 or step 2, it doesn't matter. Okay, it's just follow to your favorite habit. Okay, this is a difficult part. Follow to my first step. We need to add on the database query first. That means to allow our dashboard to read the data, okay, that we want to show in our panel. Okay, and because I think the last data set that we import to the database, to your database, is not a time series database. That is just a reading from a machine, and we create a sequence data, okay, from 1 to I think 326. So that is a sequence data. That is not a time series data. Okay, so that will be some limitation on the what kind of the graphic you can view. Okay, so to be safe, I just want to make sure you can show the data from the dashboard, okay, that read from your database. I create a table first, okay, because a table is the most safe, that we can show the data and the parameter from our database showing in the dashboard. Okay, so the first step I would like to explain is you need to select your name data source in here in the query, the first step. Okay, then the second step, you might need to key in the database query. So this is a much more technical, but you can let me explain to you. This is a typical MongoDB queries where we want to connect our database to your name database. We want to connect to this database, and we aggregate the data from the table. Okay, we want to collect the data from the tables where we have a machine ID. We can name this is what this is for what to be shown on the panel, and this will be the data that we read. Okay, so here will be the name in the dashboard table. Okay, because the first panel we built is a table. And then this is the ID, which is the value. Okay, this is a value inside the table. So this is another name that we create for the table. And we know this is a status equipment in our database. So we just name it as our machine status, whether it is on or off. Okay, etc. and etc. So if you remember, I will show you later on. So here, do remember you need to change this to be your database, your name database that you create last time. Okay, so this is a one. I think the next picture will be show you more clearer. Okay, sorry for the wording might look quite small. If you can see it clear, please getting the file from the public folder first. Okay, so the public folder, as you can see today, we already collect all the file day 1 to 3, day 4, day 5, and day 6. Okay, so you get the file from the day 6 to see in more clear wording. Okay, so here you can see the machine ID is represent to the ID that we show here, and it start from 00 to 25. I think it's 326. Okay, and here just another example. The KW fan, it show you the value is like this is the power that it consumed by the fan. Okay, in kilowatt. So I will name the table as a fan power by kilowatt. Okay, and this is by the equipment power consumed, okay, by the equipment. Okay, so it depends on how your database look like. Then you can name you can put in a variable name, okay, to match in your graphic. Okay, and the database collection, you need to see this is your name, your database secret, and then this is your database, your name database, and then this is the collection. And if you want to review again, where is this name come from? Actually, you connect to the robot 3D, then you will see in the collection, this is the data that you insert. Okay, so if you want to refer back to the Jupyter notebook that we create to insert the data. Okay, let me show you to where is it. Okay, this is a Jupyter notebook that we create for insert the data. And here is the name of the database of the collection that we created. Okay, and I think so you might create it with your name and with the date. Okay, that we do in the last exercise, and we modify this so that you can remember this is the database that you insert into the database. Okay, so make sure you have queried your collection from your database. Then it should be showing a table. Okay. So the second step, just now I add the query first. So the second step I will do for the visualization. Okay. I think I might skip one page, but eventually you see I have all this query is reading all the tables that we have in the database. And actually now I would like to have some hands-on for you to do the test. Okay, connect your dashboard to your database and then create a query, okay, to your database and to show it as a table. After you can successfully show it as a table, that means the dashboard can read the data from your database. Then we will start to create a different graph and chart. Okay. So Before you can go to the hands-on, maybe let me show you about after the first we do the query, the second step we will click here, then we can choose any plugin. Okay, you can see there is quite a lot of the plugin we can choose, and then you can pick one by one and see how is the change of the graphic. Okay, and remember, choosing the right graphic to represent the data is also another experience and knowledge. Okay, this is sometimes you want to represent the data well, you need to choose the right graphics. Okay, and I will remind you again that because the data that we insert in the last exercise, it didn't have the times and date. So many of the graph we cannot show it properly because it didn't have the times and date. So we will do it in the next future if we have a chance. We will insert the data with the time and date. Then we can plot even much more graph chart, pie chart, okay, the trend chart, whatever. Okay. So you can, and then the last things you can do even further configuration by the general tab to set more precise information. Like we can name this panel as a machine status panel. Okay, and we can do many other configuration. It depends on the graphic that you choose. Okay, so let's do some hands-on now, and I will give you some sample. Okay, you can see from Advantech website. We have a demo website here. You can use your mobile phone to scan this QR code also. So the powerful of the dashboard is you can view it in the computer. You can view it in the big video wall. You can view it in the tab, and you can view it in mobile phone. Okay, and you can see what is the difference. It switch automatically. It will shoot automatically. So it is a very powerful tool, and the beautiful is after you design for the first panel, or after you design the panel or the dashboard, whenever there is a new data come in and new data change, the graph all update automatically and in real time. So you don't need to take care of it after you build the dashboard. Okay, so if you already finished scan or you already finish key in this address, it should show you something like this. Okay. So this is a result like we built for our Lincoln campus. Okay. We didn't showing the 3D illustration because that is under another tool called SAS Composer. Okay. But we do able to choose the data like past 2 days. It's showing the power consumption of this building. Okay, and this is a real data. This is not a fake data. Okay. So next will be we can choose the others like other dashboard like energy consumption overview. So it show you the trends. Okay, this is the line chart, and this is actually is a stack bar chart where it show the power of the lighting and the power of the air conditioner and the power of the machine that we use in the factories. Okay, and the air compressor and also the fire. Okay, so you see it have a trend. Okay, it have a very beautiful representative, and you can know during this time is actually our working times. Okay, and during this time is actually everybody go back. Okay, nobody work in the factory. Okay, so you will see the times. Okay, like after 9 o'clock, 9 p.m. Okay, and start from 9 a.m. Okay, we start to work, and then the power start to go up. Okay, then we can compare whether this is normal or abnormal. Okay, so someday we see, hey, this is a holiday, so the company, the campus is shut down, so the power consumed is low. This is correct. All right. So you see exactly this will be Sunday and this will be Monday. Okay, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, something like this. You know, okay, by very straightforward. Okay, so here are many examples that you can going through and you can try to understand what is this meaning for. Okay, of course you can seeing much more information inside the dashboard. Okay, that you can scroll further. So beside the energy consumption, we do have others panel. Okay, let's see about another building. Okay, it look more or less the same. Okay, because this data is the data is housed in the Taiwan, so sometimes the data refresh it need some speed. Okay, some data is very big. Okay, so it may take some time to loading. Okay, so this is an example dashboard for you to see, and you can try to build your own dashboard right now. I will go through with you for building the dashboard for the first dashboard. Okay, and this is just an example. First, we go to the, okay, I can zoom in this one. Okay, this is a dashboard that we come at the first, okay, at the first side. So if you already come in, so the first thing we do is come to the here, this button, and then we click the data source. Okay. Oh, we have a lot of data source now. Can you put with your name? Otherwise, I don't know this data source is whose. Okay. So let me test a data source from Sri Yapon. Okay, let's check she doing right or not. I think somehow it's not right. Okay, so I click a save and test. Okay, it said a red color here. So how do I fix? I will change this to HTTP. Okay, and this is a username and password, and then the IP is also wrong. The IP we need to use is a public IP. Oh, actually, we don't use the username and password here. We just use the HTTP. We are using the secret. Let me show you the secret that we have. MongoDB secret management and Sriyapon. Where is the name? Okay, I saw your secret here. I will click. And this is the external host. Okay, so we will copy this. And put in our dashboard. Okay, okay, this should be correct. Okay, let's save and test. It's testing for a while. It didn't show the green light, so it doesn't pass yet. So I guess maybe I will put the IP directly. The IP for this one. Okay, remember we actually pinging the public IP for this database secret. Okay, and then we get this. Then we will put it here. I forgot again. Here should be the same also. Here should be the public IP also. This is an internal IP, so it doesn't work. Okay, let's test again. The previous test is not finished, so I cannot move on. Waiting. So how about the others? Are you successful test? Can you put in your chat, okay, that you already success connect to your database here? It shouldn't be so difficult. Let me check. Let me try this URL. Okay. So maybe some linkage issue. I was told you just now, if you have a trouble, like we mentioned before, please use this link instead. Okay, temporarily we can use this link. Okay, dashboard -mongodb API -marc -nsy su01 ews.education.wise-pass.com. Okay, use this link instead. Then Suryapan, now you can connect to your data source. Okay, it's already proved. Okay, so you have seen this green light, then okay, you can start to create your first dashboard. We will create here. Okay, so again, we will do the query first. So here by default is a time series. So the first step, we select this to your own database. Okay, so this is MongoDB Sriyapan. Then we will change this to table because the data that we keep in our database is not a time series table. Okay, so I will be copy and paste. But I don't know what is the collection name. Okay, so Sriyapan, can you update this? Okay, can you update this collection to your collection according to the Jupyter notebook that you put in here? I forgot already. I don't know what you put in here. So maybe I can try Sriyapan. Okay. Oh, it have to be same, so I better use the robot 3D. So everyone is doing the hands-on right now, right? I want to see some dashboard. I cannot find this slide file in the class material. We do show in the Dropbox folder. It's not in the Slack. Sorry, I didn't put it in the Slack yet. Maybe it is in the Dropbox. Oh, Okay. Okay, I got you. Okay, the Dropbox is not synced yet. My bad. It's my bad. Sorry. So it's almost 1 hour here. I hope you quickly to do this exercise. I will wrap up for these trainings maybe 15 minutes later. Okay. Okay, I'll play music between. Now I think you should see the Dropbox should be updated. Oh. In the meantime, I will be trying to set the street up on dashboard. Okay, finally I got your collection name. It's called Sriyakon 0201. Okay, then I will save it. So this one I will change to a table. Okay, so it shows a table, so it means all the data is already connected. Okay, so we can do a panel title. This is the table. Okay, we can drag this table, okay, as you like, okay. And you can see it on the mobile now. Okay, so we are ready to connect the data, so we can do much more things now. Okay, we can click on this button to add a new panel. Okay, again, add the query. Okay, now I will leave it to you to test it. Okay. I will come back in when you say okay in chat room, but not more than 15 minutes. Okay. Then can you check the query whether you put this into your own name? I don't know which one is yours. I didn't see it here. This one. So you choose your own database first. Then here you will choose the table, okay, and then put in the query. Copy the query. Okay. So the query here, the biggest possible is this one, the collection name. Okay. So you need to match the collection name with your database, okay, where you can see in the robot tree. Okay. So if you see in the robot 3D, if this is your name, your database, then you should see this the collection name. Okay, like this example Sriyapon 0201, because we insert this data on this the last Monday. So he put her name and her name here. So again here, if you are using your own database, you still need to change this collection name to maybe example but please make sure the capital and the small letter is the same, exactly the same. Okay, then we can check with the query inspector. You can see tell us no error. Then I can put this data into a table. Okay, so let me confirm again the database for Tanwarat. Okay, what is this collection name? I need to check in Robot 3D. Okay. I already connect to the Tamarat database. I will check his collection name is okay. Let's use this one, a small capital. No data here. Let me check again this one. Okay, this one have the data. So I need to put exactly the same as this Tamarat 0201. Okay, so I put in here. Then I can check again. No.
then better I have to be check this data source. Okay, it's coming here already. This is the upon. Check your database. Do you have a successful test? Okay, this is okay. Hold on. Dot here. Dot here. Okay. We work now. Okay, so you see the table here. So now, if we want to create for the change this one to be some other chart, first we need to consider what are the information we want to show. Let me turn off music. Okay, so maybe I don't need to show all the information because only the table can show the information. So I would like to show only the energy. Okay, maybe I just showing the voltage input. So I need to delete all the others not require query. Okay, and I only need the input voltage. Okay, so I can delete the other query. Just leave like this. Then I will save it. So in my table only showing this information, I can change this to a chart. Okay. What do I use just now? Okay, so let me move on. Okay, so let me move on for the dashboard. We want to conclude for this training class. So before that, let me show you a video. Okay, just to have a little bit relaxed.
Embedded solutions drive innovations for AIoT business growth. Embedded IoT solutions integrated with AI technologies for the edge computing market are expected to rapidly grow. Integrated AIoT solutions ranging from wireless low-power WAN, edge intelligence solution, AI acceleration, WISE PaaS, and cloud services. Smart street lighting makes cities safer through security surveillance and data analytics. Wireless low-power e-paper application speeds up smart bus stop deployment. EV charging management solution accelerates infrastructure deployment and enables greener cities. Edge AI solution improves traffic monitoring and data analytics with real-time responsiveness. Industry 4.0 has allowed millions of IoT sensors and devices to be controlled and managed. Equipment vibration monitoring facilitates time frequency vibration, data analysis, and alarm management. Embedded systems and boards are developed to meet specific medical requirements. Advantech increases the AIoT value chain and ecosystem to co-create diverse AIoT applications.
So you see, this video illustrates some of the smart city projects or smart solution. And after these trainings, okay, you know about the overall process, how we make a project for traffic management, how we do a project to do for the like vehicle recognition or number plate recognition or vehicle counting, or how we can deliver the bus location and do the weather publish broadcast, okay, and also how we can manage many other projects, okay, in the factory, in the smart city, in the hospital, in the agriculture, etc. and etc. So you already learned about the basics, the overall process. Collect the data, okay, have a pre-process in the edge, okay, then you also connect all the data to the cloud. You have a database in the cloud, and then you can do the AI program application to learn the data, to build the AI models that can be served for a certain purpose. For example, like we can use the AI to do some data prediction, to predict for the abnormal symptoms of our system. Then we can prevent, okay, the system to be failure before it happens. So we can do maintenance, or we can do a replacement before our system become too unusable. So I would like to summarize further about these trainings. Okay, so if you are already successful to do the dashboard, I think probably you will set some others. Okay, you will set not enough time or what, because anyway you have 15 minutes to try to build a beautiful dashboard. That is quite a tough challenge. You can do it after the class, and maybe the continuous, you have a 6-month time to do, no problems. And while you have an issue or problems, okay, our teams, our engineers still stand by here to support you and fix your problems. No worry. So follow to the videos now, you know the overall process. Actually, we still have more fine tuning and fine tasks that we can execute much more than just this X step, okay, that we build for the compute resource, build the coding, and then distribute it to all the edge, and then we do the dashboard finally. So it depends on the situation. We can do it very simple, just collect the data and throw to the cloud directly and show a dashboard, 3-step, or we can do it very, very complicated. Okay, so it depends on what the problem and what the task we want to initiate. And now you know many things we can develop from scratch. Many things we can develop from zero. Okay, like all the coding. But we do always utilize, okay, and try to be work more smart by utilizing the tools or some open source, okay, that the resource that we can take it and put it into our projects, okay. So it's become to more and more interconnected society, and everyone contribute, and you contribute for your part for the future. We can expect that. So I would like to just make some recap, especially I think you will use it more interestingly, okay, and most people understand AI from some of these major application or the major apply of the AI. Eventually, there is many much more AI that we use in the daily life. Okay, from the handphone that you use, there is hundreds of apps. Is every app they equipped with few AI. So I want you to remind that AI is not a solution. AI is the technique that we use to improve our solution. So eventually we already need to have some idea, have some application that to solve a problem. With or without AI, we still need to solve the problem. But utilizing the AI is really make our solution to be very advanced, to be very smart, and it can be growthable. It can be growth according to the complexity of the problems. So here we talk about the AI that we use, okay, and many people interesting to use. We will say we do 3 major AI models that we use in many areas. Okay, for example, the first one, classification. Okay, just to make your memory refresh. Classification, of course, the first exercise we do classify a coffee espresso, right? So it gives you the result, and this result we can store in our database. So as long as we keep on to putting the new picture or a video set, it keep on doing the classification, and it keep in our database. Okay, so this is used a lot, and how we judge this AI model that we build is good or not good is eventually the accuracy. So we input the image, it gives us the output with a class label. Okay, then the key important to judge your successful is how accurate your AI model to predict that picture. The second task we do, and everybody will feel so advanced, so intelligence, is the detection. So detection, eventually we want to build the boundary box, okay, and then we put the label. So this is really make people can have a immediate getting understand about the situation. For example, if you remember, we do a project in the factory that to analyze about the PCB, about the motherboard. Okay, the soldering is good or not good. Or maybe you remember we do a medical okay, the X-ray picture about the lung, and then we do a box, we do a connection area about this probably some, I forgot what that's sick already. So it helped the doctor to judge on the picture, oh, this is possible, the sick or not, the sick patient or not. So detection is very common use also to do a label, to do the box in the picture. So the input still be image and the output will be the box and label. And how to judge this is good or bad AI model? We will use IOU. I will explain it in the next slide. And the third, we very common use, okay, on the AI model, and we are very interesting to use is the segmentation, okay, which you can see from the picture here. Eventually, we not only want to know this is a dog and this is a cat, we want to know exactly between the dog is how far is it. We want to know exactly between the dog and the background, okay, what is the edge and the boundary. So again, we input with the image and we want to mask it with the label. Then we can count very easily, okay, and we can also record it in our database. And the evolution is how precise, okay, of the micro MIOU, okay, or PIX ACC. So let me explain a little bit about what is IOU. It's called intersection over union. Okay, this is to judge whether your object detection or your segmentation is good or not good. So the other is a mask. Okay, so from the picture, you know, the intersection over union is actually where we have a precise judgment. This is very high accurate, but it's also maybe slow. It may be consume a lot. And this one may be faster, but eventually this is acceptable or not, okay, to detect this person. And we can have the union, okay, of all masks, okay, to judge. Okay, so back to here, you can see the evolution of the detection is how accurate it can detect that object. Okay, so we will consider both intersection over union. So for the mask, you know, we use a lot in the intelligence detect robot or the car to judge about this object and the other object, and every object we do label with different colors, okay, and eventually we can put a priority or more heavier weightage. So if we put a robot in the production or we put a automotive guided vehicle or the autopilot car, they don't need to care about really the how to say, they not really need to care about how is this people, okay, or this is a tree, okay, but they want to very care about the edge, okay, the distance, okay, between this and their own location. Then they can do a very fast judgment. So while we have one system to quickly process the image, you see, by looking in this picture, it looks like very complicated. So it is very hard for computer to analyze and visualize, okay, the detection of the video, okay. But if we're doing a mask, then eventually it make much more faster process for the car or for the robot, okay, to know how far from the location to the edge, and they can be react faster, okay, because in the, you know, in the street, the most important is the speed, okay, that we need to react as fast as possible. So this is some idea, okay, how we can make the AI process faster, okay, in this situation, okay. So just to recap on what is a classification, you know, you do the hands-on very funny and very enjoy exercise on recognize the picture. Okay, I see some of you are putting your own picture and maybe with some how to say the picture, okay, a question mark on the photo. So whether that can be classified to be a person or classified to be some others objects, we can use in the
OCR, okay, or the recognition of the writings, you know already. We can use in the car model, number plate, okay, the car colors, everything, okay, we can recognize that. This is a Mercedes-Benz, or this is a Toyota, or this is a Mazda, etc., etc. Okay, so we can use this classification AI to assist. And of course, very frequent use, okay, people knowing facial recognition for a long time, okay, and people try to coding a program a very good, okay, facial recognition, but finally we only realize the facial recognition AI model that can be grow and learn and improve by himself. Because if someday like my face is like too tired, or maybe some girl they need to make up their face and change outlook, you know, change the hairstyle, the facial recognition still can recognize. So that is using the AI is greatly help for the performance, okay, of that solution. Okay, so it's the same thing in the car model detection. In the 10 years, 20 years ago, we have the program that can be recognized the object already, but that is using more or less like a hard coding, okay, or maybe the machine learning technique, you know. But nowadays we use the neural network, okay, that to have the program, the AI model that can be retraining and learn it again and again, okay, according to the new data coming in. Okay, so it makes the much better recognition result. So regarding the object detection, yeah, we want to find the object in the picture. Sometimes the picture can be very complicated. Okay, so we want to know how fast we can recognize an object. Okay, and there are many open models. Okay, and the popular one I would like to share with you is like a SSD. Okay, you know, it's a single shot detection, and it is fast and easy to implement. Okay, and it's already developed, I think, in 6-7 years ago. So the problem is a little bit less accurate. Okay, so it depends on how your acceptance, okay, in the application. Remember, in developing the AI, we not only look for the accuracy only, we also look for the performance. Okay, so you need to balance, okay, look into the problems, and then we need to balance between the accuracy and also the performance. Some tasks we need to have it fast process. Lower accuracy is acceptable. Some tasks we need both, okay, high accuracy and high performance. Okay, so that may call us to invest a little bit more powerful compute resource, GPU resource. So the other famous model, a very popular one, is a faster RCNN. It's a slow, but it's a very accurate. So it is good for analyze picture, but it definitely cannot use to analyze a video. Okay, it will be takes you maybe like a very long hour to analyze a video file. Okay, YOLO, which is you do for hands-on and also doing coding when we deploy to all the edge. We do the object detection, okay, that you can detect in your notebook using a simple Python script. Okay, so YOLO is very famous, and I like it very much because it is very fast and it is very accurate. Okay, so this is a 3 model that I recommend for you. And the segmentation, eventually we didn't touch on the segmentation during our training because I think this is require much more time to study many theory and the application behind. Okay, so if you face just to share with you, in the future you want to execute some of the detection or the automation projects, okay, that to run the robot or run a machine or run a system according to the picture that we receive. Okay, segmentation is probably a good AI model you can use. Okay, so here is some difference of the
segmentation that you can do is a semantic segmentation, which is all the same species, same category. We will put it, count it as one. Okay, and some others is we call instance segmentation. Then we will differentiate even they are in the same category. Okay, so how we do a segmentation? Actually, this is a few popular neural network that we use. Okay, so FCN is the first one we used in a very long time ago when you start to heard about Tesla. This is the first technique we use for segmentation. Okay, so the second one is the pyramid scenes parsing network, and this is really a very greatly improved. Okay, it coming like in just 2 years ago. Okay, so this technique we call pyramid scenes parsing network is can process the picture in very fast, and it actually is the breakthrough techniques where we can do a video analytics. Okay, and now actually the latest one is the Deep Lab version 3 that we can have some combination of the pyramid spatial pyramid pooling, okay, and also the pre-convolution, okay, and pooling. Okay. So just to compare these three techniques that we use, FCM is very easy to implement because it's the most oldest model and lesser accurate. This is of course, okay, we developed it like 6-7 years ago. And PSP network is a slower, but it's a very accurate. And Deep Lab, okay, is even much more slower. So you know how you want to judge balance the performance and the accuracy. Okay. So we are almost here to say goodbye. And of course, I will be seeing you around. Okay, you still can contact with us all the times. Okay, and we still have a project to go with one of the group of you. Please, okay, doing this job for me. Okay, I want you to take this exam. Okay, you can scan this QR code. Okay, or you just type into this short URL. Finish the test. It's a very simple 20 question to prove you listen to me. And I will be very happy if you answer all of it, even correct or not correct, I don't mind. Okay, thank you very much and see you soon. Okay, I'll see you around.
Thank you, Mr. Matrix.
Yeah, so please going to do the exam or do the test now. I'll be here, okay, and our engineer here to be ready to serve you, okay.